Imagine getting trapped inside an ultra-hardcore MMOPG, where every single edgy line you utter instantly becomes your actual life-or-death reality. Standing tall amidst the swirling crimson ash, our Dark Knight grips his shadowy blade, ready to face whatever nightmare awaits. And now our protagonist is forced to battle terrifying elder demons while clinging to his ultimate anti-hero persona for dear life. A colossal horned beast looms over him, radiating pure, unholy aura that crushes the very air around them. Sweeping his shadowy blade across the battlefield, our hero nimbly dodges a devastating wave of dark magic, refusing to give an inch of ground to this hideous monstrosity. Landing with surgical precision, he stands his ground as purple energy detonates around him. Host note, look at that dynamic landing pose. The artist is really flexing those high-budget action frames today. Glowing with violet malice, the monstrous skull roars out in pure fury, mocking our knight for daring to stand against a high-tier demon. Crimson blood spears erupt from the void, shooting straight toward our hero from every single angle. Thrown back into a blinding white abyss, our protagonist falls through mid-air, his dark coat fluttering as he struggles to maintain his footing. He coughs up a spray of crimson blood, his chest heaving as the brutal damage stat takes a real toll on his body. Internalizing the sheer agony of the encounter, he questions why a simple gamer looking for fun has to endure such intense physical pain. Yet he charges right back into the fray. Gritting his teeth until blood drips down his chin, he refuses to yield, channeling his sheer stubbornness into pure combat energy. Host note, man is literally suffering from severe physical trauma, but his hardcore gamer spirit refuses to press the forfeit button. Lifting his crimson blade high into the air, our hero readies himself for one final, devastating counterattack. The goat skull demon sneers sinisterly, coiling dark tentacles around the arena while taunting that a pathetic mortal stands zero chance of survival. Ignoring the monster's arrogant taunts, our Dark Knight pours every drop of his remaining mana into his weapon, making the blade explode with blazing red energy. With a battle cry that shakes the cavern walls, shouting, he unleashes his full power, screaming at the demon scum to get wiped off the map. A blinding beam of crimson energy pierces straight through the demon's skull, swoosh, obliterating the beast into absolute dust. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window pops up in the void, declaring that the system load is officially complete and user connection has been verified. Host note, that smooth transition from chaotic demon fight to a crisp sci-fi system interface is top-tier game design. A decorative lore frame appears on screen, starting the emotional prologue cutscene about a young girl running outside, mistaking the commotion for father's return. Crimson blood violently splatters across the pristine white dress of the young girl as an unseen horror strikes. The narrator's voice grows somber as the girl lies motionless on the grass, her birthday dress stained red beside a pitch-black demonic blade that absorbs all light. Watching the horrific scene unfold from the doorway, her terrified little brother gasps in shock as another family member rushes out to investigate. The narrative reveals that the next victim to fall was the boy's older brother, the chief knight of the household. Manhwa makers really love starting dark fantasy backstories with the absolute worst tragedy possible, don't they? Armed with a spiked mace, the older brother roars out in fury, desperately trying to protect the young boy from the invading shadow monster. The boy catches a brief glimpse of tears in his brother's eyes, a heartbreaking detail amidst the brutal chaos. But those tears are instantly swallowed by a wave of crimson blood as the monstrous attacker slashes the chief knight down without mercy. Screaming out for her young son to run for his life, panicked, the mother steps forward into the shadow, wielding whatever weapon she could grab in her trembling hands. Crying tears of helpless agony, the young boy screams that he is a trained knight too, desperately begging to stay and fight beside his family. Through the burning doorway, the parents command him to survive and flee at all costs, while they make their final stand against the shadow entity. Just as the boy turns to run, his father arrives on the scene, only to be brutally struck down by the demon's unrelenting dark energy. Note, talk about an emotional damage combo. The poor kid had to witness his entire family wiped out in under 2 minutes. Memories of the massacre become a complete blur as the traumatized boy grips a discarded sword with blood-soaked hands. The entire world turns a terrifying shade of blood red, reflecting the sheer horror and chaos overwhelming the child's mind. Bathing the dark forest in gentle light, a single beam of moonlight illuminates the young boy as he collapses onto the grass, gasping for air, breathless. A dark, cursed crimson seal burns violently into the boy's flesh, marking him with an unholy demonic brand. Tripping over tree roots in the pitch-black woods, the boy cries out in pain as he tries to keep running from his pursuers. Lying helpless on the dirt path, he hears slow, menacing footsteps approaching him from behind. A shadowy figure with a sinister, glowing white grin looms right over the child, radiating pure malevolence. That creepy smiling shadow is straight out of a nightmare. The artist nailed the eerie psychological horror vibes here. Cowering on the ground, the boy desperately begs the shadow monster to stop as a corrupt, dark red hand reaches out to grab him. The shadow entity clutches the terrified boy's face sinisterly, mischievously, whispering that he will make a wonderful vessel for its evil, dark power. Deep within the child's soul, a desperate prayer echoes out, wishing for a powerful soul capable of conquering this demonic corruption without crumbling before evil. A divine holy knight in shining armor appears in the vision, raising a brilliant glowing sword into the heavens to vanquish the looming shadow demon. Our protagonist snaps open his eye with a sharp gasp, waking up instantly from the intense lore cutscene. Sitting up abruptly, he breathes heavily, panting as his eyes adjust to the bright morning light streaming into the room. A burly merchant driver calls out asking if he's getting off, while a system notification flashes on screen confirming their arrival at the Tatara trading post. Host note, we finally made it to the new zone, guys! Tatara trading post is officially unlocked. Staring blankly for a split second, curious, our Dark Knight takes a moment to process the fact that he just experienced an entire epic backstory sequence during his sleep. Suddenly popping out of the covered wagon, our hero startles the poor wagon driver so badly the man jumps back in surprise. Stepping down from the carriage with effortless coolness, our hero lets his dark coat sway dramatically in the morning breeze. Muttering under his breath with an annoyed scowl, the merchant driver complains about what a creepy, unpredictable guy our hero is. Walking through the busy marketplace with a stern, icy glare, our hero looks every bit the terrifying, solitary Dark Knight. But internally, his gamer brain is literally squealing with joy, excited, gushing over how ridiculously amazing and immersive the game's opening cinematic was. Host note, man is acting super cold on the outside, but inside, he's acting like a hyperactive fanboy giving the game a 5-star review. He internally marvels that watching the opening backstory video made him feel like it was his own actual tragic past, praising the developer's narrative talent. Gushing with sparkles around his head, he internally chuckles about how realistic the tutorial NPCs felt, completely thrilled for the next campaign chapter. Fresh off his internal fanboy moment, our guy tries hard to contain his pure joy while strolling through the bustling town square. He internally thinks that if this game stays this good, holding on to his brooding anti-hero persona is going to be nearly impossible. Host note, man is out here fighting for his life just not to do a happy victory dance in front of random NPCs. Stepping further into the crowded plaza, he takes in the vibrant scenery of Tatara Trading Post, the primary tutorial hub of Legend of Heroes. He notes how every single detail feels breathtakingly alive for a newly launched title. A sleek lore screen flashes in his mind, explaining that 15 years ago, the original Legend of Heroes was a legendary masterpiece that prematurely shut down after just 5 years. But now, this newly released VR remake is finally bringing that world back to life with state-of-the-art virtual reality. Gazing up into the bright blue sky, he inhales a breath of crisp mountain air, reveling in the unreal immersion of the game world. Because for a hardcore roleplay maniac like him, a game like this is literally the ultimate playground. Striking a ridiculously edgy pose while covering his eye patch with his armored gauntlet, he smirks and mutters out loud that his eyes burn with dark power. Host note, look at him go! Man bought a $1,000 VR rig just to hit the most chunibyo pose in broad daylight. Catching himself right after adding dramatic sparkling stars to his inner dialogue, he quickly tries to justify it to himself, insisting that he's just a casual role player enjoying the game, definitely not a cringe middle school chunibyo. To prove his point, he remembers the custom character concept sketch he personally drew on his tablet before logging in. serious, eager to explain the tragic lore behind his avatar. Opening his character screen, he reviews his chosen class, the Demon Knight Ira. According to the backstory he crafted, after the demon that slaughtered his family possessed his left arm, he abandoned the noble knightly path to wield dark demonic magic for revenge. Lore artwork depicts a towering horned beast looking right behind him, constant reminders that the monster in his arm could consume his mind at any given moment. And if that demonic corruption ever overtakes his soul, everyone around him will meet the exact same gory fate as his family, striking down innocent people with his own blood-stained hands, forced to become the very evil he swore to destroy. To protect others from his cursed fate, he keeps everyone at arm's length, hiding his fragile, lonely heart behind an icy, aggressive exterior. I swear, every single custom character backstory in MMORPGs is always a competition for who can write the most depressing tragedy. Returning to reality with a triumphant grin, he proudly celebrates the masterpiece of edgy writing he created for his persona. Striking a dramatic low-angle crouch right in the middle of the street, he admires his fluttering dark coat and clanking armored gauntlet, shouting internally that spending hundreds of extra dollars on custom cosmetics was worth every single penny. Adjusting his high collar with a stern flick, he snaps out of his fanboy trance, telling himself it's time to lock in and play his role properly. But looking around the empty plaza, a giant question mark pops into his head as he realizes he has absolutely no clue where to go next. Staring up into the blank sky, wonders why no tutorial quest marker or minimap interfaces popped up yet. Confused chibi thoughts fill his mind as a bird flies past, making him question if he's supposed to just stand around waiting for a quest giver NPC to approach him. Right on cue, a timid young boy in suspenders approaches him from behind, nervously asking if he's the adventurer known as the Demon Knight. Protag internally celebrates that the quest trigger finally activated. Host note, talk about perfect timing. The game literally heard him complaining and sent a delivery boy. Towering over the small child, our hero stands motionless, waiting for the system to display dialogue selection boxes. Panicking internally when no dialogue choices appear on screen, he realizes he has to speak organically. Sweating behind his stoic mask, he stiffly confirms that he is indeed the Demon Knight. Clinging to his edgy roleplay persona for dear life, he narrows his eye with a brooding glare and commands the boy to lead the way. Flinching violently in absolute terror, the poor kid cowers panicked under our hero's intimidating dark aura. Hurrying ahead while walking on eggshells, the young boy nervously asks him to follow along to the Adventurers Guild. Watching the kid tremble, our hero internally feels a bit guilty, wishing he could tell the little guy not to worry because he doesn't bite. As they walk through the vibrant market streets, our protagonist eavesdrops on nearby NPC shopkeepers discussing trade profits, refugees, and demon sightings. He marvels at how every single citizen responds dynamically in real time, instead of blurting out repetitive pre-programmed dialogue. He reflects on how rapidly artificial intelligence and full-dive VR tech have evolved, turning virtual worlds into living, breathing societies. Man, imagine having a VR pod like that in your bedroom. Gaming addiction rates would literally spike by 10,000%. Arriving at a massive wooden building, the boy pushes open the heavy entrance doors, announcing that they have finally made it. Stepping inside behind him, our hero's sharp gaze scans the interior. System text confirms their location as the Tatara Trading Post Adventurers Guild. The noisy guild hall hums with the chatter of seasoned mercenaries as the young boy shouts out to the clerk that he brought the adventurer. Looking around at the polished wooden floorboards, our protagonist internally loses his mind with excitement, wondering if the developers literally kidnapped aliens to achieve this unbelievable graphic and sensory quality. Footnote notes that Pearlies is the fan nickname for developer Deep Sea Pearl. Turning around with a stack of papers, a friendly female clerk greets them warmly as they enter. Smiling brightly, she introduces herself as Isrin, the official guild clerk of the Tatara Adventurers Guild. Examining his unique eye patch and white hair, Isrin easily identifies him as the Demon Knight and politely asks to see his adventurer's token for verification. Summoning his inventory system, a floating glass menu panel pops right in front of his face. The reverse text instructs him to reach into his bag and focus on the item to equip it. Annoyed by the awkward interface layout, he complains internally that putting the floating screen right over his center view blocks his vision, especially since he's role-playing with an eye patch on. Swiping his gloved hand through the interface screen, he chuckles internally that even a god-tier game developer can make human UI design flaws. Handing over the metallic adventurer token badge, he waits as Isrin confirms his official registration status. Turning to guide him toward the back rooms, Isrin explains that the client is facing an extremely urgent crisis and asks if they can proceed with the job briefing immediately. Our hero stoically tells her to lead the way. Host note, man literally only has one default line prepared whenever an NPC asks him to follow him. Walking down the hallway, his heart beats rapidly, excited as he prepares for the grand tutorial quest. Even though he already cleared this mission back in the original desktop version, experiencing it in first-person VR makes his palms sweat. Entering the private office, a stern, bald old man with round glasses and a long gray beard glares at him with utter disgust, muttering that he looks even more wretched than the rumors described. Stepping forward aggressively, the guildmaster insults our hero's sinister face, asking if accepting an unknown quest is sheer bravado or a pathetic death wish. As Isrin tries frantically to calm the old man down, our hero is shocked by the NPC's foul temper. But shifting into keyboard warrior mode, our guy chuckles internally, realizing that since this old man is just an AI NPC, he can trash talk him back without feeling a single shred of real-life guilt. He quickly reminds himself that while low affinity can cause NPCs to withhold quests in normal gameplay, this is the forced tutorial quest, so the old man has to give it to him no matter what. Host note, classic gamer logic right there. He's an NPC, so I can be as toxic as I want without consequences. Banging his fist on the desk, the guildmaster roars in fury, shouting, asking if he's deaf for staying silent. Isrin desperately waves her arms in panic, begging her boss to mind his tongue. Smirking behind his high collar, our Dark Knight mentally selects the most arrogant, badass comeback line in his Chunibyo repertoire. Glowing with a terrifying crimson glint under his hair, he looks down on the old man with pure malice and coldly sneers that his tongue lacks basic manners. The entire room drops into dead silence as the guildmaster, Isrin, and the guard freeze in absolute horror, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Scratching the back of his head in chibi confusion, our protagonist is completely baffled by their apocalyptic reaction, wondering why on earth a basic tutorial NPC is taking a simple comeback line this seriously. Host note, bro just triggered a level 99 hostility flag in the first 5 minutes of the tutorial. Talk about task failed successfully. What if you got transported inside a dark fantasy RPG where every single NPC possessed hyper-realistic emotions and held grudges like real humans? Looking back at the three mysterious figures staring at him with glowing purple eyes, our protagonist suddenly realizes something terrifying about these town residents. Wait a minute. Why on earth is a basic tutorial NPC acting completely shocked right now? Standing right inside the guild hall, our edgy demon knight faces off against an old man leaning on a cane, flanked by two wide-eyed assistants who look totally bewildered by his intense presence. The guild elder clears his throat and snaps that if the knight thinks he can talk big, he needs to hear the full mission details first, while our main guy stands there scratching his head, wondering why a standard system quest prompt hasn't popped up on screen yet. The female clerk bursts out laughing at his complete cluelessness, asking if he seriously volunteered for a life-or-death mission without knowing a single detail, prompting our hero to shrug off her reaction, since in his mind, when a main quest gives you an order, you just follow it. Internalizing his extreme roleplay mania, he secretly loves how absurdly lifelike these non-player characters react to his dramatic persona, completely convinced that dramatic acting is top-tier entertainment content. Turning on his ultra-edgy Dark Lord voice, he glares at the trembling female clerk and coldly asks if she's implying that some mere local monsters could ever pose a threat to an absolute power like him? His eye glows with intense bloodlust as he leans in close, sneering if she thinks he's afraid of mere insects, causing the poor girl to swallow hard under his suffocating pressure. Host note, seriously guys, this dude is giving maximum cringe roleplay energy, but the NPCs are taking him 100% seriously. The young assistant quickly jumps in, waving his hands to diffuse the rising tension, begging everyone to calm down so they can officially begin the quest briefing. While the old guildmaster lets out a weary sigh and accepts his help. The young man begins detailing the catastrophe, explaining that several maintenance workers were dispatched into the city sewers to repair a massive infrastructure issue. but not a single one ever returned alive. He reveals that a scout team discovered an entire demon nest breeding deep within the dark underground catacombs, packed wall to wall with hordes of ugly, razor-toothed goblins snickering maliciously in the shadows. Visually painting a grim picture of dead workers lying face down in blood-soaked sewage, the assistant solemnly requests that the knight purge the entire subterranean nest and recover any remaining bodies or personal belongings left behind. The guild elder adds with a bitter scowl that every single demon hunter previously sent into the depths was brutally slaughtered, and that the Holy Temple has taken way too long to send high-level reinforcements. Talk about classic RPG quest design. Basically, go clean the filthy sewers because everyone else died. Staring down the protagonist with a doubtful scowl, the old elder openly questions whether a scrawny guy like him can even swing a sword, causing his female clerk to yell out in sheer panic over his rude insult. Ignoring the old man's doubts while wondering internally why the system quest window still hasn't appeared, the knight smirks arrogantly and snaps back that he shouldn't be compared to pathetic weaklings, since this is just a routine sewer cleanup for him. The elder gasps in disbelief at such extreme arrogance, leaning back as his young assistant tries to hold him steady before he blows a fuse. Sweating bullets beneath his stoic mask, our guy internally admits that while he's putting on a huge show for roleplay purposes, their realistic reactions are making him feel ridiculously guilty. But he quickly shakes off the awkwardness, rationalizing that having hyper-realistic NPCs is a million times better than toxic online players ruining his gaming vibe. In fact, we see a flashback of his previous online chat where other toxic players were making fun of his super edgy lines, calling him a total weirdo for taking his character roleplay so seriously. Man, getting roasted in chat is the ultimate villain backstory. Pulling himself back to reality, he confirms his acceptance as the female clerk nervously adjusts her documents and asks if he's officially taking the contract. She immediately gets to work, quill scratching against paper, drawing up the official terms to exterminate all subterranean monsters and retrieve 13 lost relics. Crossing his arms in his sleek armored coat, the knight double-checks the total headcount of missing workers, and the young assistant confirms that exactly 13 men vanished down below. The clerk sets a strict 1-month deadline, offering a 2-day grace period for travel, leaving our protagonist sweating heavily as he realizes there's still no holographic quest box popping up on screen. She brightens up and announces the payout is a whopping 400,000 gal, though after a 5% guild brokerage fee, he'll be receiving 380,000 gal. His eyes bulge in shock at the reward, but his gamer brain instantly short-circuits over the guild taking a cut. Even though he knows it's just standard game mechanics, grabbing the quill to sign the paper leaves him with an excruciatingly painful feeling of being totally scammed out of his hard-earned cash. Beaming with joy after the contract is finalized, the enthusiastic clerk tells him to come find her directly at the guild hall as soon as he returns triumphant. As the old elder signs his signature onto the parchment, a bright flash illuminates the room as the system interface finally triggers. Floating right before his eyes is the official quest log titled The Things Defiling the Sewers, requiring him to eliminate all demons and find 13 relics, leaving him dumbfounded that he literally had to sign a physical paper contract just to start a quest. Host. Wow. These game developers really took immersive world building to a completely insane extreme. Shifting into a super cute smug face with a toothpick hanging out his mouth, he grins cheekily and admits that, despite the hassle, he actually loves this level of realism. The young assistant politely offers to guide him to a local inn booked under the guild's name so he can rest up before heading into the underworld. Handing over a weathered piece of parchment marked with red skull icons, the assistant gives him a detailed layout of the subterranean tunnels, which our hero hilariously dubs a primitive analog minimap. Looking him dead in the eye with a serious expression, the young man bows slightly and places the entire fate of the city's sewers into his hands. Observing the NPC's deep, emotional gaze filled with genuine worry for a stranger, our hero realizes this world treats every life with absolute gravity. Stomping his boots onto the cold stone floor, he declares with total dramatic flair that since he accepted the contract reward, failure is strictly off the table. Stepping through the massive spiked iron portcullis of the city outer gate, determined, the demon knight walks forward under the bright sunlight towards the sewer entrance. The gate guard wishes him luck while complaining about how much trouble those sewer monsters have caused, and our hero nonchalantly waves his hand back, telling him not to sweat it. Gotta love how he acts like he's going for a casual walk in the park while heading into a bloodthirsty demon nest. Opening his inventory display, he inspects his main weapon, titled True Two-Hander of Destruction, a massive greatsword designed to obliterate indestructible enemies with brute force. Entering the dark tunnel, he encounters a giant sewer rat and instantly brings down the massive sword, bisecting the creature in half as blood sprays everywhere. Standing in total silence over the gory rodent corpse with his giant sword planted into the stone floor, he stares blankly at the scene. Suddenly, a system warning pops up, showing his weapon durability dropped from 100 to 99. He freaks out internally, wondering why a single light tap against the stone wall caused his legendary sword to lose durability. Realizing that swinging a massive heavy weapon inside cramped, narrow sewer tunnels will destroy his expensive sword in no time, he unclasps the great sword from his back and reaches for a smaller sidearm. Drawing a sleek silver blade from his hip, the item window identifies it as a standard longsword, boasting perfect balance and exceptional versatility for tight spaces. Switching into a cute chibi pose, he cheers that he's officially fully geared and ready to hunt down some demons. Resheathing his greatsword and holding his longsword with a grim look on his face, he radiates an aura of pure badassery as he prepares to venture deeper into the pitch-black abyss. His dark silhouette vanishes down the archway as his heavy footsteps echo through the wet stone corridor. Watching him leave from the safety of the iron gate, the guild clerk sighs in relief, murmuring that the knight's terrifying aura is unlike anything he's ever witnessed in a demon hunter before. Host note, the artist did an incredible job making our protagonist look like an absolute final boss here. Deep within the damp catacombs, the dark tunnel opens up into a vast underground chamber filled with eerie green mist. Gritting his teeth with a ferocious snarl, the knight draws his sword as his red eye flashes with lethal intent, ready to slaughter the incoming horde. Unleashing a tempest of brilliant green energy slashes, he shreds through multiple goblins at once, sending green blood and severed limbs flying through the air. With a massive burst of aura, his relentless sword strikes decimate dozens of demons in a single split second, turning the entire sewer hallway into an absolute massacre. Bright emerald slashes rip through the foggy air, instantly bisecting multiple goblins as dark crimson blood sprays across the catacombs. Glaring down with a glowing red eye, the knight coldly sneers that he's sending every last one of these ugly beasts back to the depths of hell where they belong. With a sharp sound, another severed goblin head hits the stone floor, rolling through a puddle of dark blood. Stepping nonchalantly past the fresh corpse, our hero casually shakes off his blade and mutters out loud how utterly boring this entire fight was. Host note, bro really dropped a main character anime line after slaughtering a bunch of tutorial mobs. Suddenly, a translucent system log pops up, confirming he cleared 71 goblins, found all 13 relics, and even completed the optional child rescue objective. Standing stoically amidst the body-strewn hall, he turns his head around, huffs, preparing to celebrate his victorious quest completion. But his cool Dark Lord facade instantly shatters as he grabs his hair in sheer agony, crying out inside that he wiped an entire dungeon without getting a single monster item drop. Switching into a hilariously dramatic chibi meltdown, he rationalizes that the quest reward paid so much gold only because the developers balanced it with 0 loot drops. Host note, every gamer knows that soul-crushing pain of grinding 50 mobs and getting absolutely 0 drops. Stomping his boots past the messy remains, disgusted, he mutters internally about how tempted he is to manually loot the goblin corpses himself. But he abruptly freezes upon noticing a young boy tied upside down in thick green vines dangling right above the sewer water. With a rapid flash of green light, he slices through the tangled roots, sending the young boy tumbling down towards the stone pavement. Snatching the child out of midair by his ankles, he hangs the poor kid upside down while holding his drawn sword, leaving the terrified boy stammering out a faint thank you. The system window updates, officially marking the optional child rescue quest complete, while our hero stares thoughtfully at the kid's face. Host note, wait, is it just me, or does holding a rescued child upside down by his feet feel like a total OSHA violation? Staring into the distance, he recalls his character's dark backstory, remembering how the original demon that murdered his character's younger sibling is currently sealed inside his own body. A tragic image of a young girl disappearing into light flashes through his mind, and he notes how insane it is that his character maintained a polite personality despite such a traumatic past. Reaching out a gauntleted hand, he reflects on how satisfying it feels to actually save this boy, unlike the tragic sibling from his character's lore. Adjusting his eye patch, he convinces himself that as a noble knight, it's totally natural to show a gentler side around young children. But as he grips his demonic gauntlet with dark aura swirling around his arm, he admits that head pats are out of the question when your hand is literally possessed by a demon. Looking up with wide, innocent eyes, the dirty little boy quietly asks if he's a real knight. Our hero curtly answers yes while striding forward, admitting internally that setting aside his edgy roleplay persona, these NPCs feel disturbingly like real people. Host note, look at how smoothly he switches from Dark Lord roleplayer to Protective Big Brother mode. Their boots splash gently through the shallow wet stone pathway as he calmly asks why a young child was wandering around down here alone, and the boy timidly reveals his mother went to clean the sewers and never returned. Looking at the reflections rippling in the murky water, the boy softly apologizes, confessing he only ventured down into the dangerous catacombs because he wanted to find her. Internally, our protagonist's heart completely melts, screaming that all kids deserve happiness. But outwardly, he keeps up his stoic tone, telling the boy he should have trusted the adults and stayed safe. The poor kid bows his head in shame, crying, stammering out another tearful apology. Upper panel depicts our hero internally weeping and squeezing the boy in a massive bear hug, while in reality, he maintains his icy posture and tells the child not to apologize to him. Deep in the catacombs lies a dark pile of human remains, tools, and a worn leather satchel, marking the tragic fate of the missing sewer workers. Man, this webtoon really knows how to hit you with a sudden freight train of dark realism. Recalling how the boy broke down, sobbing uncontrollably upon recognizing his mother's belongings, our hero admits he didn't have the heart to stop him or leave him behind. Carrying the exhausted, unconscious child tucked under his arm like a sack of groceries, he steadily marches back up toward the surface light. Glancing down at the sleeping child, he marvels at the incredible VR motion capture and voice acting, admitting it's becoming almost impossible to treat these NPCs like simple lines of code. Walking down the long, torchlit corridor, he lets out a quiet breath, sighs, relieved that at the end of the day, all this suffering is just inside a virtual game. A floating system prompt warns that demonized zones must be purified using holy power, or the demon hordes will eventually respawn. And the warning screen emphasizes that failure to purify the land will allow dark forces to continuously rise again. Staring into the dim light, our protagonist's future self reflects back with deep regret, wishing he had paid much closer attention to that system warning at the time. Host note, hold on, is that a major foreshadowing flag being planted right here? Suddenly, a flashback memory cuts in as a panicked guild member bursts through the double doors screaming about a frantic distress call. The entire guild room transforms into a sea of shocked faces as the messenger bursts in with news that a merchant guild signal flare was just spotted flashing nearby. Our hero's eye narrows into a sharp, deadly glare as the rising threat sinks in. Visions of horror flash across the screen, blood-splattered grounds and slaughtered bodies strewn across a dark crimson forest. A wounded merchant lies motionless on the ground, his face pale and stained in crimson blood. Tucked behind a wooden wall, another young survivor cowers in terror while sinister goblin giggles echo through the shadows around him. Clamping his hands tightly over his mouth, the terrified boy trembles in absolute silence as footsteps creep closer in the dark. Host note, trembling. The environmental tension in these horror flashback panels is giving me absolute chills. Cutting back to the bright city streets, the rescued boy walks beside our hero, quietly asking if his mother is happy up in heaven by God's side now. Looking ahead with a stoic profile, our protagonist muses internally that the only gods in this world are the game developers, but reassures the boy anyway. Trailing behind the child, Chibi Knight furiously wipes away his own tears with his silver gauntlet, crying inside about how utterly depressing this game's storyline is. Returning to the guild hall, the female clerk opens the door with a bright smile, surprised to see the knight back so quickly with a child in a huge sack. Her jaw drops in sheer disbelief as she stares at the young boy standing beside the intimidating dark knight. Gesturing down at the child, the knight coldly explains that the boy is a worker's child who snuck into the sewers to look for his parents, telling her to ask him for the details. Shoving a massive, heavy burlap bag directly into her hands, he tells her to take this off his hands as well. Hugging the heavy sack against her chest as she stumbles under the weight, the clerk stammers out a question, and he nonchalantly reveals those are all the recovered items belonging to the deceased workers. Host note, he literally dumped a 40-pound bag of corpse loot onto the poor receptionist like it was no big deal. Clutching the heavy sack with trembled hands, her eyes widen in shock as she asks if these items actually belong to all 13 missing workers. Chewing on his toothpick with a smooth smirk, the knight sarcastically snaps back, asking what else they could possibly be, prompting the flustered clerk to sweat profusely and promise to immediately verify everything with the clients. Unzipping the heavy burlap bag, the receptionist peers inside to find a glittering pile of bronze adventurer tags belonging to the fallen workers. Her eyes widen in overwhelming emotional shock as the grim reality of what he accomplished hits her all at once. Clutching the heavy bag firmly against her chest, she bows her head deeply, offering her most heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the entire guild. On the inside, our hero grumbles in his chibi form that she better be grateful considering he had to manually search every dark corner of those sewage tunnels without a single quest objective marker. But hearing her voice tremble with genuine emotion, his petty annoyance instantly evaporates, leaving him marveling at how insanely realistic this VR immersion feels. Host note, man went from complaining about game mechanics to getting totally swept up in the roleplay within 5 seconds flat. Tilting her head with a puzzled look, the clerk softly asks if that concludes his hunting trip for the day. Noticing his quiet silence, she timidly asks if he intends to trek right back down into the murky catacombs, gently suggesting that he take a moment to rest first. Internally, our protagonist panics, recalling how he drained his entire savings account just to afford the full dive gaming capsule that lets players stay logged in for over 24 hours straight without eating. Overthinking her dialogue options, he wonders if she's dropping a hint about a massive follow-up quest, so he coldly snaps out that he doesn't understand her point or why he'd ever return to the sewers. Glaring silently through his eye patch, he worries internally if NPC dialogue is punishing him for leaving the dungeon early just to avoid taking environmental suffocation damage. Flustered by his intimidating glare, the poor clerk stammers out a confused response about purification. Swallowing hard, she leans forward with trembling eyes, asking if he truly slaughtered every single demon lurking down below. Our hero coldly shoots back that his return is proof enough, while in the background, the sweet clerk's sweat drops, naively thinking he only came back to return the missing boy. Host note, the miscommunication between this edgy Chunibyo player and normal NPCs is pure comedic gold. Wondering internally why she's making such a big deal out of a standard clear time, he leans in with a terrifying shadow over his face, harshly asking if she dares to doubt his demonic power. Completely terrified by his menacing Dark Lord persona, the clerk violently shakes her head back and forth, begging him to forgive her insolence. Regaining her composure, she gently takes custody of the young child, asking the knight to wait patiently while she fetches the wealthy client to finalize the reward. Left standing alone in the hallway, our protagonist decides to take a quick look at his newly updated character skill tree. A glowing translucent system window pops up on screen, prompting him to speak with the client to finalize the quest titled The Things Defiling the Sewers. Moments later, a massive leather pouch filled with 400,000 gold coins is placed onto the table. Staring at the massive pile of gold, he reflects on how brutal modern game design is, forcing players to complete actual quests for currency instead of farming endless monster drops like the classic MMORPGs from 15 years ago. Host note, the nostalgic gaming days when you could get rich just grinding slime drops for 6 hours straight. The wealthy client steps forward, offering to cover all transaction fees while promising a high market rate for any demonic materials gathered from the dungeon. Checking his passive skill menu, our hero notices the butchery skill that allows players to harvest monster carcasses, though he rationalizes that he still would have prioritized raw combat skills anyway. Smirking behind his toothpick, he maintains his edgy roleplay facade, muttering internally that scraping pocket change off filthy monster corpses is completely beneath the true Dark Knight. A hilarious breakdown screen highlights his completely chaotic skill tree, proving that a true roleplay fanatic selects skills based purely on maximum Dark Lord edginess. Gazing at fiery skill icons like Hellfire, Sanctification, and Bladed Judgment, he reminds himself that in a single-player RPG, he can build his ultimate character without worrying about useless team roles. Grasping the heavy sack of gold, he asks the client if there's any remaining business left to settle. Turning his back with a dramatic swirl of his long trench coat, he coldly declares his departure right as the Golden Quest completion banner flashes across his vision. But his edgy exit is abruptly ruined as a sudden loud commotion emotion startles his chibi self out of his cool persona. A panicked guild messenger bursts into the room screaming about an emergency, prompting the hot-headed guildmaster to yell back at him for running in like a wild horse. Watching the hilarious shouting match unfold, our hero muses internally that the guildmaster feels like a cranky old neighbor, praising the developers for top-tier NPC design. Host note, every guildmaster in fantasy games is contractually obligated to be an angry old man with zero chill. Leaning forward with wide eyes, the messenger frantically announces that a red signal flare was just spotted flashing in the sky nearby. The entire room freezes in suspense as he confirms that a Merchant Guild transport unit is currently under heavy attack. Explaining that the Holy City guards are moving far too slowly, the messenger begs for help, while our protagonist calmly notes how smoothly the game links into its next quest storyline. Slamming his fist onto the table, the angry guildmaster curses out the useless city guards for taking tax money while doing nothing, ordering his men to dispatch immediate support. Abruptly turning around, the old man points a finger directly at our protagonist, ordering the Dark Knight to join the rescue squad right this instant. Lowering his head with a deadly glare, our hero stays strictly in character, low, tense whisper coldly warning the guildmaster never to order him around. Unfazed by his dark posture, the old man shouts right back that this is about guild honor, promising a massive financial bonus if he goes and helps. Satisfied with the extra reward, the knight nonchalantly agrees, telling the messenger to lead the way while the clerk promises to prepare the formal contract for his return. A high-priority quest screen pops up titled People in Danger, giving him choices to meet mercenaries or head straight into the fiery battlefield. As the messenger suggests rendezvous with the mercenary group, the knight cuts him off, demanding to be taken directly to the front line where the action is happening. Glaring at the system objectives, he realizes this is actually a timed emergency quest, where taking extra time to meet up will result in all the merchant NPCs getting slaughtered. Shouting from behind, the guildmaster backs him up, telling the messenger that this monster slayer cleared an entire dungeon alone and can easily handle the threat. Host note, when even the cranky guildmaster becomes your biggest hype man, you know you've peaked as a main character. Grabbing the reins of a high-tier mount, the hero prepares to ride out, inner monologue boasting about his godlike skills from playing horse-riding simulators for years. Thrusting his arm into the air in a victory pose, his chibi spirit cheers that those helpless merchants better hold on until he arrives to claim all their juicy experience points. Hooves thunder across the scorched earth as a fiery cloud of dust and embers erupts along the dark forest path. Riding full speed through the burning battlefield with an icy glare, the knight mutters his signature line, dedicating his blade to total victory. With a blinding flash of ruby-red energy, swoosh, his demonic blade draws a sharp arc straight through the smoke-filled air. The warhorse leaps high into the air, trampling straight over a swarm of terrified goblins, while dark crimson blood splatters across the dirt. Standing high in his stirrups with his glowing sword raised toward the burning sky, our Dark Lord lets out an epic war cry. Surrounded by burning wagons and ferocious goblin hordes, the last surviving merchant guard looks up in utter awe, crying out in relief for the solitary Dark Knight to save their lives. Just as a fiery goblin lunges at a cornered merchant guard, the terrified man screams out in desperation. Right before the creature's claws sink in, a blinding sword slash cleaves straight through the night air. Vaulting off his warhorse in midair, our Dark Knight descends upon the battleground like a shadowy Grim Reaper. Hitting the scorched earth with full momentum, he charges directly toward the blazing wreckage where the remaining merchants are trapped. Thrusting his blade through a monster's skull with ruthless precision, grunt! He stands towering over the trembling merchant, coldly declaring that their rescue is officially underway. Glaring through the thick smoke, he mutters that he will slaughter every single pest before the merchant's blood runs dry, leaving the helpless guard gasping in utter shock about whether this warrior intends to wipe out the whole horde alone. Sweeping his long dark trench coat around, the edgy knight unsheaths his second blade, coldly dismissing the guard's panic as unworthy of an answer. Host note, the Chuny beelines hit so hard when you're literally two-shotting level 5 goblins. Beneath his dark bangs and eye patch, a single glowing ruby eye ignites with lethal intent. Letting out a terrifying battle roar, he releases a swirling arc of crimson demonic aura straight into the front line. Crimson slash lines cut across the battlefield, dicing through wave after wave of screaming goblins in a single split second. With a brutal vertical strike, a high-tier demon spawn is cleaved cleanly down the middle as dark crimson blood erupts across the grass. Watching the carnage unfold from the dirt, the two surviving merchant guards clutch each other in absolute horror, trembling at the sheer violence of their savior. Imagine praying for a hero and getting a literal Dark Lord who slaughters everything in sight. Standing over the pile of corpses, the knight turns around with a sinister, shadowy smirk cast over his face. Wiping sweat off their bloody faces, the merchants stare in pure terror, stammering out who or what this terrifying man could possibly be. A dark spectral mist swirls around his trench coat as the merchants wonder if the man standing before them is actually a monster in human disguise. Miles away, a beautiful red-haired paladin clad in pristine white plate armor suddenly stops in her tracks, sensing a massive spike in corrupt power. Turning toward her companion, she urgently declares that they must ride for the Tatara trading post at first light, causing the blonde archmage beside her to ask in confusion what prompted such sudden haste. With sharp emerald eyes glaring at the crimson horizon, the paladin reveals that she senses an immensely powerful demonic entity awakening nearby. Host note: oh boy, the main story paladin faction is already tracking our main character's Dark Lord vibes. Back at the camp, our hero flickers his blade clean as a translucent quest objective window confirms the slaughter while tracking 32 surviving merchants. Internally complaining that VR game realism went way too far by putting raw goblin blood in his mouth, his thoughts are cut short as a merchant suddenly screams in terror about demonic corruption. A warning window flashes screen wide, explaining that attacks from demons inflict demonic corruption, causing a nearby guard to collapse onto the grass, foaming at the mouth. Realizing that max corruption turns human NPCs into mindless demons, the surviving crew panics frantically, begging to know if any cure exists beyond temporary sedatives. Glancing at the convulsing merchant, our hero idly recalls that the game included a secondary corruption meter mechanic. A handy system diagram illustrates how taking dark elemental damage continuously fills a player's corruption gauge from 0 to 100%. But in his chibi mind, he remembers that his demon knight class is totally immune to dark corruption because his right arm is already a cute dark demon entity anyway. Host note: when your class build is already 50% demon, poison meters are basically free real estate. Realizing that his quest reward bonus directly scales with the number of living survivors, he opens his inventory menu to check his starting supplies. Tossing a glowing green elixir bottle across the air, he coldly instructs the flustered merchant to take it immediately. A system tooltip reveals it to be a high-grade demonic energy antidote capable of purifying corruption, prompting the stunned merchant to bow profusely in gratitude. Throwing a whole stack of bandages, sedatives, and antidotes into the air, the hero orders the bewildered crew to distribute them right away. As the panicked merchant shouts for everyone to gather the wounded, our Dark Lord smirks internally, realizing why the game crammed so many starter consumable items into his inventory. Host note: classic gamer move, hoarding 50 health potions for 10 hours and then dumping them all on random NPCs for bonus quest EXP. Checking his floating system window, he notes that the survivor count has stabilized at 27 as distant horse hooves thunder through the trees. Torch-bearing city guard reinforcements burst through the brush, prompting the relieved merchants to cheer loudly that they're finally saved. A glowing gold completion banner flashes across his vision, signaling that the emergency defense objective is officially cleared. But his victory moment is instantly ruined as a follow-up objective window pops up titled People in Danger 2, demanding he retrieve 25 missing bodies. Standing motionless under the moonlight, with his massive sword resting on his back, our protagonist silently contemplates his life choices. Glaring sharply into the dark trees, he grumbles internally that picking up rotting corpses is completely terrible for his Dark Knight street cred. Retaining his stoic roleplay persona outward, he leans silently against a giant oak tree in the dim blue moonlight. Watching the merchant crew drag stretchers across the path, he notices that NPC labor actually counts toward his objective progress, deciding to just stand around and watch. Carrying a corpse on a wooden stretcher, two merchant workers whisper angrily among themselves about how smug the cross-armed knight looks after doing all the fighting. Smirking behind his dark bangs, our hero listens to their quiet complaints, completely unbothered by their annoyance. In his hilarious chibi inner world, he cheers that slacking off while NPCs do all the manual labor is the sweet life of a main character. Host note: man literally automated the fetch quest work by letting the AI handle body disposal. Listening closely to the background NPC conversations, he muses internally that their detailed chatter about Western border lore might be foreshadowing the next main story expansion. Nearby, two guards inspect the woods, expressing confusion over why several dead bodies are completely missing from the carnage site. Angrily venting his frustration, one merchant curses the castle lord for taking tax money without protecting trade routes, swearing to demand full financial compensation. Analyzing the missing corpse clue, our protagonist theorizes that a rogue warlock or demon cultist is stealing bodies for necromancy, predicting a follow-up boss quest ahead. The merchant leader shouts that everything is loaded up, causing the system window to instantly confirm 25 bodies retrieved and 30 items collected. Striding toward the transport carriage, the edgy knight coldly commands the crew to lead the way back to town. Later that night, inside a lavish manor hall, an elderly, white-bearded noble with spectacles glares down, offering a gruff compliment for the successful mission. Standing tall before the wealthy client, our dark knight maintains his stoic posture, waiting for his agreed payout. Turning around with a huff, the old noble scoffs at whether the knight thinks he's too poor to pay properly, abruptly stopping mid-step. Slamming his heavy wooden cane firmly against the carpeted floor, the wealthy client turns back around to make one final announcement. Leaning in with an intense scowl, the wealthy old noble grumps out that he wants to hire our dark knight for a second private commission. Maintaining his cold, shadowy persona, our protagonist bluntly tells him to speak up, while the guild assistant beside him stammers in total confusion. Turning around with an annoyed huff, the old noble barks that the mission target is obvious. He wants a dangerous demon threat exterminated immediately. The flustered guild attendant frantically pops up to explain that the Northwest Forest was already assigned to elite adventurers, but the client disdainfully snaps back that those slackers haven't reported a single piece of progress. Fuming with rage, the old noble shouts that trade routes are paralyzed, and he refuses to wait another second after witnessing our dark hero's unbelievable combat skills. Internally, our protagonist nods in approval, secretly loving the grumpy yet caring old NPC trope. Host note, bro is out here giving full 5-star character reviews to AI quest givers in his head. Sighing in defeat, the guild assistant reluctantly agrees to draft up the official contract right away. The old client grumbles that underperforming mercenaries deserve zero pay, while the clerk quietly reminds him that guild cancellation fees still apply regardless. Clearing his throat softly, the attendant turns toward our hero to confirm if he's officially accepting the mission. Escorting our protagonist toward the grand hall exit, the attendant offers to lead him to a local inn where they can discuss the financial payout. A glowing, translucent system banner flashes screen-wide, officially assigning him to travel straight into the Northwest Forest. Sitting inside the cushioned carriage, our dark hero suddenly senses an uncomfortable sensation taken over his lower body. Sweating profusely under his heavy dark armor, he realizes with utter horror that the game's hyper-realism went so far as to simulate his legs going completely numb. Internally screaming in pure rage, he curses the game developers for forcing a real-time 10-hour carriage ride without a single fast travel skip button. Host note, imagine playing an ultra-realistic VR game just to spend half your play session fighting pins and needles in your toes. Glancing at the young errand boy sitting across from him, our hero tries to cope with the painful boredom by appreciating how deeply awestruck the kid looks at his edgy aesthetic. Taking a deep breath, he tells himself to endure the grueling journey, reminding himself that clearing this quest will double his in-game net worth. Arriving at their destination, the attendant politely requests that the demon threat be eliminated as swiftly as humanly possible. Hearing the base reward set at a staggering 700,000 gil, our hero's jaw internally drops, though outward he coldly asks, "And?" scoffing to act completely unimpressed. Mistaking his dark, stoic posture for dissatisfaction, the flustered attendant frantically throws in an extra 200,000 gil bonus. Staring in disbelief, our hero realizes he accidentally raised the payout nearly 1,000,000 gil without even unlocking the haggle skill. While he internally ponders if this is an unscripted game mechanic, the heavy silence makes the attendant even more uncomfortable. Panicking under the Dark Knight's intimidating glare, the poor attendant screams that he'll toss in another 300,000 gil. Host note, bro literally mastered the art of silent extortion without saying a single extra word. Crying tears of pure joy inside his head, our hero proudly decides he's a natural-born negotiator before coldly ordering the carriage to be prepared. Sweeping his heavy coat around, he announces their immediate departure, catching the attendant completely off guard. Declaring dramatic Chunibyo dialogue, he scoffs that a true shadowy protector never rests while evil roams the earth. Dramatic lighting catches his glowing ruby eye, adding peak cinematic flair to his cool hero exit. The carriage rolls out of town under the bright morning sun, carrying our newly minted millionaire toward the Northwest Forest. While looking completely stoic outside, inside his mind, he's literally swimming in gold coins like Scrooge McDuck, planning his future real estate empire. Host note, from fighting level 5 goblins to becoming a medieval landlord in less than 24 hours. Looking up with wide, curious eyes, the young errand boy sitting beside him softly asks if he's an adventurer. Reflecting on his Dark Lord background lore, our protagonist flatly responds no, refusing to lower his prestigious Demon Knight title. Watching the poor kid shrink back, our protagonist internally panics that his edgy answer might have sounded way too harsh. Softening his cold tone, he quickly clarifies that he performs similar duties, asking if the boy has any burning questions. The boy's eyes light up as he asks if he's ever seen the vast sea, prompting our hero to melt internally at how adorable the child AI is programmed. Leaning back, our edgy knight delivers a surprisingly poetic description, telling the boy that the ocean matches the deep blue of his eyes and ripples like his curls. As the carriage arrives at a peaceful forest hamlet, the young boy gasps in absolute wonder at the Dark Knight's legendary poetic words. But as the sunset paints the sky crimson, our hero admits in hindsight that he had zero clue what terrifying encounter awaited him inside the woods. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a heavy steel mace slams straight against his blade, accompanied by a furious roar accusing him of betraying God. The red-haired paladin glares with lethal divine rage, swearing to execute the corrupt demon entity in the name of the holy light. Just moments earlier, our hero had been casually strolling through the thick red foliage of the Northwest Forest without a single care in the world. Confident in his high-level stats, he had felt completely invincible walking through the monster territory. Activating his passive enemy detection skill, a translucent radar scanner opened up to track local monster presence. Smirking arrogantly, he celebrated how easy quest grinding becomes when you have full radar hacks unlocked. But right as he smiled, a blood-red system warning flashed screen-wide, alerting him that an insanely hostile entity was already within 10 meters. Before he could even turn around, a blinding holy shockwave erupted as a white-armored holy warrior ambushed him directly from the canopy. Swinging her radiant morning star with world-shattering holy power, the paladin descended like an avenging angel of death. Realizing the sheer physical weight of the incoming attack, our protagonist's eyes widen in pure, genuine shock. Reacting on raw gamer instinct, he firmly grips his sword hilt to block the overhead strike. Sparks fly in every direction as holy divine power slams directly against dark demonic aura in a massive impact clash. Feeling his arms vibrate from the brute force, our hero internally screams that his starter sword's durability meter is taking massive structural damage. Host note, man is literally fighting for his life against a main story paladin boss, and his primary worry is his weapon durability bar. Gliding backward across the crimson leaves, the red-haired paladin maintains her intense battle stance, prompting our hero to coldly ask if she belongs to the Holy Order. With a sharp glare from her emerald eyes, the red-haired paladin coldly declares that she has arrived for one purpose only, to execute him where he stands. Standing completely bewildered, our Dark Knight squints under his messy fringe, a giant floating question mark virtually hovering above his head as he tries to process what he did wrong. Scoffing at her aggressive stance, he asks why a holy priest is ambushing him, pointing out that the Holy Order is supposed to show mercy rather than act like reckless thugs. But his reasonable logic only infuriates her further, causing her to scream with divine fury that a filthy demon has no right to speak of violence. As her rage echoes through the Crimson Forest, the phrase, "a mere demon," continuously loops inside his head, leaving him standing stoically with his massive blade held out. Host note, man is standing there looking like a peak final boss while internally having a complete existential crisis. Pointing a gloved finger at his own chest with total deadpan confusion, he inwardly asks if she's honestly calling him a demon. Sweating nervously under his eye patch, our hero analyzes her dialogue, recognizing her formal phrasing as typical priest-class jargon. But since no system quest pop-up triggered, he realizes this isn't a scripted boss event, making him genuinely wonder why on earth she mistook him for a monster. He checks his inventory mentally, confirming he isn't carrying any cursed relics. Then a tiny shadowy silhouette pops into his thoughts, reminding him of his lore-based demon-possessed arm. Realization suddenly strikes his face like a thunderbolt, causing him to widen his eyes as the dots finally connect. A sly smirk spreads across his face as he gazes at his dark steel gauntlet, realizing this misunderstanding is actually an incredible roleplay opportunity. Recalling his backstory lore, he remembers that his steel gauntlet was crafted out of sheer disgust for his own corrupted Arma constant, symbol of his internal struggle over whether he remains human. Gritting his teeth in pure Chunibyo bliss, he vows internally to use this moment for ultimate character building. Throwing himself fully into the role, he shouts out loud, commanding the holy fanatic never to call him a demon. Raising his crimson edge blade vertically in front of his face under the blood-red moon, he dramatically chants that victory belongs to his sword and glory to the heavens. He literally turned an accidental ambush into an Oscar-worthy theatrical performance. Veins bulging on her forehead, the red-haired warrior screams that an apostate who succumbed to evil has no right to mimic a noble knight. Leaping forward with divine wrath, she swings her heavy morning star downward, shouting at him to submit to holy judgment. Glancing at her attack, our protagonist internally chuckles that her claim about him mimicking a knight is actually spot on, since he never officially took any knightly vows. Knowing he has no reason to fight honorably, he swiftly darts into the tree shadows. Enraged by his evasive maneuver, the holy warrior lunges forward, barking that he's a cunning coward for hiding in the dark. Channeling dark mana into his weapon, a glowing skill window activates his breaker ability. With a ferocious battle cry, he unleashes a massive downward wave of shadowy energy across the entire battlefield. Got off guard by the sheer area of effect, the paladin grunts in pain as she scrambles to bring up her massive tower shield. Dark purple lightning cracks through the air as his demonic strike slams directly against her heavy defense. Striding forward through the smoke, our dark hero coldly mocks her, scoffing that she's cowering behind her giant shield like a helpless baby turtle. Host note, the trash talk in this game is top tier, bro, went from role-playing to personal insults real quick. Surging with radiant energy, the paladin vows to take his head as an offering for all who suffered, while our hero watches in confusion, wondering if that flashy light effect is an attack or a buff. Raising her mace toward the night sky, a blinding pillar of holy light explodes upward as she roars that God is standing directly by her side. Covering his face with his heavy gauntlet, our hero winces from the brilliant glare blinding his sight. Instantly recognizing the spell mechanics, he realizes it's a dual attack and defense full body buff. Pouting deadpan behind his eye patch, he internally whines about how unfair it is that priests get such broken skills while he gets nothing. Watching her charge forward behind her shield, he calculates the battle stats in his head, remembering that holy classes receive an inherent 30% damage multiplier against demonic attributes. Seeing her radiate bright light without making a direct strike, he deduces she's attempting a slow purification spell. Confident in his class advantages, he reminds himself that heavy priest armor severely limits their agility. Unleashing a rapid volley of dark sword slashes, he hammers away at her defenses, knowing his attack speed gives him the upper hand regardless of level differences. But as spark after spark flies off her barricade, his chibi inner self bursts into tears, screaming in pure frustration that his high speed is totally useless if her shield blocks 100% of incoming damage. Host note, fighting a max defense turtling tank build is every gamer's absolute worst nightmare. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, he realizes he needs to change tactics immediately before his weapon durability completely drains. Stamping his boot firmly onto the grass, he decides that since smashing through her shield is impossible, he'll exploit her heavy movement speed instead. Spotting his sudden pause, the paladin rushes forward, shouting at him to face her head-on if he has any remaining honor before God. A cold, sharp smirk forms on his face under the moonlight as he prepares his countermove. Shouting that he'll gladly oblige, our protagonist charges directly toward her, slamming his sword flat against her tower shield with a loud metallic crash. Before she can react, he vaults his foot directly onto her shield brink, leveraging her slow movement speed against her. Soaring high into the night sky under the glowing full moon, he looks down with cold, killer eyes, catching the paladin completely off guard as she gasps in total shock. Glowing with lethal dark intent, he coldly proclaims that her holy crusade ends right here and now. Slinking downward like a falling meteor, he delivers a devastating overhead strike that crushes her into the dirt, forcing a painful groan out of her chest. Twirling around her guard with fluid grace, his class passive takes over, proving why Demon Knights reign supreme in speed. Warning her to pay the price for her reckless accusations, he preps a final strike until she suddenly chants a spell, summoning a roaring wall of fire. Darting backward away from the searing heat, our protagonist stares in utter disbelief, screaming mentally that a holy paladin shouldn't be casting high-tier mage fire magic. Host note, she's out here cross-classing skills like a true pay-to-win MMO whale. Suddenly, a mysterious, gentle voice echoes through the burning clearing, noting with amused that the Holy Inquisitor seems to be having quite a difficult struggle. Emerging from the shadowy foliage, a towering beastman archmage, clad in regal dark blue robes, smiles gently, holding a massive gem-encrusted staff while offering her late assistance. Hearing the newcomer's voice, the red-haired paladin brightens up, cheering happily that the archmage has finally arrived on the scene. Standing frozen in the background, our hero's jaw drops as he mechanically repeats the titles Inquisitor, Archmage inside his head. Panic sets in as he visualizes their official class emblems, realizing he's facing a 3rd advancement Inquisitor from the Priest branch alongside a 3rd advancement Archmage from the Mage branch. Looking at the two high-level raid bosses standing side by side, he pales as he calculates their team synergy. A max-level 3rd advancement healer tank paired with a massive range DPS caster. Sweating bullets behind his eye patch, he internally panics, reminding himself that he's literally just a low-level beginner who barely finished the starter tutorial. Staring at the two terrifying high-tier NPCs blocking his path, he desperately screams at the game system, asking if the developers are seriously doing this to him. Sweating profusely from the back of his head, he internally throws a massive temper tantrum, accusing the game of unfair spawn targeting against a helpless solo newbie. Fine print caption, unfair targeting at its absolute finest. A hilarious doodle depicts his situation as a tiny vulnerable egg holding a miniature sword facing a giant impassable mountain, as he despairs over whether there's any possible way to beat such an absurdly unfair boss fight. Bro went from flexing his edgy roleplay persona to realizing he's an underleveled egg fighting a raid guild. Subscribe for the next episode to see if he survives. Sweating uncontrollably in his inner mental space, our hero despondently questions the game developers, complaining about how insane it is to fight without even a pain mute feature in place. Chewing nervously on his leather glove, he frantically realizes that physical agony isn't even his biggest concern right now. It's the catastrophic death penalty consequences that come with dying. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes his brain like a bolt of lightning as he halts his panic, asking himself if this ridiculously impossible encounter was actually designed this way on purpose? Looking back at his lore setup, he begins to question if this fight is actually a scripted defeat event where his character is meant to fall in battle to progress the storyline. He reasons through game mechanics, figuring that death is simply another system feature, meaning if dying is part of the tutorial, taking a loss here might finally unlock all those missing quality of life game settings. A bright light bulb flashes over his head as he grins triumphantly, happily bidding farewell to the developers while completely accepting his incoming death and absolute peace. Man went from pure existential dread to speedrunning his own execution in 5 seconds flat. Closing his eyes with unwavering determination, he vows that since his defeat is already guaranteed by system logic, he refuses to cower or back down like a coward. Embracing his imminent demise, he decides to unleash his full inner Chunibyo, promising to speak whatever edgy lines he pleases and go out in absolute peak aesthetic style. Glaring coldly through the shadowed clearing, he mocks the Beastman Archmage, taunting that his legendary title must be long expired if he spends his days escorting a reckless child around the woods. Veins popping on her forehead, the red-haired paladin barks back in fury, accusing him of shameless innocence while shouting that a filthy demon contractor like him has no right to question the Archmage's sacred duty. But mid-argument, a bright red system notification suddenly flashes across his vision, warning him that an actual hostile target has just entered a 10-meter radius. Glancing sideways into the dark thicket, his eyes narrow as he wonders if yet another high-level enemy reinforcement has arrived to crash the party. Suddenly, a colossal, sinister serpent glowing with malevolent dark energy slithers out from the canopy, gasp, looming menacingly directly over our protagonist. Sensing the overwhelming dark aura, the Beastman Archmage gasps out the beast's name in shock, making our hero internally whine that the NPC just stole his dramatic line. Host note, even during a giant monster boss ambush, bro is still upset about losing his dialogue spotlight. Pointing her mace directly at him, the Holy Paladin screams in fury, accusing him of secretly summoning his monstrous demon ally while feigning innocence. Slicing through her accusations with a cold smirk, our hero mocks her back, scoffing that her so-called holy light must have completely blinded her eyesight. As the giant serpent rears its massive head above him, he coldly vows that after shredding the beast into pieces, he'll personally rip open her foolish mouth. A system lore window reveals Medusa as a composite demon formed from hundreds of serpents around one core red snake, causing our hero's inner self to cheer happily, convinced this confirms a scripted story event. event. Laughing maniacally in his mind, he praises the developers for not being complete monsters, welcoming the monster ambush as the perfect dramatic distraction. Unleashing his full Chunibyo persona, he lets out a terrifying battle roar, declaring that he will personally grant the demon a swift death. Refusing to listen, the stubborn paladin leaps forward to attack, ignoring the archmage who desperately shouts for her to halt her attack. Watchful eyes tracking his movement, the archmage analyzes the situation, recalling how hunters normally have to hack away endlessly at Medusa's body until the core red snake reveals itself. Dashing forward like a shadowy blur, our hero scoffs at traditional boss mechanics, declaring that a true fast-paced gamer doesn't have time for tedious grinding tactics. Leveraging the game's realistic physics engine, he leaps into the air and drives his crimson blade with explosive force directly into the creature's massive torso. Flesh rends and blood sprays across the battlefield as his brutal slice cleaves deep into the writhing mass of serpents. Ignoring the swarm of venomous vipers coiling around his shoulders, he zeroes in on the exact anatomical location where the serpent's heart resides. Piercing through the thick outer layer, his gaze hits jackpot as the glowing red core serpent is exposed right in front of his eyes. Instantly recognizing that wielding a bulky broadsword in tight quarters would cause a miss, he releases his weapon mid-air to free his gloved gauntlet. Thrusting his heavy steel gauntlet straight into the bloody flesh, he plunges his arm directly into the core of the monster. With a violent yank, he rips the writhing red core snake out by its throat, holding it aloft in his blood-soaked grip. Exerting raw crushing power, he squashes the core snake's head to pulp, instantly dispelling the giant monster into nothingness. Host note, man literally bypassed a whole boss phase through sheer biology knowledge and brutal violence. Absolute Chad move. As hundreds of minor serpents scatter harmlessly into the dark foliage, our hero stands triumphant amidst a shower of blood under the moonlight. Staring down his bewildered audience, he prepares to activate the ultimate edgelord roleplay persona he's been crafting in his head. He steps forward with heavy metal boots, casually grinding the lifeless red snake beneath his heel with utter coldness. Drenched in demonic gore, he walks toward the stunned paladin and archmage, radiating a terrifying aura of pure intimidation. Standing drenched in blood under the moonlight, he lets the demonic fluid drip down his pale, battle-worn face while glaring at them with lethal intent. Drawing his crimson blade from the dirt, he mockingly notes that even a blind fanatic like her managed to keep her mouth shut for once. Glaring at them through his blood-stained hair, he mockingly commends the archmage for having the good sense not to interfere and rush blindly to his grave. A chilling smirk twists his lips as he gazes at the paladin, menacingly asking if he should rip her mouth open as a reward for her earlier insults. Terrified by his overwhelming killing intent, the Beastman archmage hastily bows his head, apologizing for their attack and begging him to hear him out. Shocked to her core, the red-haired inquisitor stammers in disbelief, demanding to know why two demons were fighting, only for the archmage to firmly correct her that the young man before them is no demon contractor. Sweating bullets in confusion, the paladin screams that it's impossible, arguing that he clearly wields demonic power and that her holy teachings never mention such an anomaly. Desperate for answers, she begs for an explanation, prompting the archmage to reveal that such rare beings are treated as purely theoretical legend even within the high academies. Popcorn bucket in hand, our hero's chibi inner self happily munches away, thrilled to sit back and listen to a classic third-person lore exposition about his own broken class. Man literally pulled out a bag of popcorn to watch NPCs dump lore about his own backstory. The archmage explains that while normal hosts possessed by parasitic demons lose their insanity and become mind-controlled puppets, this young warrior possesses such immense willpower that he suppressed the demon and bent its dark energy to his command. Grasping her hat in disbelief, the Holy Inquisitor stammers that suppressing a demon through sheer human willpower without divine holy intervention should be completely impossible. Wise eyes closing softly, the archmage counters her dogma, declaring that nothing in this world is truly impossible, only deemed so by those too limited to understand. Gesticulating toward our blood-soaked hero standing proudly under the moonlight, the sage asks her what else could possibly explain the living miracle standing right in front of them. Breaking through their dramatic lore speech with cold killer eyes, our hero darkens his tone, asking if the two high-level NPCs are finally done whispering about him right in front of his face. Standing Standing like an absolute raid boss drenched in demon blood, he waits silently for their response, leaving both the paladin and archmage completely frozen in terror. Bros successfully went from an underleveled newbie panicking about QOL settings to traumatizing two high-tier raid bosses with pure theater. Subscribe for the next episode to see what happens next. Standing drenched in blood, our hero continues leaning completely into his inner edgelord persona, sneering down at the NPCs and demanding how trash like them could ever dare compare him to a mindless zombie. Meanwhile, his chibi inner self is gleefully giggling, thrilled to milk this dramatic story event for all the spotlight it's worth. Host note, man is out here giving a villain monologue like he's starring in a dark fantasy movie. Bowing his head in deep respect, the Beastman Archmage softly admits their grave mistake, offering to grant whatever request our warrior desires to make amends. Naturally, our hero's inner self just scoffs, convinced the tight-fisted game system will only hand him a couple of copper coins and trash starter gear anyway. Glaring right through the darkness with blood-stained eyes, our hero barks out a terrifying counter-demand, asking if they would cut out their own tongues right now if he ordered them to. Stunned into total silence, the Archmage stammers out hesitation as our edgelord cuts him off mid-sentence, scoffing that if they can't even handle a simple request like that, they should keep their pathetic apologies to themselves. Coated in monster gore, he sinisterly vows that while he would love nothing more than to rip off their jaws and display them on the village gates, doing so would drag him down to the level of vile demons. Host note? Bro is delivering lines edgy enough to slice through solid steel. Reaching over his shoulder, he casually sheathes his crimson blade and coldly orders the stunned paladin and archmage to get lost. The moment he turns around, his chibi inner self explodes with unhinged joy, cheering about how insanely fun this improv theater performance feels, and praising the game's AI for playing along so perfectly. Walking away with a triumphant strut, he reminds himself that edgy anti-heroes only look cool when the background NPCs give top-tier reactions, before abruptly freezing in his tracks as he remembers he left the boss monster corpse behind. Turning around on his heel, his heavy gauntlet reaches down into the grass to scoop up the severed serpent remains. Hearing the red-haired paladin suddenly call out to him from behind, our hero's inner self rolls his eyes, wondering if the NPC is about to whine about him looting the monster boss corpse. Step by step, the holy paladin walks up behind him with a deeply humbled, dead serious gaze, making our hero internally beg the game system to let a newbie finish his quest turn in. Lowering her weapon, the red-haired warrior earnestly shouts out, begging our blood-soaked protagonist to hear her out as well. Glancing sideways over his shoulder with lethal shadowed eyes, our hero narrows his brow, wondering if the game system just unlocked a brand new bonus side quest. Bowing her head in complete humility, the Holy Inquisitor solemnly admits that she must offer her own sincere apologies to him as well. Host note, look at how fast the arrogant holy paladin turned into a polite, respectful junior pure magic. As our hero quietly packs the snake corpse into his loot sack, the paladin insists that explaining her initial attack would sound like a cheap excuse, sincerely begging for his forgiveness. Watching her bow down, our hero's inner self tilts his head in confusion, recalling how stubborn elite NPC teens usually scream about justice to protect their fragile pride. Scratching his head awkwardly, his inner chibi cringes at how over-the-top sincere the AI is being, mentally reassuring her that attacking a terrifying blood-drenched demon guy was a totally fair reaction. Looking up with blazing green eyes, the paladin offers to pay whatever compensation is within her power, causing our hero's inner self to cheer, assuming this is a companion recruitment event. But after a moment's thought, he sighs in disappointment, realizing that traveling with a companion doesn't fit his solitary lone wolf roleplay aesthetic at all. Turning back away from them with a cold shoulder, he decides to refuse the offer to stay completely in character, scoffing that he has zero need for her hypocrisy. Host note, man literally rejected a high-tier holy paladin companion just to keep his edgy roleplay intact. Priorities on point. Desperately trying to defend herself, the paladin screams that it's not hypocrisy, only for the archmage to softly interject and tell her to calm down. Turning toward his companion, the archmage reminds her that their purification duty in the forest is already complete, meaning they need to head back and report to their superiors immediately. Looking down at her boots in defeat, the red-haired inquisitor droops her shoulders, softly agreeing with her master. Stepping forward with graceful strides, the archmage notes that it's getting late and urges them to make their way back. Underneath the thick canopy of trees, our hero walks along the forest path while the two high-level NPCs march directly behind him. Metal boots stomp against the damp dirt as the awkward procession continues through the shattered woods. Glancing around at the quiet, dark forest, our hero notices that no matter which way he turns, the two NPCs remain glued to his back, sweat dropping down his cheek. Our edgy hero glances sideways with annoyance, asking himself why on earth these two are still following him. Glaring back at the pair through the darkness, he grows increasingly frustrated that the duo refuses to split off and go their own way. Bringing up his floating holographic system map, he checks the path back to the starter town, figuring there's no way NPCs can actually see his player minimap. Listening to them casually chat behind him about their holy duties, our hero's inner chibi screams in total agony, begging them to scram if their quest is already finished. Host note, bro is experiencing the ultimate gamer nightmare. NPCs tailgating his exact pathing. Stopping in his tracks, he glares over his shoulder with lethal intent, barking out if his earlier warning to get lost was some kind of funny joke to them. Raising his hands defensively, the Beastman Archmage apologizes profusely, reassuring our hero that offending him was never their intention. Conjuring a glowing green pathfinding spell between his palms, the sage reveals that they were simply following their own navigation magic to the exact same destination. Suddenly, realization hits our hero like a brick, his inner chibi face-palming in utter mortification as he realizes they weren't following him at all. They were just using their own NPC GPS. Speeding up his footsteps in a flash, our hero hurriedly tries to walk ahead, desperate to put distance between himself and this humiliating awkwardness. Seeing him sprint ahead, the paladin calls out in deep concern, warning him that wandering through the dark woods alone at night is incredibly dangerous. Throwing a cold glance over his shoulder, he sneers that it's only dangerous for weaklings like her, mentally begging the game system to just give him some peace and quiet. Host note, man is trying so hard to speed run away from his own cringe. Watching his blood-soaked silhouette disappear into the mist, the paladin frowns with genuine concern, muttering that traveling alone through monster territory is a recipe for disaster. Turning to her mentor, she anxiously asks the Archmage if it's truly wise to let such a volatile warrior wander off completely unattended. She points out that he's already terrifyingly powerful, warning that if a warrior like him ever gets fully swallowed by demonic corruption, the aftermath will be a world-ending catastrophe. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the Lion Archmage sighs softly, admitting that in all his long years, he has never encountered a human who could dominate a demon's soul like this. Tightening her grip on her holy mace, the paladin listens as the Archmage reveals he secretly placed a tracking spell on the young warrior, deciding they will quietly keep watch on him from afar. Looking up toward the starry canopy, the wise Archmage softly prays that divine grace guides the young man through the dark road ahead. Crows flutter across the glowing full moon as the scene shifts to the bustling medieval starter town under the midnight sky. Heavy metal boots crunch against the cobblestone street as a terrifying silhouette approaches the Adventurer Guild Hall. Throwing the heavy wooden door open, our hero steps inside, catching the tired guild receptionist sweeping the floor late at night. Dropping her broom in utter shock, the receptionist gasps out in terror, staring at the blood-drenched, demon aura-emitting nightmare standing before her. Host note, look at that lightning effect on his eye. Absolute peak art right here. Handing over a blood-stained sack brimming with monster remains, our hero coldly orders her to confirm his quest completion without delay. Sweating bullets in complete panic, the poor receptionist stammers in disbelief at how fast he finished the quest, scrambling over the counter to process his rewards immediately. Unwrapping the cloth pouch, the tired guild receptionist tilts her head in complete, utter disbelief, disgusted, asking what on earth this gross snake carcass is doing inside. But as she inspects the scales up close, her eyes widen into giant saucers as the horrifying reality suddenly hits her like a freight train. Springing back in total shock, she screams at the top of her lungs, asking how in the world he managed to travel all the way to the northeast forest and slay a Medusa demon in just 2 short days. Meanwhile, our hero's inner chibi droops over in pure agony, whimpering that she has zero idea what kind of absolute hell he just dragged himself through. Recalling last night's disaster, he remembers how he arrogantly turned his back on those 2 elite NPCs, proudly strutting off into the deep forest canopy all by his lone wolf self. Talk about no real sense of danger, right? But the moment he got onto the main trail, reality hit him right in the face, remembering it took a full 8 hours by horse carriage just to get out here in the first place. Walking through the pitch-black woods, his inner self desperately copes, praying to the game gods that an MMORPG wouldn't actually force a player to walk the entire distance back on foot. But panel by panel, morning turns into bright afternoon, afternoon fades into sunset, and sunset turns right back into night, while our poor protagonist literally walks through 4 entire cycles of time. Host note, man literally experienced all 4 seasons in a single walk. Talk about a developer scam. Collapsing onto the cobblestones under the blinding morning sun, his inner self curses this garbage immobile class game for making him walk for 24 straight hours. Floating fireflies buzz around his face as he recalls how camping was literally impossible because the hyper-realistic forest ecosystem sent swarms of aggressive wild beasts after him the second he laid down. Looking up at the sky with teary anime eyes, he admits he almost burst into tears of pure joy the exact millisecond the town entrance pop-up window appeared on his screen. Back in the present, the receptionist holds the pouch tight, confirming that while they will keep monitoring the forest, the Medusa remains officially prove the quest is complete. She promises that as soon as morning comes, the guild will process all his verification details and hand over his hard-earned cash reward. A glowing system notification pops up declaring quest completion, but our hero's inner chibi spins in dizzy circles, complaining that pulling an all-nighter in a full dive VR game is making him feel completely ancient. Seeing him sway on his feet, the receptionist kindly knocks on the wooden counter and offers to recommend a cozy local inn, making our hero internally thank her while swearing he would have rage quit yesterday if he hadn't spent a fortune on this VR rig. Sliding the side door open, a cheerful guild boy peeks his head out, gaspingly surprising that the Dark Warrior is back so soon before being instructed to guide him straight to the White Wind Inn. Speeding ahead with energetic strides, the energetic kid happily takes the lead while our blood-soaked hero drags his feet behind, noting that at least someone in this cruel fantasy world is having a good time. Host note, look at the visual contrast between the cheery kid and the walking demon corpse. Pure comedy gold. Running alongside him through the dark corridor, the excited kid asks what kind of terrifying monster he fought this time, only for our edgelord protagonist to coldly snap back that demons are not a subject to be discussed for mere amusement. Shrinking back in absolute fear, the poor kid stammers out an apology, causing our hero's inner self to scream in mortification, begging the heavens to forgive him for scolding a sweet, innocent child. Feeling like the absolute worst adult on the planet, his inner chibi vows to tip the poor boy a mountain of gold coins the moment they reach the inn. The second he steps into his private inn room, our exhausted protagonist flops face down onto the mattress, questioning if he should just shut off the game and quit forever. Drooling into his pillow, he groans out in total misery, wondering how maxing out his virtual fatigue status bar is actually making his real-life human body feel like it got run over by a truck. Setting his floating system sleep timer to 6 hours, he resolves to grab some shut-eye first before making any final decisions about rage quitting. But as he drifts off into deep sleep, the dark wooden door slowly creaks open, casting a sinister shadow across the dimly lit room. Gritting his teeth with malice, a shadowy intruder sneaks inside and raises a heavy spiked iron mace high above the sleeping warrior's head. Suddenly, a bright crimson system notification flashes directly before his eyes, warning that a hostile target has entered a 10-meter radius as his eye snaps open. Instantly drawing his massive broadsword from bed, he blocks the falling spiked mace in midair with a blinding flash of sparks. Grinding his teeth against the heavy pressure, the attacker curses in frustration as our furious hero roars right back, asking who the heck gave him permission to interrupt a tired gamer's rest. Delivering a brutal front kick to the intruder's chest, he sends the robber flying back, inwardly cursing his worthless enemy detection skill for giving him a 10-meter alert when the blade was already touching his forehead. Host note, bro's radar skill has the reaction time of 500 ping lag. Stumbling backward in utter shock, the thief gasps in horror at the warrior's terrifying brute force as our dark protagonist sits up on the mattress with lethal murderous eyes. Slicing his blade through the dark air in a blinding flash, our hero strikes with lethal precision, carving a gash across the attacker's torso. Falling to his knees in total terror, the wounded mugger drops his weapon, tearfully begging for mercy and claiming he was only after his coin purse. Coldly pointing the sharp tip of his blade straight at the thief's neck, our hero orders him to drop his weapons and put his hands on his head, though his inner self cringes at how much he sounds like an undercover cop. The heavy spiked mace crashes against the floorboards as the intruder submits. Crying out in sheer panic, the thief begs for his life, but our edgy protagonist scoffs back that he didn't realize coin purses were harvested by crushing people's skulls in their sleep. Suddenly, the desperate thief pulls out a hidden dagger and lunges straight for his chest, screaming that that's exactly how the criminal underworld works. Casually stepping sideways with effortless grace, our protagonist dodges the desperate dagger thrust like a walk in the park. Delivering a swift, crushing strike to the thief's head, he knocks the intruder down onto the floorboards with a violent cough of blood. Standing over the unconscious mugger with a giant comical lump swelling on his head, our hero scoffs that trying to murder a high-level player with a tiny toy dagger is pure comedy. Grabbing the robber by the back of his shirt, his inner self fumes in annoyance, complaining that getting mugged while suffering from 100 fatigue is the ultimate game design disrespect. Kicking the heavy wooden lobby door wide open, he drags the unconscious intruder down the hallway, wondering why on earth a lone idiot robber just randomly spawned in his inn room. Stepping into the main tavern reception, he hauls the limp thief across the floor toward the sleeping innkeeper lady resting behind the front desk. Waking up from her peaceful nap, the innkeeper lady gasps in absolute shock, staring wide-eyed at the blood-drenched nightmare standing before her. Emitting a terrifying dark aura with a single glowing eye, our hero politely apologizes for losing his temper, calmly asking if he can finally get some peaceful sleep. Screaming at the top of her lungs in pure, unadulterated terror, the innkeeper loses her mind, making our hero's inner chibi tilt his head in utter bewilderment. Oh, note, man walked downstairs looking like a dark fantasy serial killer and expected her to just give him room service? Classic. Screaming out murder at the top of her voice, the woman panics, forcing our hero to bark back, asking if her eyes are broken, demanding to know how on earth she looks at a breathing, knocked-out guy and thinks he's dead. But mid-sentence, another crimson system window flashes across his vision, warning him that a hostile target has entered a 10-meter radius. Bursting through the entrance with explosive force, the red-haired holy paladin charges inside, shouting in outrage, asking if he committed a murder in the span of 5 minutes. Glaring with righteous fury, the fierce inquisitor roars that she knew a sentient undead monster could never be trusted. Bringing her massive holy mace down with earth-shattering force, she smashes into his broadsword, sending wooden splinters flying across the tavern. Holding off her crushing holy strike with this steel blade, our hero grits his teeth in sheer exasperation, internally screaming about why this pain-in-the-neck NPC always shows up in the most misleading situations imaginable. Narrowing her eyes with intense suspicion, the red-haired inquisitor glare-locks straight onto our protagonist as the tension in the tavern lobby reaches a boiling point. Holding her heavy holy mace in a low stance, she prepares to purge the Dark Warrior, completely convinced she's standing before a merciless murderer. But internally, our hero's inner chibi grins in delight, realizing that whenever this fanatic priest shows up, his roleplay switch flips instantly. Outwardly maintaining his cold persona, he deepens his voice and warns her that he explicitly promised to end her life if she dared to follow him again. In his mind, he visualizes her brain as a simple arcade machine with 3 huge glowing buttons labeled Demon Scum, In the Name of God, and Losing Your Mind. Host note, man literally programmed her dialogue tree in his head. Talk about total disrespect for NPC intelligence. And true to form, his mental image shows the red-haired fanatic furiously mashing those buttons in a rage, screaming holy gibberish and calling him a filthy undead zombie. Right on cue, the Inquisitor pulls out a glowing star-shaped holy symbol, gasping, roaring at him to shut his mouth, calling him a demon who stole a human body. Our hero's inner chibi just smirks, noting she followed his script word for word. Dropping into an explosive combat stance, her green eyes flare with lethal righteous fury as golden holy aura wraps around her legs. Smirking under the shadow of his white hair, our dark hero coldly whispers that she must be truly eager to meet her ultimate demise. Unsheathing his massive broadsword with an eerie hum, purple dark energy swirls aggressively along the steel blade as he orders anyone nearby to step aside if they don't want to get caught in the crossfire. His glowing purple eye flashes dangerously beneath his dark bangs, radiating an overwhelming aura of a final boss. Raising his heavy blade high into the air, he prepares to unleash a devastating shadow strike, shouting out his skill name. But before he can swing, bright, ethereal chains suddenly burst out from the floorboards, wrapping tight around his entire body and locking his arms in place. Protagonist gasps in shock as his inner chibi recognizes the classic binding spell. Realizing it's a high-level mage crowd control skill, he instantly understands that a powerful spellcaster must be hiding in the room. Host note, bro got hit with a hard CC right in the middle of his anime ultimate voice line. Classic rank match frustration. Stepping out from the shadows, holding a massive crystal staff, a grand beastfolk archmage in elegant blue robes cries out for everyone to hold on, making our hero inner chibi recognize her as the lioness maid from earlier. Gritting his teeth against the glowing chains, our edgelord protagonist puts on a terrifying show, roaring that he will slice off her jaw and tear out her tongue. Though internally, he casually notes that CC skills wear off automatically, but he has to put up a fake struggle for the sake of proper roleplay. Looking back in utter confusion, the red-haired inquisitor asks why the archmage is telling her to stop, but mid-sentence, purple dark energy crackles violently along his bound broadsword. Unleashing a titanic surge of shadowy mana, our absurdly overpowered protagonist shatters the high-tier archmage binding spell into a million glowing pieces. The violent pressure wave blows back past the inquisitor, leaving her wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. Dark purple shockwaves tear through the air, completely shattering the tavern's atmospheric balance with pure demonic force. Screaming in utter terror, the poor innkeeper lady ducked down behind her wooden counter, praying to survive this chaotic tavern battle. Even the proud lioness archmage drops her jaw, breaking into a nervous sweat as she stares at the sheer anomaly standing before them. Flashing with oppressive purple flames, his giant broadsword radiates enough dark energy to wipe out an entire raiding party. Oppressive shadow aura fills the entire tavern lobby, smothering the room in suffocating darkness as our hero stands motionless at the center. The inquisitor stammers out in sheer panic, asking how on earth a mere warrior could break a high-tier archmage's crowd control spell so effortlessly. Host note? She thinks he's using cheat codes. To be fair, max-level stats in a starter town basically are cheat codes. Maintaining a stoic, menacing silence, our dark protagonist stares back with a terrifyingly serious face. But inside his mind, his inner chibi tilts his head with a completely blank expression, casually agreeing that, yeah, breaking that spell really shouldn't have been that easy. He recalls how in the original desktop game, the archmage's binding skill was so absurdly overpowered that player forums were flooded with endless complaints demanding a massive nerf. Looking back at his memories of the toxic PvP forums, angry gamers were spamming threads complaining about broken CC skills ruining ranked matches and begging the developers to fix the Archmage class. Clearing her throat nervously, the lioness archmage steps between them, pleading for everyone to calm down and realize that another huge misunderstanding has taken place. The red-haired inquisitor shouts back in outrage, insisting she saw him standing over a bloody victim with her own two eyes, and demands justice for the murdered man. Barking back with a sharp growl, snarls, the archmage scolds the young inquisitor, asking if her blind hatred for evil has completely clouded her basic vision. She orders her to look closely at her surroundings and check if anyone actually lost their life. Host note, giggles. Imagine being an elite paladin and failing a basic perception check. Talk about embarrassing. Groaning in agony on the floorboards, the knocked-out robber slowly crawls backward on his knees, gasping in horror at our hero, proving to everyone in the room that he is very much alive. Blushing in total embarrassment, the red-haired priest stammers out in confusion, questioning if the guy really isn't dead after all. She turns back to stare at our dark protagonist in shock, double-checking if the supposedly murdered mugger is truly breathing. Flashing a bright, innocent smile in his mind while maintaining a dark, menacing aura on the outside, our hero's inner chibi chuckles that while he definitely wanted to obliterate the mugger, he held back just enough to keep him alive. Sighing softly, the archmage politely asks our protagonist if he wouldn't mind explaining what actually happened, admitting it's shameless of them to attack first before asking questions. Pointing back at the stairs, she notes that a huge crowd of in-guests has already gathered to see the commotion, and clearing up the truth will help ease everyone's anxiety. Our hero internally gasps, wondering when the entire tavern turned into a spectator arena. Coldly looking down at the shaking criminal, our hero orders the thief to confess with his own mouth and stop crawling on his knees like a coward. The robber squeals in panic, begging for his life. Planting the flat side of his massive broadsword right beside the thief's head, our dark hero emits a blood-red eye glow, asking if he needs to repeat himself. Terrified out of his mind, the robber tearfully screams that it was all his fault and he was just trying to steal his money. Crying uncontrollably, the thief confesses that he saw our hero give a massive tip to the guild errand boy earlier, so he assumed he was a rich target ripe for the picking. The Inquisitor gasps in shock, realizing how badly she misjudged the situation. Cheering happily in his mind as the misunderstanding is completely cleared, our hero's inner chibi wipes a tear of relief, while his external body lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Host note: Bro resolved a murder accusation, defeated a thief, and flexed on an archmage all before getting his morning coffee. What a legend! Turning his back on the crowd, our hero coldly warns the innkeeper to pay more attention to her building's security before walking toward the front entrance, ignoring the archmage calling out for him to wait. Stepping out into the crisp morning air, he walks down the cobblestone street, happily reflecting on how putting all his extra equipment into his magic inventory means he doesn't have to carry heavy luggage around. But stopping mid-stride, a sudden realization hits his mind, making him wonder why that red-haired priest and lioness archmage looked so familiar. Recalling that it was way too dark and chaotic during his forest quest to get a proper look at their faces, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted as the Inquisitor comes running out of the inn, shouting for him to stop. Looking back over his shoulder with a sharp glare, he catches her chasing after him under the bright blue sky. Running up to him while panting for breath, the flustered red-haired priest stands right behind him, her face filled with intense determination. Reflected clearly on the dark lens of his eye patch, her flustered face stares straight back at him in high definition. Realizing exactly who she is from his previous chaotic encounter, a single desperate thought flashes through our exhausted hero's mind. Oh crap! Standing resolutely at the doorway holding his heavy steel mace, the red-haired Inquisitor glares straight back with intense determination. Looking closely at the young priest's face under the morning sun, our dark protagonist suddenly feels a strange wave of familiarity washing over him. Staring directly at that fiery crimson hair styled into a single braid draped over his shoulder, our hero's eyes widen as he recognizes the infamous death flag hairstyle from anime trope history. Staring into those sparkling emerald eyes, everything suddenly clicks inside his head. He realizes this isn't just any random temple fanatic. This kid is an actual main story character representing the official priest class from the original Legend of Heroes game. Bro is literally standing in front of a main party member and calling him an NPC. Talk about main character syndrome. Turning back as the front door swings open, the lioness archmage steps outside, urging the young priest to think calmly about what to say before rushing into another confrontation. Staring over at the majestic beastfolk spellcaster, our protagonist realizes she fits the exact profile of another playable class. With her elegant blue robes and crystal-tipped staff, she's the official archmage character designed straight out of the game's lore index. A floating system note confirms that her entire aesthetic represents the official mage class blueprint. Glancing back with a stoic expression, our hero recalls that in the original desktop game, other class characters never appeared alongside the main character, unless they were real players, since everyone had completely separate storyline paths. Observing both high-tier characters standing before him under the sunlight, a sudden question pops into his mind. Since the game world keeps forcing them together, is joining a party with these main NPCs mandatory? Inside his mind, his inner chibi crosses his arms, surrounded by massive red rejection symbols, grumbling that if he wanted to play in a party, he would have chosen a totally different roleplay concept. Man built a whole edgelord solo player persona and the universe keeps trying to shove him into a slice-of-life party. Deciding to test how far his freedom goes, his glowing purple eye narrows beneath his dark bangs as he cold-heartedly whispers, asking if the priest understands the meaning of shutting his mouth. Coldly glaring down at the young man, he scoffs, asking if a noble priest considers the words of a dark demon beneath him. The red-haired priest panics, waving his hands in a flustered hurry to explain that he only wanted to apologize. Clenching his eyes tightly in deep remorse, the young Inquisitor's face twists with unbearable guilt. Dropping straight onto his knees in front of our hero, the priest cries out that his previous insult cannot possibly be atoned for with mere empty words. Pressing his hand over his heart, he roars at the top of his lungs that if a simple apology isn't enough, our dark hero is free to take his entire head right here and now. Our dark hero's stoic persona completely shatters inside as his eyes pop out in utter disbelief at the suicidal priest. Standing frozen in place under the bright morning sun, our protagonist stares down at the kneeling zealot like he just witnessed a complete mental breakdown. Looking down from a top-down view, the red-haired priest sits motionless on the stone street, awaiting his tragic execution. Sweat dripping down his shocked face, our hero's inner mind screams in pure panic, asking if this religious fanatic has completely lost his mind. Flabbergasted by the extreme reaction, his inner voice shrieks that he just prefers playing solo, not murdering people over minor insults. Host note, when you try to act tough and the NPC immediately offers you his head on a silver platter, bro? Did not prepare a script for this. Whirling his head around to glare at the Archmage, our hero internally demands to know who taught this kid such extreme self-sacrifice. Was it the fanatical temple or her bad influence? Looking back with a sweat-drenched snout, the Grand Lioness Archmage wears the exact same frantic expression of, "We are completely doomed." Sweating bullets in total internal chaos, our hero realizes he has to act fast. If he refuses to execute him outright, it'll completely break his dark villain character roleplay. Glancing back at the trembling lioness mage, he waits in desperate silence for her to step in and stop this crazy situation. The archmage gulps heavily, nervous breath, her green eyes trembling as she stares back at him. From her terrifying perspective, our protagonist looks like a towering nightmare boss wrapped in suffocating purple shadowy aura, ready to slaughter everyone in sight. Stepping forward in a hurry, the archmage places herself in front of the young priest, desperately pleading for our hero to show some mercy. Bowing her head deeply, the grand archmage cries out that the inquisitor just left the temple and knows nothing of the real world, begging our dark lord to punish an old man like her instead. Hearing her sacrifice herself, the young priest screams in protest, begging his master not to take the blame for his foolish mistake. Standing between them, both NPCs start aggressively competing over who gets executed first, screaming over each other in a chaotic storm of righteous self-sacrifice. Staring at the chaotic mess before him, a simple black system box appears over his dark thoughts. Realizing they are completely hopeless, he'll just have to handle this insane drama himself. Reaching down toward his waist pouch, our protagonist decides that even if they are just game NPCs, letting them die feels wrong. And honestly, playing along with this absurd drama is pretty amusing anyway. Releasing a brilliant surge of glowing blue mana, he unsheathes a small, highly compressed ether dagger right before their terrified eyes. Taking a cold, deliberate step forward, his boot heavy against the stone floorboards, the shadows cast long over the kneeling young priest. In a blinding fraction of a second, our hero lunges forward, grabbing the priest's shoulder and slicing clean through his red hair with a single effortless flick of his blade. The lioness archmage freezes in sheer terror, her eyes wide as saucepans as she believes she just witnessed a decapitation. Trembling uncontrollably on his knees, the priest squeezes his eyes shut, waiting for his head to drop to the ground. Standing towering over him like an unyielding grim reaper under the morning light, our protagonist coldly lowers his glowing blade. Softly dropping onto the cobblestones, the severed red braid lands cleanly between the priest's knees. Opening his eyes in total shock, the red-haired priest gasps in utter confusion, staring down at his severed hair in absolute disbelief. Sweat pouring down his pale face, he touches his short, jagged red hair, completely unable to process that his head is still attached to his neck. Sheathing his dagger, our edgelord dark hero turns his back on them and begins walking away, prompting the flustered priest to stammer out, asking why he spared his life. Smirking brightly in his mental space while maintaining a stone-cold exterior, our hero's inner chibi boasts that a true roleplay genius just saved a life without breaking character for even a second. Host note, bro literally gave him an emergency haircut to save him from anime trope death flags. That's next level big brain gameplay. Recalling his memory of the game's prologue, he remembers that his younger sister was around the same age and also wielded a heavy mace in battle. Still sitting on the ground in shock, the young priest stares at his master as the lioness archmage places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Looking back over his shoulder with an intimidating glare, our hero coldly orders the priest to look at his new hair and remember to watch his mouth, while internally cheering that removing that death flag braid means he'll actually survive his own storyline. Walking away down the morning street, our dark hero coldly warns that if he ever steps out of line again, his head will roll for real next time. Holding back the emotional young priest, the archmage watches the dark warrior disappear into the distance as our hero's inner chibi winks, telling the kid to stay still and enjoy his long, death flag-free life. Smirking cheekily in his inner mental space, our hero's chibi persona chuckles that no matter how hard he tries to abandon these god-tier game NPCs, they're bound to follow his every move anyway. Walking down the quiet night street, his massive inner edgelord shadow looms above the cobblestones. Proud of his smooth escape. Meanwhile, back outside the temple, the young priest turns his gaze toward his master, softly calling out to the Grand Archmage. The Lioness Archmage nods solemnly, confirming her earlier theory that the Dark Warrior's body must be burdened by a terrifying demonic possession. Looking down at his heavy steel mace, the young priest realizes with a heavy heart that the dark protagonist must have endured unspeakable torment at the hands of fiends. Clenching his fist tightly, the young inquisitor feels a wave of sympathy, realizing how much hatred the man harbored while forging such unimaginable power. The Archmage gazes into the distance, pondering how someone holding every reason and power to unleash total destruction could simply turn around and walk away like that. Host note, when NPCs start overanalyzing your simple roleplay and turn it into profound holy lore, you gotta love accident-driven character development. Whispering softly with solemn reverence, the Lioness Master explains that what they witnessed wasn't evil but absolute tolerance. A dramatic memory visual depicts a towering, multi-eyed, shadowy demon beast behind a brave knight, as the Archmage declares that his unbelievable mental fortitude allowed him to conquer the demon within. Looking down with deep respect, the red-haired priest mutters to himself about such astonishing heart of heart. Kneeling humbly on the stone floor right beside his severed ponytail, the young priest admits that he still has so much to learn about the true world. As the Archmage offers gentle guidance, the young priest suddenly snaps his head up, screaming out loud with a sudden burst of pure inspiration. Overcome with wild zeal, the newly short-haired priest clutches his severed braid in his hand, roaring that they positively need that dark warrior on their journey. Host note, bro got one free haircut and instantly turned into the hero's ultimate fanboy. Talk about a radical career shift. Glowing with sparkling green determination, the young priest puffs out his chest, utterly devoted to his new life purpose. The Lioness Archmage closes her eyes with a peaceful, warm smile, deeply satisfied with her pupil's spiritual growth. Proudly holding her chin high, she looks utterly delighted by the young Inquisitor's sudden shift in perspective. Standing side by side beneath the luminous full moon, the Archmage gazes up at the stars, marveling at the mysterious hand of fate. A bright, glowing blue system box materializes before our hero's vision, warning that approximately 2 days remain until his full dive session officially ends. Morning light breaks across the fantasy city as birds flutter gracefully across the clear blue sky. The perspective shifts to the grand stone front of another tavern nearby, where our protagonist took shelter for the night. Inside the bustling tavern floor, noisy travelers chatter merrily while feasting on hot-roasted meals. A heavy-gloved hand violently drives a metal fork straight into a juicy, thick slab of steak on his plate. Sitting alone at his table, our half-white-haired hero wears his dark eye patch, chewing on his breakfast with an intense villainous scowl. Suddenly, two familiar figures step right up to his table. Gasp the Lioness Archmage and the young priest, showcasing his fresh haircut. Inside his mental space, his chibi self gives a massive thumbs up, playfully assuming they gave him a day of space because they cared about his rest. Maintaining a stone-cold glare on the outside, he coldly asks if his single eye is playing tricks on him or if their ears are clogged, while internally reminding himself not to flip the dinner table because he's Korean at heart and respects good food. Host note, a true gamer rule. No matter how annoyed you are, never disrespect a good meal. Sweating nervously under his gasp, the Archmage holds up her paws, desperately pleading for him to just hear them out without taking any loss. Standing up from his wooden seat, our protagonist cold-heartedly turns his back, refusing to waste a single second on them. Glaring over his shoulder, he snaps that showing their faces here is already an inconvenience, sending the young priest into a flustered panic. Slamming his body forward near the wooden table, the priest roars at the top of his lungs that he came specifically to learn from our hero's incredible tolerance. Flushing bright red while panting heavy breaths, the wildly flustered priest stares back with dizzy, swirling eyes. Staring back in utter bewilderment, our protagonist tilts his head with a massive silent question mark floating over his head. Surrounded by digital green matrix code visual effects, his inner mind panics, questioning if his perfect roleplay glitched the game engine because he rejected the main story scenario too many times. Host note, when your roleplay is so high level that you think you broke the game's actual coding, that's peak gamer paranoia. Bowing his head in deep humility, the young priest confesses that he was taught his whole life to show mercy and avoid arrogance, yet completely failed until now. Clenching his gloved hands together tight, the priest murmurs that despite his rude insults, our hero showed him forgiveness time after time. Radiant holy angel wings unfold behind the priest in a grand imaginative visual as he passionately screams that our hero revealed the true righteous path to him. Sweating profusely from his emotional speech, the flustered priest stammers out another apology as our dark hero internally groans in pure exhaustion. Suddenly, a hilarious mental visual shows our protagonist getting violently run over by a speeding red steam train with the priest's screaming face on it. Getting hit by the fandom truck is the ultimate nightmare for any solo edgelord player. A digital checklist pops up rating his favorite trope traits: stubbornly earnest, socially awkward, clumsy self-reflection, and pursuit of justice, scoring a perfect 100. He recalls back in the real world at his desktop that the priest was actually his absolute favorite character in the original game. Imagining an adorable chibi fantasy of patting the cute priest's head, our outer dark hero twitches violently, fighting for his life to suppress an inner fanboy smile. Clenching his jaw tightly, our protagonist internally roars that he must endure and keep his villain character intact no matter what. Trembling in sheer anxiety, the young priest clutches his chest, terrified that he spoke out of turn and disrespected him once again. Hilarious Cupid arrow strikes straight through our hero's chest in a dramatic heart attack visual, declaring the priest way too precious to handle. His inner otaku is fighting for its life right now while his outer character tries to play it cool. Releasing a tired sigh, our dark hero maintains his intimidating scowl, grumbling that if their goal was to ruin his morning mood, it was a solid attempt. Dark, shadowy aura radiates around his figure as he mockingly remarks that meeting people seeking death in this fashion is truly novel, causing the archmage to wave her paws in frantic desperation. Coldly stating that the only thing he shares with Holy Church scum is his blade, our hero gets suddenly cut off as the archmage screams out the name Satan. Roaring at the top of her lungs with her mouth wide open, the grand archmage shouts, asking if he would still draw his sword against them if their goal was to slay Satan, the king of demons. Hearing the name of the final demon king, our hero's glowing eye widens in pure shock. Unsheathing his massive pitch-black broadsword with a surge of terrifying purple aura, our hero ominously whispers for her to tell him more about that story. Host note, mentioning the main quest final boss was the ultimate cheat code to catch an edgelord player's attention. The young priest and the lioness archmage gulp down heavy, nervous sweat, standing completely frozen in terror as the dark warrior's blade glimmers under the inn's dim light. Both the lioness archmage and the red-haired inquisitor exchange grave looks, fully realizing the weight of the mysterious man standing before them. Underneath his split-toned fringe, his single exposed eye glows with lethal malice, convincing them that his hatred for demonkind runs deeper than any living soul. Staring directly at the razor-sharp black edge of his blade, the young inquisitor knows that one dishonest word will result in instant decapitation, yet doesn't flinch for a second. Her emerald eyes burn with unflinching resolve, completely prepared to give her life for the greater holy good. The drama in her eyes is top tier, but bro is literally just waiting for his quest prompt to load. Standing rigid inside the wooden dining room, our dark hero looms over the table with drawn steel as the pair holds their breath beneath his crushing pressure. Meanwhile, in his mental space, his inner chibi persona explodes with pure gamer joy, thrilled that the main boss plotline is dropping so early. Floating amid cute heart-patterned background stickers, his inner otaku cheers that today's storyline progression is absolute god-tier content. A sleek, stylized graphic splash screen displays the story title, marking a major turning point in the grand campaign. Host note, when the Manhwa title card drops mid-conversation, you know things are about to get real. A historical lore illustration displays solemn church judges in white ceremonial robes, clarifying that an inquisitor acts as a holy judge in the realm. Radiant divine light bathes an armored paladin carrying a heavy mace, explaining that in game terms, inquisitors are aggressive field agents enforcing church doctrine. The lioness archmage speaks up softly, revealing that despite the inquisitor's young age, there is a profound reason she departed from the grand temple. Flashback visuals show the young priest kneeling devoutly beneath celestial light rays as a divine revelation descends from the heavens. Classic JRPG protagonist backstory right there, chosen by celestial light at age 12. Looking back with intense sincerity, the young inquisitor explains that despite being unworthy, a holy vision commanded her to vanquish Satan himself.
She continues solemnly, admitting that the divine message warned her that she could never defeat the Demon King alone. and must seek worthy allies.
Turning toward our protagonist, she explains that she teamed up with the Grand Archmage first, wandering the lands to recruit true legendary warriors. The Lioness Master nods, adding that this is precisely why they braved his dark wrath and returned to request his terrifying power. Host note, returning to beg for help from the guy who almost chopped off your head, that's ultimate dedication. Whispering frantically behind her master's back, the young priest sweats bullets, asking why the Archmage promised this would be an easy pitch. Clenching his jaw tight, our hero fights for his life on the outside, while internally squealing that the poor kid got tricked like a cute little dumpling. Staring down at his black boots, our protagonist's gamer brain suddenly glitches, wondering why an NPC received the Divine Quest revelation instead of the player. Veins bulge on his forehead as he internally panics, wondering if this game remake completely overhauled the lore to make the priest the true main character. Host note, imagine playing a game for years only to realize you're just an overpowered sidekick in the remake. Talk about existential gamer crisis. Sweating nervously under his intimidating scowl, the Archmage raises her padded paws, desperately trying to keep him calm. With a hopeful gasp, she pops the big question, asking if he will lend his black blade to their grand expedition to slay Satan. A brilliant golden digital interface materializes before his eyes, confirming the official activation of the main quest line. The Archmage closes her eyes smoothly, mentioning that her intelligence gathering proved he's a legendary mercenary who never backs down from slaying demons. Opening her sharp, glowing blue feline eye, she fixes him with a piercing gaze, testing his true allegiance. Host note, that feline eye detail from the artist is insanely sharp, pure cinematic magic. Staring back silently, our half-white-haired hero internally chuckles, knowing she's supposed to be the actual main hero of the original game lore. The red-haired priest steps forward bravely, offering that if he needs absolute proof, he can journey alongside them directly to the main temple. Resting his massive dark blade against the floorboards, our protagonist listens quietly as she promises every temple high priest will verify her divine mark. Turning his head in dramatic side profile, cold dominant whisper, our dark hero fixes them with a cold glare, asking what else they have to say for themselves. Dark, shadowy mist swarms around his face as his red eye flashes dangerously, warning them that their story had better be the absolute truth. With teeth gritted in terrifying, villainous fashion, he repeats his grim threat, sending chills straight through the tavern floor. He's putting 110 into his edgelord performance while secretly hyperventilating with joy inside. Bright digital pop-ups chime in sequence, announcing that both the Inquisitor and the Archmage have officially joined his active party roster. Objective markers update overhead as our protagonist stands victorious, ready to advance the main storyline quest. A dramatic stylized Manhwa logo splash appears, officially ushering in the start of their grand co-op adventure. Early morning sunlight bathes the cobblestone streets as a horse-drawn carriage trots gracefully through the city. The local tavern staff and young boys stand near the stable doors, waving warmly as the party's carriage rolls past. Townspeople watch the horse carriage disappear into the distance while side quest pop-ups fade away completely. Host note, skipping all minor side quests to speedrun the main storyline, a truly veteran player move. Sitting inside the luxurious carriage with folded arms, our protagonist maintains a stoic, brooding expression while ignoring every minor distraction. Glancing slyly out of the corner of his eye, he sneaks a subtle look toward his new traveling companion sitting opposite him. The red-haired Inquisitor sparkles radiantly with pure, innocent enthusiasm, staring back at our hero with massive, glittering green eyes. Internally sweating bullets, our dark hero feels deeply uncomfortable, wondering why on earth the kid has been staring at him like an adoring puppy. Host note? Bro is getting analyzed like a holy shrine by his biggest fanboy. A dramatic close-up highlights the priest's glowing emerald eyes, reflecting our hero's dark silhouette directly in his pupils. Staring out the window, our protagonist tries to make sense of it, remembering that he did nothing but trash talk and threaten the kid earlier. Glancing sideways, he ponders how his hidden affinity stat isn't sitting at absolute rock bottom after all his harsh roleplay lines. A floating system window details the companion mechanic, explaining that NPC affinity alters behavior and unlocks tracking commands, though exact values remain secret. He recalls dramatically drawing his dark sword in the tavern, remembering how harshly he barked that he would never treat them as true allies. Resting his chin on his gloved hand inside the quiet carriage, he wonders if early game party members possess a naturally maxed affinity floor. Host note, When game mechanics override your deliberate attempt to be a lone wolf, system code wins every time. A hilarious fantasy visual pops up imagining the short-haired priest as a super cute, steaming hot kimchi dumpling with adorable green eyes.
Text graphics swoon over the adorable image, declaring the wildly passionate priest his personal little kimchi dumpling.
Looking back out the carriage window, our hero's outer face stays ice cold while his inner otaku gushes over how ridiculously adorable and passionate his favorite game character truly is. Inside the bumping wooden transport, our half-white-haired warrior glances across at his party members, his chibi persona mentally floating with pure fatherly satisfaction over how well-behaved his team seems. Listening to the rhythmic clatter of carriage wheels, the lioness archmage slowly opens her jaws, addressing him in a low, measured voice to break the quiet trip. Fixing him with her sharp feline gaze, she questions why he hasn't asked a single detail about their destination, their holy vision, or why they're traveling toward the grand church. Internally, our hero couldn't care less about their elaborate backstories because to him, they're just scripted NPCs while the system hasn't loaded the next location marker yet. Why ask for directions when you're literally just waiting for the green quest arrow to pop up on your HUD? Maintaining his menacing bad boy persona on the outside, he cold-heartedly warns them that if their divine message turns out to be a total scam, he'll personally slice them to ribbon bits without a second thought. Crossing his heavy armored gauntlets over his chest, he leans back against the wooden seat cushions, radiating an impenetrable aura of dark apathy. With a stern grimace on his face, he demands they give him a proper heads up now if there's any crucial combat intel he needs to know before they reach their destination. Chuckling softly under her breath, the wise lioness master remarks that his rough warning almost sounds like he secretly trusts them to handle themselves in battle. Glancing back at his icy expression, she adds with a subtle smile that perhaps a legendary lone wolf simply views minor details as completely beneath his notice. Host note, bro is literally failing upward into looking like a tactical genius just by being lazy. Sunlight filters through lush green leaves overhead as the horse-drawn carriage trots along the dirt path. The young priest eagerly chimes in, explaining that besides joining the subjugation force, they must assist a local church in distress. But our hero instantly cuts her off, declaring he has zero interest in petty good deeds. Turning his sharp blue eye toward her, he demands immediate answers about the exact species of demon involved and how many hostiles they'll be facing. Sweating nervously, the red-haired inquisitor sheepishly admits they only received word of a demon sighting and must get details from the bishop, prompting our hero to scoff that she's totally incompetent. Right on cue, a glowing digital prompt pops up before his eyes, displaying evil lurking in the village. Go to the temple, talk to the bishop, making his inner gamer gasp in disbelief that this isn't even the main quest. Host note, imagine riding 3 days in a carriage only to realize you accepted a generic level 1 side fetch quest. Shrugging off his frustration, he reasons internally that as long as completing this side quest earns campaign progress points, it's still worth his precious time. Watching the scenery drag by through the window, he sighs inwardly, realizing that traveling at this sluggish carriage speed is going to eat up hours of his real-world gaming session. Closing his eyes slowly, a mischievous chuckle, our protagonist decides the best way to skip the boring travel cutscene is to catch a quick power nap until they arrive. Resting his head against the backrest, he figureheads that his companion pair will definitely shake him awake once the carriage pulls up to the destination. Across from him, the short-haired priest stares with glowing emerald eyes and blushing cheeks, completely captivated by his calm sleeping face. Host note, the kid looks like she's staring at a rare legendary gacha pull, pure unadulterated fan worship. A sudden flashback transports us to a quiet moonlit prayer room where divine light pours through a stained glass arch window. Soft footsteps echo down the corridor as the lioness archmage gently taps on the wooden doorframe, asking if she can step inside to speak with the young inquisitor. The heavy wooden door swings open with a faint creak, casting long, shadowy silhouettes across the polished floorboards. Stepping inside the dimly lit room, the master archmage fixes her student with a solemn look, whispering, reminding her of the grave consequences of offering her life to a dangerous stranger. Lowering her voice with deep concern, she asks if the young priest truly comprehends the massive weight of the divine mission riding entirely on her survival. Kneeling on the floor, the red-haired inquisitor bows her head remorsefully, admitting she acted rashly in the tavern and spoke without thinking. Host note, the atmospheric lighting in the scene is so dramatic. It really highlights her internal struggle. Looking up with tearful green eyes, she softly questions whether her righteous anger almost drove her to slay an innocent, misunderstood warrior. Glowing holy script floats dramatically in her memory, reciting sacred scriptures. Justice is but justified violence. Thus, it must be wielded with gravity and caution. Looking down from above, the Archmage looms over her devout student as the sacred quote concludes, "Do not be certain of your own justice." Closing her eyes reverently, the Archmage softly recites that this foundational truth is none other than the sacred ninth commandment of their order. Clenching her gloved hands tightly in her lap, the young priest shudders, realizing how many innocent lives she might have wrongfully claimed in her self-righteous blind zeal. Grimacing with deep guilt, she admits her complete unworthiness to be God's chosen hero when she failed to comprehend even a single line of holy law. Focusing on her severed ponytail lying on the floor, slows down slightly, she reflects on how the Dark Knight spared her life despite her foolish attack, granting her a second chance at true enlightenment. Bathed in radiant celestial light, the young Inquisitor gazes upward with renewed conviction, feeling she has finally taken a genuine step closer to fulfilling her holy calling. Bro literally just wanted her to shut up so he could get quest info, but she turned him into her spiritual guru. A glowing divine phantom of our hero appears behind her in her mind's eye, as she wonders if he is actually a holy messenger sent by God to test her faith. Back in the real world, inside the carriage, our totally oblivious dark hero is still snoring away peacefully with his arms folded over his chest. Clasped hands resting under her chain, the red-haired priest smiles with pure angelic adoration, offering silent prayers of gratitude for his divine presence. The horse carriage continues rolling through lush green valleys under a brilliant blue sky, heading deep into distant mountainous territory. Night falls over a quiet medieval township as dark, shadowy rooftops settle under the pale moonlight. Stepping out into the cool evening air, our protagonist grimaces in utter annoyance, realizing that simple carriage journey took 3 entire days of in-game time. His inner chibi persona sheds massive comedic tears while virtual currency notes fly away, screaming that long travel times are wasting hundreds of thousands of real-world won on full dive VR fluid. Every VR gamer watching this just felt a sharp pain in their monthly subscription wallet. Fire blazes in his eyes as he stomps forward furiously, determined to speedrun this area as fast as humanly possible before his game subscription timer runs out. Meanwhile, the system updates, a step towards subduing the Demon King. Head to the temple, speak with the bishop. Stepping out of the carriage with an eager smile, the young priest turns to start heading toward the church, only to gasp in shock as she sees our hero already sprinting 50 yards down the street. Waving her hands frantically, she dashes after his retreating silhouette, begging the demon knight to wait up for her. Walking at a relaxed pace behind them, the lioness archmage sighs softly, complaining that keeping up with hyperactive youngsters is tough on an old feline's joints. Pulling her white cloak hood down over her head, her furry ears twitch nervously as a sudden cold chill sweeps through the night air. Looking down at the cobblestone street with a furrowed brow, the wise archmage whispers quietly that an unsettling bad omen is twisting in her gut. High above the city rooftops, a massive flock of black ravens suddenly takes flight, cawing ominously as their wings beat against the moonlight night sky. The camera pans up to reveal a majestic Gothic cathedral looming over the town like a dark stone fortress under the starry heavens. Heavy black boots stomp across the polished marble floor tiles of the church interior, echoing loudly through the empty, silent hall. Standing under the dim cathedral lights, our hero gazes forward with an icy glare, his single exposed eye glowing with lethal purple malice as he prepares to meet the bishop. That final entrance shot with the glowing eye effect is peak edgelord energy. He's ready to wreck this quest. Suddenly, a young paladin guard brandishes his blade, panic shouting in total terror that an evil demon has breached the sacred hall as dozens of armed temple sentries surround our dark protagonist with pointed weapons. Unfazed by the surrounding blades, our hero takes a firm step forward, his icy demeanor refusing to break under their hostile glares. Before the guards can strike, a desperate voice pierces through the tense silence, screaming at the top of her lungs for everyone to hold their attack. Dash stepping in front of the spears, the red-haired Inquisitor raises her glowing palm, displaying her holy hero crest as she fiercely shields our protagonist from the paladin's weapons. Post note, look at her jumping in like a bodyguard. She really turned him into her divine idol overnight. Seeing the sacred mark ablaze on her hand, the young guard falls falters, sweating, panic, wondering if he stammers in shock, wondering if that really is the legendary proof of the hero. Fixing the guards with an unyielding glare, the Inquisitor vows upon her heroic title that the Dark Knight behind her isn't a demonic spawn, but a tragic victim suffering from evil forces. Whispering anxiously among themselves, the temple sentries remain skeptical, muttering that they clearly sensed a foul demonic aura and claiming her youthful naivety might be blinding her judgment. Stepping forward with calm dignity, the Lioness Archmage tightens her grip around her sapphire magic staff. She slams the base of her staff into the marble floor, releasing a powerful wave of magical energy that echoes through the entire cathedral hall. Turning her sharp gaze toward the stunned paladins, the Grand Archmage sternly demands total silence across the room. Lowering her voice to an icy tone, she reprimands the sentries, questioning if they dared disobey when God's holy proxy explicitly ordered them to lower their blades. Gulping in fear, the guards instantly freeze and nod in unified submission, completely intimidated by the feline archmage's supreme authority. Sheathing their swords and lowering their halberds, the guards humbly bow their heads, agreeing to obey without further protest. Host note, bro didn't even have to lift a finger. The NPC bodyguards resolved the entire conflict for him. Turning back toward our protagonist with a soft smile, the red-haired Inquisitor respectfully offers to guide him deeper inside the Grand Cathedral. Leaning closer, the Archmage softly apologizes for the guards' hostility, but our edgelord hero coldly retorts that if they had actually meant him harm, he would have sliced them to pieces already. Internally, his inner chibi persona cheers with joy, celebrating how awesome it feels when secondary NPCs step in to resolve tedious plot misunderstandings. Host note, man is treating high-stakes fantasy politics like a skip button on a visual novel. Striding past the humbled guards, our protagonist leads the way through the cathedral entrance with complete, unbothered confidence. Giggling internally, he notices how carefully his companions are walking on eggshells around him, completely amused by their extreme reverence. Glancing upward at the grand architecture, his tone shifts to annoyance as he considers his current VR gaming situation. Sighing softly to himself, he wonders if the hyper-realistic VR mechanics are making him physically exhausted after hours of continuous gameplay. Passing beneath high-arched doorways, he resolves internally that as soon as he gets the key quest info from the bishop, he's ditching this crowd immediately. Host note, imagine surviving a divine standoff just to treat the entire clergy like generic fetch quest dispensers? Warm candlelight filters through stained glass windows, illuminating the vast, silent corridors of the church residence. Inside a magnificent private meeting hall, the bishop stands at the head of a long wooden dining table, surrounding the party with his top clergy members. Addressing the group with a warm smile, the bishop suggests they have discussed enough details for the evening and should rest their weary bodies in the prepared guest rooms. He smoothly adds that if dining in the grand hall feels uncomfortable, meals can easily be brought straight to their rooms, prompting our hero to narrow his eye in disgust. Analyzing the bishop's fake polite smile, our protagonist internally scoffs that the guy's basically ordering them to lock themselves away like prisoners. Deciding that playing along with this tedious role-playing fluff is a complete waste of time, he abruptly pushes his chair back and stands up. Fixing the bishop with a deadly glare, he bluntly declares that he refuses his artificial hospitality. Host note, zero manners, pure speedrunner mindset. He just rejected the free hotel room in front of the head priest. Gasps ring out around the room as our dark protagonist scathingly adds that he would rather sleep in the outdoor dirt than stay in a nest of hypocrites. Right on cue, a digital quest prompt flashes before his eyes. Evil lurking in the village, tracking the evil lurking in the village, prompting him to realize the demon type and immediately start his solo speedrun. Turning on his heel toward the exit, he ignores the shocked expressions of the party while the Inquisitor frantically calls out his name. Dashing across the room, the red-haired priest reaches out in desperation, breathless, begging him to wait for a moment. She reaches out and grabs hold of his armored forearm gauntlet. Instantly triggered by physical contact, our hero violently swings his arm back, discharging a burst of dark energy that repels her. A dark red demonic aura flares around his body like crackling embers as he lowers his head, warning her with lethal venom never to touch him again. Trembling with terror, the young priest cringes back with tears in her green eyes, stammering an apology for crossing his boundary. Host note, Yikes! Bro gave her the total villain side-eye treatment for just touching his shoulder. Placing a comforting paw on her student's shoulder, the lioness archmage steps forward, calmly asking our protagonist where he intends to go in the middle of the night. Glancing back over his shoulder with an icy blue glare, he coldly snaps that she's asking the obvious. He's heading out right now to butcher the demon. Fast walking down the corridor, his inner chibi voice chuckles mischievously, admitting that dragging slow NPCs along would take forever, so he's skipping straight to the boss fight. Host note, he's literally ghosting the party to speedrun the side quest solo. Determined not to be left behind, the young Inquisitor picks herself up off the floor and resolves to follow his footsteps no matter what. Watching her student's fierce dedication, the lioness archmage lets out a subtle smirk, deeply impressed by her growth.
Turning back to face the stunned bishop, she remarks with a sly grin that the bishop's passive-aggressive scheming puts her old feline self to shame.
With a cheerful nod, she invites the excited Inquisitor to join the hunt as they prepare to follow the lone hero. Standing frozen in absolute disbelief, the bishop watches the legendary party abandon his hall, stuttering helplessly in total embarrassment. Host note, Bro spent hours planning a fake hospitality trap only to get completely ignored by every single high-level guest. Stopping near the doorway, the Archmage offers a mock token of gratitude for his consideration, her voice laced with subtle sarcasm. She ominously adds that their dark friend is simply not the type to lie down and sleep when a vile demon is lurking right under his nose, leaving the bishop sweating in pure terror. Sprint dashing out of the church doors side by side, the Inquisitor and the Archmage shout out to our retreating hero, declaring they're coming along whether he likes it or not. High above in the stained glass window arches, a dark silhouette sits motionless in the moonlight night. The camera zooms in on a black raven's eerie obsidian eyes, staring intently into the cathedral with unnatural, intelligent malice. With a flurry of dark feathers, a massive swarm of ravens bursts into the night sky over the Gothic cathedral towers, signaling that the true demonic hunt has officially begun. That ominous birdshot is classic foreshadowing. The demon is definitely watching their every move. High above the darkened forest, blackbirds screech into the midnight sky under a glowing full moon. Even though our edgelord hero tried to ditch them, the lioness archmage and the red-haired inquisitor match his pace, firmly sticking by his side. The feline archmage cheerfully suggests stopping to question local witnesses for clues, but our hero coldly shuts her down without missing a beat. Host note, man views NPC dialogue trees like unskippable pop-up ads. Smiling knowingly, the Archmage asks if he's deduced their enemy's true identity, while internally our protagonist assumes this ancient mage is just testing his gaming knowledge. Gasping softly, the young Inquisitor looks up with wide, shining green eyes, eager to learn what legendary knowledge the Dark Knight possesses.
Her adorable, determined expression makes her look like an angry steamed dumpling, puffing her cheeks while taking the investigation super seriously.
Internally, our hero struggles not to break character with a proud dad grin, but outwardly he maintains his gloomy Dark Knight persona, muttering that he can't believe she's the legendary hero. Host note, he's trying so hard to be a brooding anti-hero, but his wholesome dad instincts keep slipping out. Offended by his sharp words, the red-haired priest huffs loudly, begging him not to speak such sacrilege against divine destiny. Turning his gaze down at her, our hero cuts straight to the point and asks what specific monster is terrorizing this town. Observing her intense devotion, our protagonist chuckles internally mischievously, realizing she doesn't care about personal insults as long as no one disrespects God's holy mandate. She suddenly snaps her fingers in realization, exclaiming that it must be a Drogrin undead curse that matches all the clues. Look at her connecting the dots like a true lore enthusiast. The Archmage notes that Draugr leave behind an unbearable rot, while the Inquisitor suggests searching the nearest graveyard where such undead usually spawn. As the two women praise each other's knowledge, our hero maintains his icy side profile, keeping his mouth shut so he doesn't break his cool edgelord image. Tightening his gloved fist, he desperately commands his mind to recall tragic, edgy thoughts just to keep from smiling like a proud father. Host note, he's fighting harder against his wholesome dad instincts than against actual demons. Narrowing his visible eye, he recalls from his hardcore gaming memory that in the original storyline, this Draugr event was a catalyst for severe temple corruption and demon worship. Heavy leather boots clatter against the cobblestone street as the trio strides through the quiet alleyways. Twitching her nose, the red-haired priest catches a sudden whiff of something foul lingering in the night air. Halting in her tracks, she alerts the group with a tense gasp, warning them that a horrific scent is floating nearby. Host note, wait, is her nose literally better than a tracking hound's right now? Following the faint spectral trail through a narrow alley, she points toward the dark buildings of the inner district. Reaching into his belt pouch, our hero summons a glowing magic lantern to light up the pitch-black corridor. Holding the radiant lantern high, its warm golden glow illuminates his sharp features as he prepares for whatever monstrosity awaits in the shadows. But as the light pierces the gloom, a horrific, emaciated body slumps motionless against the stone wall. The Inquisitor recoils in pure terror, her face turning pale as she gasps at the gruesome scene before her eyes. The poor soul's skin is completely shriveled and decayed, a grim sign that a Draugr had drained his life force empty. Wow, the artist didn't hold back on the horror aesthetics here. That decay detail is chilling. Crouching low beside the victim, our protagonist inspects the body while holding the lantern close to analyze the cause of death. Clasping her hands together in horror, the red-haired priest utters a trembling prayer, completely devastated by the tragic loss of an innocent life. Turning around with urgency, the feline archmage rushes off to summon the city guards, while the Inquisitor agrees immediately. Looking annoyed, our gamer hero realizes that the foul smell wasn't just world-building fluff, but an actual tracking mechanic for an extremely tedious quest. Host note, man is genuinely mad that the VR game developer added realistic rotting odors to his questline. Kneeling quietly in front of the deceased victim, he softly reaches out his gloved hand. Placing his hand gently on the man's forehead, he lowers his head with genuine respect, admitting softly that they arrived too late to save him. His icy blue eye flashes with ruthless determination as he vows to slaughter the demon responsible and avenge the fallen villager. Gently sliding his hand over the victim's face, he closes the man's lifeless eyes so he can rest in peace. Folding her hands in reverent devotion, the red-haired priest begins chanting a holy purification prayer as radiant particles of divine light surround her. Host note, the holy aura lighting effect in this panel looks absolutely stunning. Soft, holy light bathes the dark alleyway as her sweet, somber voice echoes off the stone walls in prayer. Internally, our protagonist scoffs that while he isn't religious, high-budget emotional cutscenes like this are definitely top-tier gameplay immersion. Gliding back down the passage, the Archmage informs them that the temple sentries have been dispatched to handle the body. Sensing that the demonic stench is still fresh, the Archmage presses her hands together, preparing a powerful tracking spell. A gigantic blue magic circle explodes into existence, radiating waves of arcane energy down the corridor. Her feline eyes glow with fierce magical power as she locks onto the faint residual mana left by the fleeing monster. Host note, when the level 99 Archmage actually flexes her magical tracking spells, it's so satisfying to watch. Before she can even finish her sentence, our hero dashes past her like a rocket, taking full advantage of her tracking spell. Blasting down the cobblestone streets, his dark cloak billows wildly in the wind as he surges toward his prey. Shaking her head with a wry grin, the Archmage chuckles at his recklessness and calls for the Inquisitor to sprint after him. Raising her glowing palm while sprinting, the red-haired priest casts continuous holy purification to clear away the corrupting demon mist. Glancing back at the bright trail of holy and arcana light illuminating the dark streets, our hero nods in satisfaction that he won't lose his target. Smirking internally, mischievously, he admits that while he usually prefers playing solo, high-level support party members make speedrunning insanely convenient. Host note, bro is literally treating two legendary archmages like automated navigation waypoints. Sprinting as a unified squad, the party follows the shimmering magical guideline deeper into the maze-like backstreets. Narrowing his eyes with lethal focus, our dark protagonist senses that their target is trapped just around the next corner. Digging his boots into the pavement, he comes to an abrupt halt as the magical trail leads straight into a dead end. Reaching his side out of breath, panting, the Inquisitor gasps in shock as she realizes they've run straight into a brick wall. Staring at the stacked wooden crates and high brick barricade, the party realizes the Draugr has vanished into thin air. Host note, amazed, did the demon parkour over the wall, or is this a classic hidden door trap? Staring in utter disbelief at the solid stone wall ahead, the feline archmage sweats nervously, pointing out that the Draugr seems to have glitched straight through the solid brick barrier. Looking down at the dead end, she logically suggests heading toward higher ground to search for an alternate alleyway, while our protagonist secretly agrees that her tactical assessment makes complete sense.
Narrowing his bright blue eye, he smirks internally, mischievously, reminding himself that since this is an open-world VR game, why follow normal logic when he can test out high-level movement mechanics instead? Sweating profusely as she senses his reckless aura, the lioness archmage gasps in panic, pleading to know if he's seriously about to pull off another insane stunt. Host note, she's already got full-blown PTSD from his parkour shenanigans. Flexing his legs, our Dark Knight leaps off the pavement like a rocket, leaving his companions choking on dust as he launches straight into the night sky. Swooping through the air with his massive black cloak billowing behind him, he scales the towering Gothic roofs with supernatural athletic flair. Soaring gracefully against the glowing full moon, he looks like a terrifying creature of the night stalking his prey from the heavens. Slamming his heavily armored gauntlet onto the roof tile, he easily catches his grip on the high ledge without breaking a sweat. Flipping effortlessly over the stone balcony, he lands softly on his feet, executing a flawless parkour maneuver that would put stealth assassin games to shame. Crouching down into a classic superhero landing pose, dust swirls around his boots as he takes in the sweeping view of the city roofs. Sprinting down the narrow alleyway below, the red-haired Inquisitor looks up in absolute awe, frantically shouting after her dark savior. Panting heavily, the feline archmage shakes her head in disbelief, muttering about how utterly absurd and reckless the self-proclaimed demon knight truly is. Host note, imagine being a legendary high mage and having to jog after a gamer doing rooftop parkour. Standing tall above the moonlit town, our hero stares back down at his exhausted companions, radiating peak anti-hero aura. But behind his brooding mask, his inner gamer breaks character completely, screaming in pure, unadulterated joy that this movement system is absolute perfection. Clenching his fists in excitement, he marvels internally that he didn't even activate an agility skill, yet the wind resistance and foot impact felt mind-blowingly realistic. Smirking cheekily in his thoughts, he cheekily brags to himself that maybe he has a natural secret talent for parkour, before catching himself getting way too carried away. Bro is fighting for his life not to do a victory dance on the roof. Restoring his gloomy demeanor, he strides along the tiles, reminding himself to locate the demon before the archmage's tracking spell wears off. Looking out across the Gothic townscape, he spots the glowing blue magical trail snaking straight over the wooden rooftops toward the inner city. Halting near the edge of the roof, he narrows his eye, realizing the phantom creature didn't disappear into thin air at all. Gazing into the night under the full moon, he mutters disdainfully, accusing the foul demon of using cheap phasing tricks to escape its executioner. Glinting with cold murder intent, his eye narrows as he declares that no monster can ever outrun a max-level gamer. Blasting across the rooftops like a dark blur, he vaults over chimneys and tiles with terrifying speed. Soaring across the midnight sky, he cuts through the darkness, following the shimmering magic line without losing an ounce of momentum. Internally, his inner villain unleashes a maniacal villain laugh, completely overwhelmed by how ridiculously fun high-speed rooftop locomotion feels. Host note, the villager was murdered 2 minutes ago, but bro is having the time of his life playing Mirror's Edge. Raising his arms in pure bliss, he secretly shouts praises to the game developers for crafting such an immortal god-tier role-playing masterpiece. Title card? Is it bad that the main character's a role player? Free-falling out of the clouds, our hero plunges headfirst toward the alleyway like a dark meteor striking from the skies. Driving his heavy broadsword straight into the cobblestones below, a powerful shockwave explodes through the narrow passage, shattering stone tiles in every direction. Holding the hilt of his crimson-lit blade, he lowers his head with icy seriousness, whispers, swearing total vengeance for the innocent lives stolen tonight. Suddenly, a glowing lore pop-up window flashes before his eyes. Draugr, a wraith that deceives human eyes to catch them off guard. Rising from the grave, it moves through stone as if swimming to hunt its prey. Drawing his blade upward in a sweeping arc, he cold-heartedly warns the hidden wraith that this pathetic game of hide-and-seek ends right now. Glancing over his shoulder, he pauses awkwardly curious, suddenly realizing something is completely off about the current scene. Host note, wait, where are his automated support NPCs at? Staring down the long empty alley, he ponders internally why his 2 party members haven't automatically loaded into the quest zone yet. Sweat dripping down his cheek tired, he complains internally about the foul rotting stench, wishing his dumpling Inquisitor was here to cast holy purification to wipe away the smell. Slow, deliberate footsteps ring out against the wet stone as a mysterious voice from the shadows calls out, addressing him by the name Gretchen. Halting in surprise, our hero turns around, wondering how on earth anyone managed to sneak up on his position so effortlessly. Emerged from a swirling vortex of dark demonic energy, a hooded cultist stands on the roof, expressing pure delight that he decided to come voluntarily. Throwing his hands into the air as dark flames burst around him, cackles wildly, the cultist announces that the king is actively searching for him. A purple system window materializes. Demon contractor, those who make deals with demons, trading their souls. It is unknown whether their souls were sold to the demon or to their own desires. Staring blankly with a clueless expression, our gamer hero utters a dumbfounded sound, completely baffled by what's unfolding before him. Sweat dropping profusely, he panics internally, wondering what kind of absurd plot branch this is and how his anti-hero persona is even supposed to react to a demon cultist. Host note: man is frantically checking his mental walkthrough guide right now. Clasping his pale hands, the cultist offers to liberate him from the heretics, inviting him to join their upcoming festival of endless slaughter. Narrowing his eye, our protagonist searches his hard drive gamer memory, realizing he has never once heard the name Gretchen in the entire main lore of Legend of Heroes. Tightening his grip on his broadsword as crimson energy flares along the blade, a shocking realization hits his mind. His face turns pale as he realizes this isn't a glitch at all. He has somehow accidentally unlocked the legendary hidden demon worshipper's secret route. Suddenly, tragic lore memories flash across his vision as massive blood-red chains shatter violently under dark demonic pressure. Lore text flares crimson, a power beyond humanity awakens. A terrifying surge of dark energy explodes around our hero as he screams in raw, visceral pain. Lore text continues. You acquire knowledge beyond humanity. His eyes burn with infernal red fire as demonic corruption tears through his body. Lore text pulses, freed from human shackles, giant leather bat wings burst violently out of his back, tearing through his dark cloak. Lore text concludes, you awaken to a new power. Standing tall in full demonic awakening, black horns sprout from his head and a corrupted crimson hand covers his face, revealing his true form as an overwhelming demon lord. Host note: look at that horrifying demonic redesign. This hidden quest route just changed the entire game. Or at least that's the ultra-edgy dark transformation cutscene playing inside his hyperactive gamer brain right now. Reality instantly cuts back to his clueless, derpy face as he blinks, wondering if that over-the-top demon transformation scenario is how a true anti-hero should handle the situation. Smirking cheekily to himself, he decides that since he's planning on doing multiple playthroughs anyway, he'll save the evil demon worshipper route for later. Meanwhile, the hooded cultist stares back in complete bewilderment. Narrows his eye with icy focus, reminding himself that for this current run, he has to strictly commit to his edgy Demon Knight roleplay. Host note: man literally has a whole branching dialogue tree mapped out in his head. Raising his massive broadsword high above his head, dark purple aura erupts around his armor as he prepares to unleash a heavy strike. Screaming out his skill name with intense conviction, he unleashes the devastating martial technique, Breaker. A terrifying arc of dark energy rips through the roof tiles, carving a massive crater straight down into the cobblestone alley. Glancing down through the swirling purple smoke, our Bark Knight squints, curious, checking if his high damage attack managed to wipe out the target in one shot. Sweat dropping slightly, he notices the trembling cultist cowering safely behind the creature, realizing the cowardly contractor used the Draugr as a meat shield to survive. Dropping to his knees on the wet stones, the cultist panics in utter terror, trembling, weeping hysterically for Lord Gretchen to spare his miserable life. Glaring down with pure icy hatred, our protagonist lowers his voice into a chilling growl, questioning if a filthy demon worshipper even deserves mercy. Host note: he's delivering lines so dark you'd think he wrote them in a middle school poetry notebook. Blasting forward like a dark phantom, he lunges toward the coward, declaring that even in the deepest pits of hell, forceful emotion, salvation will never reach him. Screaming out in sheer desperate panic, the cultist throws his hands forward, frantically commanding his undead servant to block the executioner. A massive, dark-armored Draugr Knight erupts from the shadows, slamming its giant tower shield into the ground right in front of our hero. The towering specter roars with infernal fury, its crimson eye slits glowing bright red as it draws a heavy broadsword. Vaulting midair with supernatural speed, our dark protagonist sneers disdainfully, mocking the cultist for relying on such a pathetic defensive trick. His glowing blade crashes against the giant iron shield, sending blinding purple sparks exploding across the narrow alley. Gritting his teeth with explosive power, he exerts every ounce of strength, shouting at the undead monstrosity to get out of his way. The heavy impact ripples through the air as the Draugr absorbs the blow, its shadowy form absorbing the kinetic energy without taking real damage. Biting his lip in frustration? Tired. Our gamer knight complains internally that he absolutely despises amorphous monsters because they offer zero impact feedback on hit. Host note, bro is literally complaining about hitboxes and physical feedback in the middle of a death match. Landing lightly back on his feet, he quickly realizes the cultist's active buffing spell is granting the Draugr absurd defense stats. Narrowing his bright blue eye, he tactically calculates that taking out the squishy summoner first will automatically dispel the annoying guardian. Pre-show, he inspects the dark purple fire still swirling around his broadsword, eager to test out a clever game mechanic glitch. Springing forward with lightning agility, his boots scrape across the wet cobblestones as he closes the gap. Swinging his crimson-lit blade in a wide horizontal arc, he hurls another wave of heavy dark magic straight at the armored giant. Analyzing the combat feedback in real time, he notices that when he executed Breaker earlier, the skill's destructive property lingered on his weapon. Tightening his gauntlets around the hilt, his face lights up with gamer realization, discovering that the buff remains active even without doing a straight downward chop. Screaming out with maximum aura, he reactivates the skill at point-blank range. Breaker! The empowered Dark Strike slices straight through the tower shield and helmet, detonating the Draugr's core in a blinding burst of fiery red light. Screeching in agonizing pain, the corrupted undead knight writhes as crimson flames consume its entire shadowy frame. A chaotic surge of red kinetic shockwaves blasts outward, completely obliterating the demon monster into fine ash. Host note, that combo hit was so clean it looked like a high-budget anime final episode. As black smoke clears into the night air, a golden quest window materializes in his vision. Tracking the evil lurking in the village, eliminate the Draugr, 11, capture the demon contractor, 01. Exhaling a soft breath of air, our cool protagonist glares through the drifting ash, satisfied that the annoying obstacle has been taken care of. Turning his cold glare toward the cowering cultist, he strides forward slowly, announcing that Judgment Day has finally arrived for the pathetic vermin. Shivering hysterically on the pavement, the cultist sobs violently, crying, begging that he never intended to cross the Mabel Merchant Guild. Clenching his fists around a sword hilt, our hero's inner gamer unlocks the final puzzle piece, smirking internally as he realizes these cultists were behind all the chaos from the very beginning. Sweating profusely as he stammers out lore secrets, the cultist desperately warns Lord Gretchen that the hero approaching them is the ultimate threat to their demonic king. Before that coward can finish his warning, frantic footfalls echo down the alley as the red-haired Inquisitor and feline Archmage finally catch up. Halting abruptly in shock, the lioness Archmage grips her glowing staff, gasping aloud in disbelief as she recognizes the dark heretic. Internally, our protagonist celebrates in pure derpy joy, holding up an imaginary welcome banner for us slow-ass party members because now he doesn't have to break roleplay to murder the cultist. Host note, man was literally praying for his team to show up so he wouldn't fail his hero alignment. Raising her divine weapon high, the red-haired Inquisitor glares with furious green eyes, demanding to know if this wretched sinner sold his soul to evil demons. Blinding divine radiance erupts from her weapon, illuminating the night sky as she vows to purge the demonic corruption. Staring up in sheer betrayal, the hooded cultist grabs at our hero's coat, panicked, screaming out why his beloved superior is suddenly turning against their dark cause. Clenching his fist in utter agony, screaming, the cultist screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why Lord Gretchen is betraying the dark faction. Looking down with a deadpan expression, our protagonist bluntly admits to himself that he doesn't have a single clue either. Giving a nonchalant thumbs-down gesture in his mind, he casually thinks that he doesn't care who Gretchen is or whose side he was on. He'll just let the quest storyline explain itself while he slays the villain. Smirking cheekily in his inner thoughts, his cute chibi persona gives a full thumbs down to the evil cultist. The sheer disconnect between his terrifying exterior and his silly gamer brain is comedy gold. Drawing his long crimson blade upward with terrifying grace, cold murder intent radiates from his imposing silhouette. Narrowing his blue eye into a razor-sharp glare, he roars with intimidating anti-hero energy, shouting, declaring that filthy vermin have no right to ask questions. Swinging his massive blade down through the moonlit night sky, he unleashes his final judgment, commanding the cultist to atone for his sins with absolute death. Morning light spills over the ornate spires of the holy cathedral as flocks of birds sweep lazily across the glowing dawn sky. Deep inside the palace corridor, the Templar Knights drag the bound cultist toward the High Council room for questioning. Watching from behind, our protagonist keeps his distance while following the procession down the pristine marble hallway. Turning her head with a crisp snap, the red-haired Inquisitor casts a keen glance back at our dark protagonist. She's definitely keeping tabs on him. You can tell she still doesn't fully trust his mysterious Dark Knight persona. Clad in his split-colored hair and eye patch, our protagonist notes inwardly that against all odds, the demon contractor actually survived the strike. Recalling the frantic moment earlier, glowing magic chains snapped through the air as the feline archmage restrained the sobbing cultist before the hero could execute him. Glaring down with sharp intensity, our hero growlingly questioned if the archmage was foolishly daring to get in his way. Raising his staff, the archmage sternly warned that keeping the cultist alive would yield vastly more information than mindlessly contemptuous slaughtering him on the spot. Narrowing his radiant blue eyes, the archmage insisted that the Draugr was no ordinary demon, meaning a dangerous mastermind must be pulling the strings from the shadows. Host note, the feline archmage actually has top-tier tactical intellect. Bro immediately saw through the grand conspiracy. Urging patience over reckless rage, the archmage convinced the Dark Knight to hold back, causing our hero to sheath his weapon and turn away. Whistling nervously to himself, giggles, our gamer knight pouts internally, admitting he only wanted to score the last hit since games usually require weakening an NPC's health bar before a capture trigger. A golden system window pops up explaining, capture attempt permitted after reducing target's HP, target death results in mission failure. Realizing the Archmage's dialogue was a scripted quest trigger, our hero calmly strolls forward. Walking down the vaulted hallway, he reflects on how many brand new systems were added to this remastered game version. Host note, he's reviewing this world like he's writing a Steam game review in his head. Suddenly, sharp red warning tones echo through the hall, piercing the quiet atmosphere. Dozens of translucent red warning panels suddenly burst into view all around him, flooding his peripheral vision. Sweating nervously, our protagonist squints in utter confusion, wondering what triggered the system warning cascade. He secretly wished to sneak into the holy chamber and watch the high priest interrogation firsthand. However, as he stepped deeper into the sacred sanctuary, the oppressive red warning windows multiplied exponentially, forcing him to retreat outside into the courtyard. Inspecting his demonic gauntlet, he wonders if the temple's holy barriers are reacting violently to the demon sealed inside his arm. Realizing the main questline pushes a holy priest route while simultaneously banning his Dark Knight class from sacred grounds, he grumbles at the absurd difficulty spike. A wicked grin spreads across his face mischievously as dark flames ignite behind him, declaring that extreme difficulty only gets his hardcore gamer spirit fired up. Man is a complete masochist gamer. The harder the game gets, the happier he is. Stride by stride, he reminds himself that a true veteran player never chooses the easy path because immersive roleplay is the ultimate gaming achievement. Recalling his past raid wipes, he remembers high-level healers, mages, and warriors getting instantly obliterated by dragonfire on their very first attempt. Passing through the giant archway, he wonders if the game system expects him to travel alongside these main story NPCs all the way to the final boss. Sunk in quiet solitude, his derpy persona imagines the Archmage and the red-haired Inquisitor as cute little bow dumplings, feeling surprisingly lonely now that they've split up. A quest log materializes in his sight. Evil lurking in the village, talk to the bishop. He figures the main plot will stay locked until the cultist's interrogation wraps up. As he ponders where to kill time, urgent footsteps rush toward him from behind as a voice shouts out for the Demon Knight. Sprinting at full speed with bright, energetic eyes, the red-haired Inquisitor excitedly asks where he's heading and demands to come along. Staring back blankly, our hero questions why this guy always spawns out of nowhere the second he thinks about him, wondering if he's an overly loyal puppy or a devoted servant. A host note, bro literally summoned him like a golden retriever hearing a snack wrapper. Turning his gaze sideways, our hero curtly asks what happened to the high-stakes interrogation inside the temple. The red-haired Inquisitor brightly explains that as the chosen hero, interrogating a filthy demon worshiper directly would be a reward for the criminal. So the Archmage told him to shadow the Demon Knight instead. Realizing the Archmage simply babysat him off onto his shoulders, our hero sees a cute mental image of the feline sage grinning while handing over the chatty youngster.
Walking side by side through the courtyard, the Inquisitor innocently asks if our protagonist has other urgent business to attend to. Exhaling a heavy sigh, our hero mutters a disappointed curse under his breath. Stepping alongside him, the inquisitive youth casually asks if he only hunts evil demons when someone hands him direct intel on a silver platter. The red-haired Inquisitor suddenly stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in complete shock. Sparkles erupt around the red-haired Inquisitor as he gushes with intense admiration, excited, declaring those words were deeply profound and a great lesson. Meanwhile, our hero's sweat drops, internally admitting he literally just wanted to grind some experience points. Host note, the kid is overanalyzing a basic gamer grinding mindset as ancient philosophy. Looking exasperated, our protagonist realizes this guy is one of those classic fanboy praisebot NPCs the game hands out early on. Deep down, his cute chibi brain thinks the energetic youth is like a chatty little dumpling. Admittedly cute, but incredibly exhausting. The red-haired Inquisitor enthusiastically strikes a hero stance with his silver mace, surrounded by a background of cute bow dumplings. Shadow covers our protagonist's face, flustered, embarrassed, as his inner introvert screams in absolute agony from the overwhelming social energy. Host note, pure introvert nightmare right here, being trapped with a hyperactive extrovert. Chiding himself for feeling lonely just moments ago, our hero listens as the Inquisitor points out that since the sun is set, gathering village intel might be tough right now. Glancing back with cold focus, our knight sternly announces that their next destination is the Adventurers Guild. Clasping his hands in awe, the Inquisitor praises him again, realizing the guild receives endless requests, meaning demon leads are guaranteed to pop up. Sweating nervously behind his dark cloak, our hero internally panics, realizing his strict anti-hero roleplay commitment prevents him from acting nicely toward his eager companion. A hilarious, dramatic ghost of our hero weeps in the night sky, crying, sobbing that his Dark Knight character concept literally forbids him from showing warm friendship. Night settles over the town as the cozy, warm lights of the Adventurers Guild building illuminate the quiet street. A system display panel confirms the location. Soman, Adventurers Guild. Recalling earlier events, the Archmage thoughtfully nodded, admitting his official temple position could never match the practical street-level experience of an active adventurer. Standing resolute before the tavern entrance, our Dark Knight prepares to step inside and take on whatever high-payout quest awaits them next. And that wraps up another incredible chapter. Make sure to hit like and subscribe for the next episode. Handing over his metallic adventure card at the front desk, our dark protagonist curtly demands to see any available quest contracts involving demon activity. Meanwhile, standing right behind him, the lioness archmage contemplates inwardly that true wisdom can only be gained by stepping outside her comfortable magic tower. Flipping through a heavy ledger, the guild receptionist carefully verifies the adventurer token, explaining that while high-level demon contracts are extremely rare, they do have a quest involving a vague suspicion of demonic presence. Leaning forward with an intimidating aura, our hero demands the receptionist hand over the dossier so he can inspect the details himself. Surprised by his sharp composure, the clerk blinks in surprise, silently marveling that this rough Dark Knight actually knows how to read. Sliding a worn parchment across the counter, the clerk explains that the temple has already stepped in to resolve this single case. Reading the golden system display, our hero scans the details. Multiple unexplained deaths in the area, accompanied by a sickening stench, carrying a massive reward of 500,000 gil. Host note, 500,000 gil for a single side quest? Bro's gamer eyes are definitely flashing like slot machines right now. Narrowing his blue eye, our protagonist flatly states that the issue appears to be completely resolved already. Taken aback by his blunt tone, the desk worker stammers out in confusion. A hilarious mental breakdown occurs in our hero's head as he silently weeps, agonizing over whether the greedy temple is going to pocket that entire massive bounty for themselves. As he sulks, the feline archmage casually pokes her head over his shoulder. Tilting her ears forward, the feline archmage steps up to the desk, smoothly asking if there are any recent reports of citizens vanishing without a trace or suddenly becoming insanely violent. She emphasizes that even unconfirmed rumors would be helpful, while the red-haired inquisitor eagerly presents both of their official identification cards. Recognizing their elite status, the receptionist sweats nervously, realizing this Dark Knight is traveling with high-ranking VIPs.
Adjusting his glasses with a troubled expression, the clerk explains that gathering street rumors usually requires scouring the city taverns personally or hiring the Underground Information Guild. Examining the pristine metallic badges in his palms, the clerk's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as he registers an official Church Inquisitor emblem right next to the Grand Seal of the Magic Tower Sage. Instantly switching into full customer service mode, the clerk clasps his hands together with a dazzling smile, promising to search every single corner of his memory for them. Watching this dramatic shift, our hero notes inwardly how impressive the game's reputation mechanics are. Host note: NPC customer service speed when a high-level VIP walks in is truly universal across every round. Imagining a hilarious chibi version of himself waving happily, our hero chuckles internally, feeling a bit of sympathy for this poor night shift worker who suddenly got cornered by top-tier endgame bosses. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, the clerk leans over the desk, whispers, admitting that while he doesn't have official quest notices, he did recall one peculiar rumor circulating among local adventurers. He mentions that according to local rogues, the number of pickpockets lurking near the marketplace has dropped to almost 0 overnight, causing the Archmage's ears to twitch in surprise. Over a shadowy backdrop of the dark city alleyways, the receptionist adds that street beggars have also been vanishing from the slums, leading him to assume some terrible plague was sweeping through the poorest districts. Before the clerk can even finish his sentence, a violent thud shatters the quiet room as the Inquisitor slams his fist onto the wooden desk, shouting in absolute fury. Host note: Bro, went from 0 to maximum righteous rage in a fraction of a second. Blazing with intense holy zeal, intense voice, the red-haired Inquisitor roars at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if wicked monsters in this city have dared to forget the sacred grace of God. Sweating at the explosive reaction, our protagonist's inner gamer brain pictures the hyperactive youth as a red, angry, steamed-bao dumpling, wishing his noisy companion would just chill out for 2 seconds. Turning his head sideways, our hero coldly cuts in, declaring that they've heard enough because this sudden disappearance pattern is clearly a major plot hook pointing to a demon lurking nearby. Sweat dripping down his cheek, the clerk stammers in utter shock, terrified by the casual mention of an actual demon creeping around inside the city walls. Bowing her head with dignified grace, the feline archmage calmly agrees that the slums require immediate investigation, asking the clerk to notify the Holy Temple if any new leads surface. Looking at the exhausted receptionist, our Dark Knight mentally pities the poor guy for getting assigned extra workload on a late-night shift, though he quickly reminds himself that it's totally not his problem. Heading straight for the tavern exit with broad strides, our hero chuckles inwardly, feeling relieved that the overworked clerk is just a bunch of digital data lines instead of an actual miserable real-world salaryman. Stopping in his tracks as the red-haired youth calls out to him, our dark protagonist casts a menacing look over his shoulder, coldly announcing that his next stop is the city slums. Host note: that dramatic cloak flutter is peak dark anti-hero energy. The artist is flexing hard with these dynamic shadows. Smiling warmly at her eager junior, the feline archmage gently encourages the inquisitive youth, suggesting they should both tag along to the beggar district as well. Sparkles practically erupt in the red-haired inquisitor's eyes as he clenches his fist in awe, declaring that he still has an endless amount of wisdom to learn from the mighty demon knight. Sprinting down the stone corridor right behind the walking protagonist, the hyperactive youth loudly begs to accompany him on his dark crusade. Walking forward in deep solitude, sighs, our hero broods over the temple's health-draining barrier gimmick from earlier, worrying its obvious story foreshadowing that will eventually spark a massive misunderstanding and force him into a brutal war against the church. In his dramatic inner fantasy, he envisions the energetic Inquisitor rushing forward bathed in radiant holy light, while he stands shrouded in terrifying dark magic, looking like the ultimate tragic anti-hero destined to clash with the light. Imagining the youth drawing his holy mace with tears of betrayal in his eyes, our hero pictures him screaming in agony over having to fight his former dark mentor. A hilarious chibi version of our protagonist sniffs pitifully, crying, already feeling heartbroken over a dramatic betrayal scene that hasn't even happened yet. Sweating profusely, panicked, he tries to talk himself out of his own overthinking spiral, admitting that while a tragic boss fight would yield an epic cinematic cutscene, it feels terrible to betray such a loyal companion. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts,
He decides to stop worrying and just enjoy the intense drama whenever the plot trigger finally hits. Suddenly, a golden quest notification materializes in his field of view. The glowing interface panel displays Ominous Omen. Talk to the pickpocket 01, talk to the passerby 01. Reading the title, our hero snickers, giggles, noting how ridiculously on-the-nose game quest titles always are. Host note, game developers really don't believe in subtlety when naming main story quests. Walking side by side down the dark cobbled streets, the red-haired Inquisitor stays right at his flank, maintaining a watchful eye as they enter the shadowy quarter of town. Glancing up with innocent curiosity, the bright youth asks if the Demon Knight already knows the exact layout and location of the hidden slums. Clipping his tongue with a stern glare, our hero harshly chastises him, demanding to know how long he has to explain basic common sense, claiming that scum and criminals always gather in the exact same obvious places. Internally, our gamer protagonist smirks mischievously, knowing he's simply tracking the red danger markers clustered together on his system minimap, though he obviously can't reveal his cheat interface to a game NPC. A glowing tactical minimap interface appears, displaying the city street grid where an ominous cluster of bright red hostile dots congregates in the top left slum district. Glancing back with a subtle side-eye, our Dark Knight suddenly stops his train of thought as a troubling realization dawns on his mind. Looking at his bright, holy companion, he realizes that a tight, chaotic slum map full of hidden corners is going to be an absolute nightmare matchup for his heavy sword style. Their shadowy silhouettes stretch long across the moonlit pavement as the party of three slowly marches deeper into the dark, dilapidated alleys. The view shifts high above the city, revealing the rotting wooden rooftops, broken beams, and suffocating gloom hanging over the dangerous slum district at night. Grinding his teeth in sudden shock and annoyance, panicked, our hero stares forward at the scene before him, demanding to know what the terrified local just said. Trembling uncontrollably with cold sweat pouring down his face, a scruffy slum resident stammers in sheer terror, his eyes wide with fear. Standing inside a cramped, dimly-lit wooden shack, a massive, round-bellied criminal stands trembling in fear as a gleaming metallic mace is pointed directly at his chest. Host note, wait a minute, did the Inquisitor literally corner a local suspect within 2 seconds of entering the district? Blazing with terrifying holy wrath, the red-haired Inquisitor leans in close, shouting at the suspect to swear before God and speak nothing but the absolute truth. Shaking his heavy weapon menacingly, the zealot youth roars in intense fury, demanding to know if he is absolutely certain that the Holy Temple took those missing people. Overhead, the glowing system minimap hovers over the slum alleyway, marking their party's precise position, surrounded by ominous red thread indicators scattered throughout the dark streets. The plot is thickening fast. What a wild cliffhanger! Hit that like button and subscribe right now so you don't miss the next explosive episode. Stepping quietly through the shadowy slum corridor, our dark hero leads the way while his companions remain on high alert. Scanning the surrounding darkness, the bright-haired Inquisitor looks around sharply as they sense trouble lurking in the cold night air. Observing the uncomfortable silence, the feline archmage notes that the slum atmosphere feels strangely eerie. Glancing sideways, our protagonist silently agrees, tracking the swarm of red enemy indicators glowing across his system minimap. Host note, when your minimap looks like a red polka dot carpet, you know peace was never an option. Narrowing his eyes, our Dark Knight ponders the situation, whispers, preparing himself for the inevitable enemy encounter that always happens in game zones like this. Suddenly, a passing stranger stumbles right into him, gasping in fake alarm as he brushes past. Inwardly, our gamer hero grins, knowing the scripted pickpocket event has finally triggered. Sprinting away into the alleyway, the disguised thief apologizes in a hurry, thinking he successfully pulled off a quick steal. Before the thief can take another step, an armored hand locks around his wrist like an iron vise. Coldly towering over the culprit, our hero smirks, remarking that this rookie thief picked the wrong victim today. Host note, trying to rob an endgame boss who literally baited you with decoy purse money is absolute comedy gold. Dragging the trapped criminal closer, our dark protagonist lowers his voice threateningly, warning him to cooperate if he wants to keep both of his hands attached. Internally, our hero is practically throwing a party, adjusting his imaginary glasses while proudly celebrating how perfectly he delivered his pre-scripted cool guy lines. Glowing UI panels hover above the alleyway, highlighting the captured criminal as an official quest target, while surrounding NPCs are tagged as generic slum thugs. Visualizing a goofy cartoon ad, our
protagonist chuckles inwardly at how convenient it is for GameQuest to deliver NPC information right to his doorstep. Host note, express delivery for quest targets. Uber Eats could never compete with game RPG mechanics. Glancing down at the culprit's frustrated face, our Dark Knight smirks mischievously, remembering how he intentionally left a decoy purse outside his inventory just to trigger this exact quest hook. Standing over the trembling pickpocket, the red-haired Inquisitor brandishes his heavy mace, glaring down with intense holy wrath. Raising his weapon overhead, the zealous youth roars about severing the thief's hands according to church doctrine, only for the feline archmage to gently place her hand on his shoulder. In a calm and dignified voice, the wise archmage reminds her junior that while upholding strict church discipline is important, rigid laws should never be applied blindly without understanding the situation. Clenching his teeth in frustration, the young Inquisitor protests loudly, arguing that they literally caught a sinner committing a crime right before their eyes. Host note, my guy treats a petty pickpocket like an apocalyptic demon. Bro really needs a chill pill. Smiling softly, the Archmage counters his zealotry, explaining that true strength lies in knowing when to show mercy, just like their dark companion has taught them.
In her mind, she envisions our dark protagonist as a glowing holy Buddha sitting in divine enlightenment, wrapped in absolute spiritual grace.
Lowering his mace in utter confusion, the hyperactive youth stares back with wide eyes, completely overwhelmed by her profound words. Looking away with a conflicted frown, the red-haired Inquisitor drops his stance, his intense anger dissolving into silent reflection. Bowing his head respectfully, whispers, the youth agrees to obey her guidance. Meanwhile, our hero sweat drops internally, wondering why a holy priest is visualizing him as a golden Buddha. Host note, the tragic misunderstanding continues. Now they think he's a living saint. Bound tightly in magic chains, the annoyed pickpocket shouts in frustration, demanding to know what these scary high-level figures actually want from him. Turning his gaze downward, our Dark Knight coldly cuts straight to the point, demanding that the captured thief lead them directly to the leader of the local pickpocket ring. Shrouded in dynamic shadow, our protagonist prepares to uncover the dark truth behind the city's vanishing citizens. Marching the bound criminal through the dark, cramped alleys, the powerful party of three follows closely behind their reluctant guide. Moments later, inside a hidden hideout, an explosive shout echoes across the wooden room as a shocking question is hurled into the air. Standing before a large, round-bellied crime boss, the young Inquisitor points his weapon directly at his chest while the fat thug trembles in pure terror. Sweating profusely with wide eyes, trembling, the local boss stammers out that Inquisitors from the Holy Temple were the ones who took the missing people away under the guise of reformation. Veins bulge across the Inquisitor's neck as his face darkens with blinding rage, gritting his teeth over such a terrible accusation. Host note, accusing the Holy Order of kidnapping right in front of a zealot Inquisitor is a speedrun tactic to meet God. Blazing with holy zeal, the red-haired youth roars in utter fury, screaming that criminal reformation is strictly regulated by the Great Temple and that unauthorized claims are pure heresy. Observing his dramatic outburst, our Dark Knight sweat drops internally, wondering if the youth is prioritizing bureaucratic technicalities over actual human lives. Sweat dripping down her face, the feline archmage tries to calm the screaming Inquisitor, reminding him that church doctrine is not the primary concern right now. Narrowing his eyes in deep thought, our gamer hero realizes this investigation is turning out to be far bigger than a simple subquest. Stepping forward with broad strides, our protagonist connects the dots, realizing why the Holy Temple played such a dominant role in the original Demon Knight story path. Towering over the sweating crime boss with an imposing glare, our dark hero commands him to spill every single detail about when and how many citizens were taken. Trembling under his terrifying aura, the fat thug stammers that the abductions began about a month ago, carried out quietly in small groups of 1 or 2 people at a time. Scratching his side nervously, the crime boss admits under his breath that the sneaky disappearances felt less like holy reform and more like illegal human trafficking. Spotting the Inquisitor's mace twitching menacingly behind him, the terrified boss frantically backtracks, squeaking that it was just a figure of speech, while our hero notes his obvious guilt. Host note, bro tried to backpedal so fast he almost broke the sound barrier. Before the Inquisitor can explode again, the feline archmage steps forward with an icy presence, taking full control of the interrogation. Looming over the crime boss with a dark, threatening glare, the archmage demands to know if these suspicious abductions occurred on a fixed schedule. Cold sweat pouring down his face, trembling, the boss nods frantically, revealing that Inquisitor patrols swept through the slums 2 or 3 times every week like clockwork.
Trembling uncontrollably, he adds that he explicitly warned local rogues to hide whenever those holy patrols were scheduled to enter the district.
Shadow falling over her eyes, the wise archmage murmurs in horrifying realization. Whispering in deep dread, she pieces together the terrifying truth. The holy temple might actually be using slum residents as live sacrifices for demons.
Turning around in utter disbelief, the red-haired inquisitor screams in protest, fiercely denying that his sacred holy order could ever commit such demonic atrocities. Host note, watching a loyal paladin's worldview shatter in real time is always top-tier story writing.
Coldly glancing over his shoulder, our protagonist cuts him down without hesitation, mocking his naive belief absolute nonsense.
Dark shadows engulfing his face, our Dark Knight sternly reminds the youth that cruel reality exists whether he chooses to believe it or not. Internally, though, our hero is grinning like a proud mentor, loving the classic trope of a naive idealist growing stronger as their foolish beliefs shatter. Tapping his heavy boots on the floorboards, our protagonist demands to know where the missing victims were taken, noting that trauma builds true character depth. Sweating nervously, the crime boss stammers panicked, admitting he only received scattered reports from the local street urchins and doesn't know their final destination. Suddenly, the captured young pickpocket speaks up from his chains, excited, loudly shouting that he knows the exact location where the missing people were taken. Host note, boom! The kid clutch moment right at the end. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next epic episode. Glancing back at the captured pickpocket girl, the feline archmage observes that she surprisingly chose not to run away, even while pinned down, mentioning that while she personally lacks contacts in the deep slums, she knows someone who might help. Stepping forward with burning conviction, the young pickpocket girl exclaims that if this strange mystery actually involves demonic corruption, then it becomes everyone's business to solve. Dark shadows fall over her frame as our protagonist advances with deliberate steps, looming ominously close to her trembling figure. Staring down at her with an unreadable, icy gaze, our hero towers right over her small frame as she stammers out a terrified squeak, wondering why he's backing her into a wall. Internally, our gamer hero is radiating wholesome anime joy, completely contrasting the bone-chilling dark villain aura he is actively projecting on the outside. Host note, man literally toggles between terrifying endgame raid boss and goofy cinnamon roll in under 2 seconds. Lowering his tone into a menacing rasp, our Dark Knight commands the pickpocket to lead the way while she shrinks back in pure nervousness, sweating bullets under his intense glare. High above the rundown slums, sinister black crows flock across the midnight sky, cawing loudly as dark shadows envelop the dilapidated wooden rooftops. Down below, feral hounds gnaw viciously on stray scraps as the party stealthily navigates through the blood-spattered cobblestone pathways. Marching quietly in single file, our hero leads his high-level companions behind their reluctant young guide as they venture deeper into the district's twilight gloom. Stopping beside a crumbling stone archway, the pickpocket girl turns back with a grave expression, whispering, warning the party that they are now entering the ungoverned back alleys. Lowering her voice, she stresses that if they actually want answers from the locals, nobody should dare pull out their weapons because everyone inside is on high alert. Turning a stern gaze toward the red-haired youth, she specifically points out, serious, that slum residents absolutely detest anyone affiliated with the Holy Temple. Host note, can you blame them? Walking into a poor neighborhood wearing official church inquisitor gear is asking for an ambush. Snapping in instant annoyance, the zealot youth furiously retorts that he has zero desire to socialize with street thieves anyway, only for the archmage to cut him off with a firm reprimand. Huffing indignantly with a cute pout, the pickpocket girl turns her head away, stammering, flustered, embarrassed that she is only guiding them because this situation affects the whole slum. In his mind's eye, our Dark Knight chuckles softly, picturing a goofy cartoon visual where the feisty pickpocket girl and the hot-headed inquisitor are literally two angry stray cats hissing at each other. Adjusting his gamer logic, our hero wonders inwardly if this NPC was programmed with the classic tsundere archetype, complete with dramatic anime side captions declaring her denial. Suddenly sweating internally, panicked, our protagonist catches himself, wondering if calling someone a stray cat is considered a slur in a fantasy world where actual feline beastmen exist. Host note, my bro is overthinking fantasy world political correctness while standing in a crime-ridden alleyway. Unbeknownst to the traveling group, an unseen observer watches their every move from atop a high roof ledge, tracking their path through the gloom. Perched silently on the building's edge, a hooded figure wearing dark wraps and a long green tail gazes
gazes down with sharp, calculating eyes. Instantly, a bright crimson UI alert box flashes in our protagonist's vision, warning him that hostile targets have been detected within 20 meters. Glowing intensely against the darkness, the red warning box continues to blink, confirming that an enemy stalker is actively tracking them from the shadow line. Without missing a beat, our gamer hero calls upon his inventory, summoning a radiant blue magic blade into his gloved hand with aura flashing everywhere. Whirling around in total panic, the pickpocket girl shrieks at him, demonic to know why he drew a glowing sword right after she explicitly warned them to keep weapons hidden. Narrowing his visible eye under his messy hair, our protagonist responds coldly, remarking that if she doesn't want him drawing his blade, raising his chilling gaze straight up toward the dark roof, he sternly adds that the hidden stalker lurking on the roof high above should put away his weapon first. High on the stone ledge, the hooded Catman breaks into a sly smirk, thoroughly impressed by how fast the Dark Knight spotted his hidden position. Host note: sneaking up on an endgame player with active minimap cheat alerts is a fatal rookie mistake. Launching himself off the high roof ledge, the athletic green-haired stalker dives downward like a swooping predator. Landing silently on the cobblestones in a graceful crouch, the agile rogue slowly rises to his feet, letting his white cloak flutter around him. Glancing over the Dark Knight's distinct features, the hooded man takes note of his signature two-toned hair and the heavy armored gauntlet on his arm. Observing the dark eye patch covering his right eye, the shadowy rogue smirks confidently, stating that there is absolutely no mistaking who stands before him. Flashing a toothy, feline grin under his hood, the mysterious Catman bows slightly, addressing our hero as the legendary Lord Demon Knight. Clenching his fists in shock, panicked, the red-haired Inquisitor gasps loudly, demanding to know if this shady slum operator is somehow an acquaintance of our dark protagonist. Staring back in absolute silence, our hero rests his palm against his sword hilt, his mind racing into overdrive as he tries to process what just happened. Internally sweat-dropping, our protagonist searches his game knowledge base, realizing he has zero memory of any cheeky character like this existing in the original game lore. Host note: when the game system throws an unscripted custom NPC right into your story path, modded questlines hit different. Maintaining his cool, unflappable facade on the outside, mocking tone, our hero nonchalantly dismisses the Inquisitor's panic, claiming he merely knows the man by his infamous street reputation. Tilting his chin up coldly, our Dark Knight asks the rogue what he wants, sarcastically offering him a pat on the back for recognizing a famous figure. Chuckling lightly, the green-haired Catman counters his icy sarcasm, playfully remarking that he was basically just about to ask the exact same question. Narrowing his glowing green eyes under the hood, the rogue drops his playful banter, demanding to know what brought such high-level figures into the deep slum district. Glaring past our hero, the Catman snaps aggressively, accusing our protagonist of bringing the Holy Temple's lapdogs to help abduct more citizens, only for the pickpocket girl to leap between them, screaming that they came to investigate the disappearances. Internally, our hero sweat drops in total confusion, visualizing another goofy comic gag of three frantic anime cats hissing hysterically at each other over territory. Host note: the cat-to-human ratio in this party is getting out of control. We need a lint roller immediately. Waving her arms wildly, the young pickpocket shouts panicked, blurting out to the Catman that the missing people might actually be connected to demonic sacrifices. Hearing the word demons, the green-haired rogue's smug expression instantly vanishes, his face turning pale with sheer shock as he asks if children were taken too. Sweat dripping down his temple, the rogue grits his fangs in dark realization, his mind piecing together the horrifying implications behind the rumor. Staring down in disbelief, he whispers in horror whether the Holy Temple could truly be behind this, only for our protagonist to cut in sternly, reminding them they came to uncover the cold truth. Stepping forward with dignified poise, the feline archmage speaks in a gentle, reassuring tone, whispers, acknowledging that while slum residents distrust the church, her party came as impartial outsiders. Looking directly into the rogue's troubled eyes, the archmage earnestly begs for his cooperation, emphasizing that they must work together to prevent any further innocent lives being sacrificed. Tapping his leather boot against the stone floor, the green-haired Catman twitches his tail in deep conflict, weighing the gravity of her words. Glancing upward with sharp green eyes, a spark of resolve flashes across his face as he reaches a final decision. Snapping his fingers sharply in the quiet air, the rogue signals into the dark shadows surrounding the narrow alleyway.
Turning slightly toward the stone wall, the Catman commands his hidden scout to rush back and report this update as a shadowy operative in black armor slips away into the night. Asking the mysterious scout if he plans on heading out alone, our protagonist watches as the shadowy Catman prepares his escape route. Turning back under his heavy white hood, the green-haired rogue insists that no matter what hits him, he can handle himself in these streets before slipping into the night. A new system prompt instantly pops up on our protagonist's HUD, updating the quest objectives for the ominous Omen mission, while he mentally questions whether this rogue belongs to the local Thieves Guild. Narrowing his eyes, our hero tries to search his gamer memory bank, but the dim lighting makes it impossible to recall this specific NPC's background. Host note, when you skip every dialogue cutscene during your original playthrough, and now you're failing all your lore checks. Without waiting for a response, the green-haired Catman dashes forward into the darkness, casually shouting back to see if the group is going to catch up. Watching him sprint ahead into the gloom, our high-level party stands together on the cobblestones, preparing to give chase. Adjusting her heavy ceremonial robes, the Lion Archmage lets out an exhausted sigh, lamenting how she never envisioned sprinting through crime-ridden alleys at her advanced age. Raising her grand crystal staff, the Archmage casts a high-tier haste buff over the entire party, prompting our gamer protagonist to grin internally at receiving free movement speed stats. Glancing ahead with sharp focus, our hero realizes this scenario is structured exactly like a classic pattern control quest from the game's main storyline. Sprinting like a blue streak down the narrow slum pathways, our protagonist checks his remaining game clock, only to notice the system countdown text glitched into unreadable symbols. Host note, wait, a bugged full dive timer? That's literally every VR gamer's worst nightmare. Navigating deeper into the quiet market quarter, the party arrives at a serene, moonlit street surrounded by wooden store buildings. Skirting around the shadowy corner of the alley, the party follows their agile guide toward an isolated storefront. Halting abruptly in front of a modest building, the Catman points a clawed finger toward the entrance, confirming that this is where the victims were taken. Staring at the building in absolute shock, gasp, the red-haired Inquisitor stammers out whether people were truly kidnapped from such an ordinary spot. Looming under the soft moonlight, the location turns out to be nothing more than a harmless neighborhood vegetable shop with crates of fresh produce outside. Closing her eyes, the Archmage detects a powerful concealment barrier woven around the structure, noting that a master spellcaster put it together. Glancing over his shoulder, the green-haired rogue validates her sharp magical senses, revealing that a secondary massive barrier covers both the back warehouse and the underground basement. Narrowing his single visible eye, our protagonist listens intently as another quest update alert triggers in his peripheral vision. Flashing brightly on his UI, the quest log officially checks off the location search, instructing him to break inside and search for traces of the captives. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, whispers, the Lion Archmage ponders how to breach the perimeter, noting that since the barrier only masks detection, smashing through shouldn't prove too difficult. Checking his system objectives one more time, our gamer hero double-checks if stealth is a mandatory requirement for bonus rewards, confirming that the questline has 0 stealth restrictions. Standard MMO rule, if stealth isn't strictly required, kicking down the front door is the only correct strategy. Turning toward the door, our protagonist nonchalantly announces he's walking straight in, sending the green-haired rogue into an absolute panic. Grabbing our hero's arm, the rogue furiously argues that they should draw the guards outside first since they have 0 intelligence on what's waiting inside, but our cold protagonist casually brushes off his warning. Unsheathing his massive dark sword with a terrifying metallic clang, our hero prepares to breach the front threshold. Lowering his voice into an ultra-edgy monotone, our Dark Knight dramatically declares that kidnapping is a far greater felony than simple trespassing. Marching right past the dumbfounded party, our protagonist fearlessly strides into the vegetable store with his drawn blade gleaming. Internally, our hero sweat drops, whistling a goofy tune as he admits to himself that he was just getting tired and blurted out whatever Chunabu line came to his head. Looking back at his companions, our gamer hero reasons that since these high-level companions are programmed as loyal party NPCs, they'll naturally follow him into battle no matter what. Host note, man is treating real living fantasy citizens like mindless Skyrim companions. Watching his armored back disappear into the dark doorway, the green-haired Catman wipes sweat from his brow, questioning if this legendary demon knight is always this completely insane. Chuckling softly with a gentle smile giggles, the Lion Archmage admits it hasn't even been a full week since they joined his side. Turning a determined gaze toward the entrance, the Archmage speaks with absolute confidence, asserting that our hero possesses unmatched skill and unwavering conviction. Tightening his grip around his heavy battle mace, the red-haired Inquisitor recalls their recent victory, mentioning how they locked up an actual demon contractor just yesterday. Hearing the Inquisitor's passionate words, the green-haired rogue gasps in disbelief, shocked to learn that the Holy Temple was directly involved with demonic forces. Raising his heavy shield before his face, serious? The Zealot youth admits that if the church is truly colluding with demon contractors to collect human sacrifices, then every second counts. Gritting his teeth under his hood, the Catman realizes the horrifying truth, grimly agreeing that they don't have a single moment to waste. Stepping past the rogue, the red-haired youth barks aggressively, telling the thief to go hide if he's terrified because he's already fulfilled his duty as a guide. Charging into the store with his mace raised, the Inquisitor rushes forward, earning a warm compliment from the Archmage as he credits the Demon Knight's actions for opening his eyes. Left standing alone in the dark, narrow alleyway, the green-haired rogue stares blankly at the empty doorway in utter disbelief. Clutching his head in frustration, the rogue groans about how insane this entire party is, rushing into enemy territory completely blind without any tactical plan. Narrowing his sharp green eye under his messy French, a spark of pride flares inside the feline rogue's chest. Sprinting after them into the building, the rogue screams at the top of his lungs that taking this guiding job is going to be the absolute death of him. Inside the dark shop, fresh produce and spilled vegetables lay scattered across the wooden floorboards, while our protagonist stands amidst the mess calling back to his slow companions. Tilting his head with an unbothered, deadpan gaze, our Dark Knight sarcastically asks if they were actually planning on sitting outside all night. As the party bursts through the door, they freeze in absolute awe, revealing our protagonist standing over two cultist guards already hogtied on the floor. Host note, bro speed ran the entire entrance encounter in under 3 seconds. Suddenly, a fun lore trivia graphic pops up, breaking down the world's Beastman lore, explaining that the Shaggy race has animal lower faces like our Lion Archmage, while the Cutie tribe only has animal ears and tails like our Rogue. Turning toward the back wall, our overpowered hero shatters a hidden basement door with a single strike, blowing away debris into a dark staircase. Resting his heavy blade on his shoulder, our hero gazes down into the dark stairwell, nonchalantly noting that he found the secret underpass. Gasping in utter worship, the Inquisitor asks if he already subdued every guard single-handedly, while our gamer protagonist notes the ominous boss music vibes radiating from the cellar. Sweating bullets as he steps beside the Lion Archmage, the green-haired rogue murmurs in complete awe at how utterly ruthless our main character is. Flashing a dramatic tsundere chibi pose, our protagonist scoffs playfully, mocking tone, warning them to turn back now if they're getting cold feet. Classic anime rival energy fully activated. Host note, he literally cannot stop playing the edgy anti-hero role even when he's carrying the entire team on his back. Rushing headlong down the broken staircase, the red-haired Inquisitor desperately shouts for our protagonist to wait up, eager not to be left behind in the dark. Halting on the stone steps, our hero squints into the murky abyss below, suddenly feeling an uncanny atmospheric shift humming through his veins. Clanking down behind him, with shield raised, the Inquisitor winces as a strange prickling sensation spreads across his skin, instantly sensing something sinister nearby. Widening his glowing green eyes in shock, the youth shouts out that a heavy wave of raw demonic energy is radiating directly from the subterranean floor. Turning toward the party with urgent focus, the Inquisitor urges everyone to move fast, convinced that the cultists are currently performing a foul ritual right beneath their feet. Responding without a second thought, the Lion Archmage raises her crystal staff to cast a wide-area haste spell, surrounding the party in a radiant speed-boosting aura. Glancing back at his buffed companions, our protagonist dryly reflects on how this marks his very first true party battle since entering this game world. Sprinting down the long staircase like a well-oiled raid team, our hero mentally ponders how realistically the game developers coded these high-level NPC combat mechanics. Host note, man's literally running a dungeon crawl and analyzing the companion AI like a true MMO nerd. Meanwhile, upstairs in the empty vegetable store, silence returns to the scattered produce, while the dark stairwell echoes with the party's descending footsteps. A bold, stylistic title card slams across the screen, declaring the title of our gamer hero's chaotic journey. Is it bad that the main character is a role player? Stepping onto the lowest floor, a glowing golden UI banner triggers in our protagonist's vision, officially registering their entry into the Somon Hidden Underpass dungeon. Navigating through the massive stone corridors with haste, the party reaches the end of the tunnel, greeted by a brilliantly lit sanctuary doorway. Bringing down his massive blade with devastating force, our hero cleanly cleaves through a reinforced steel padlock guarding the heavy door. Kicking the shattered doors wide open with a violent blast of air, our protagonist barged straight into the cult's underground sanctuary like a wrecking ball. Host note, who needs a rogue to lockpick when you have maxed out physical strength stats? Staring back in absolute panic, the hooded cultists scream in desperation that their demonic summoning ritual isn't finished yet. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, the lead cultist curses their terrible luck, flustered as to why intruding knights had to interrupt them at this exact second. Panicking at the sight of our hero's shadowy presence, another cultist screams out in terror that the legendary demon knight has breached their hideout. Looming over the doorway, our protagonist channels a menacing red-hot aura around his greatsword, while the lion archmage prepares a devastating spell in the back. Stepping forward with righteous rage, shouting, the red-haired inquisitor raises his mace high, dramatically proclaiming that their holy executioner has officially arrived. Barking frantic orders to his underlings, the cult leader screams at them to buy time by any means necessary so they can complete the ritual. Oh yes, the classic villain strategy, throwing helpless minions into the meat grinder to buy 5 extra seconds. Raising his dark hand toward the ceiling, the cultist chants a foul incantation, summoning hellish purple magic to reanimate the dead. Suddenly, a terrifying human skull with a glowing red socket bursts up through the stone floorboards. Rising from the blood-stained floorboards, dozens of undead skeletons emerge. As a helpful UI tooltip pops up to explain that skeletons are low-tier demons that are born when demonic mana inhabits ancient bones. Glancing over her shoulder, the Lion Archmage asks our green-haired rogue to provide covering fire while she charges her high-level spell, to which he confidently agrees. Brimming with zeal, the Inquisitor yells out his sacred vow, charging straight toward the undead horde without a shred of fear. Dash sprinting past our protagonist with his massive tower shield, the red-haired youth aggressively claims the frontline position. Narrowing his single visible eye under his dark fringe, our hero mutters a cold Chonaibu line, dedicating victory solely to his drawn blade. With one single horizontal swing of his shadowy sword, our hero obliterates half a dozen skeletons in a blinding explosion of purple energy. Glancing back with an ultra-edgy glare, our protagonist nonchalantly announces that he has zero intention of yielding the front vanguard position to anyone. Flashing a hilarious cartoonish shock face, the Inquisitor stammers with a literal card stuck in his mouth in total awe. Host note, look at his chibi face. He is completely fanboying over our hero's edgy dramatic flex. Wiping tears of sheer adoration from his eyes, excited, the red-haired youth gushes over how cool our hero is, though he stammers that letting one person tank everything is just too much. Flaming up with fiery determination, the Inquisitor's eyes burn as he admits that while his skills might be lacking compared to a legend, smashed forward with violent momentum, the Inquisitor crushes a skeleton into dust, roaring at the top of his lungs that he was trained specifically to guard the vanguard. Internally sweat-dropping as he watches the youth steal all the mob kills, our gamer hero panics because if the NPC gets the final blow, he misses out on all the juicy XP stats. Host note, the world is literally ending around them and bro is only stressing over losing kill-steal experience points. Effortlessly holding off an attacking skeleton with his gauntlet, our hero mentally questions the strange structure of this questline. From across the grand altar, the cult leader screams a mad chant, declaring that he has packed fresh human flesh and blood to complete the offering. Unfurling massive streams of pitch-black death magic, the cultist summons towering Droger undead beasts, while system target boxes lock onto the giant elite monsters. Clenching his bloody teeth in raw agony, the cult leader screams out a vengeful oath, swearing that someone named Gretchen will suffer for betraying their cabal. Pointing his clawed hand directly toward our protagonist, the cultist commands his elite undead army to make our Dark Knight the very first sacrifice. Sweeping across the hall like a wild tsunami, a massive vortex of shadowy dark magic engulfs our hero completely. Gasping in horror, the Lion Archmage and green-haired rogue scream out in terror as they watch their party leader get swallowed whole by the black tide. Turning around in sheer desperation, the Inquisitor screams at the top of his lungs as the suffocating shadows wrap around our protagonist's body.
Swirling around like a deadly hurricane, the pitch-black mana completely isolates our hero from the rest of his party. Charging forward with explosive power, the red-haired Inquisitor swings his glowing mace to smash through the skeleton army and rescue his idol. Suddenly, like a rocket launching into the sky, our protagonist leaps high out of the dark vortex, soaring effortlessly above the dark smog. Beneath his feet, the thick purple cloud churns helplessly, completely unable to bind his godly high-level stats. Floating effortlessly in midair, surrounded by a radiant aura, our hero looks down at the chaotic battlefield with complete composure. Looking up with wide, glittering eyes, the Inquisitor pauses mid-swing, utterly mesmerized by our hero's majestic airborne stunt. Host note, at this point, the Inquisitor's ready to build a whole shrine dedicated to this guy. Smiling with a smug, deadpan smirk, mischievously, our gamer protagonist calmly reflects to himself that gathering every monster into one tight spot actually works out way better for him. Raising his colossal dark greatsword high above his head as ghostly hands reach up from below, our hero casually prepares to drop a massive area of effect ultimate spell to wipe out the entire room in one hit. Channeling dark purple mana into his greatsword, our protagonist prepares to drop a devastating area of effect skill right from the ceiling. The greatsword slams violently into the stone floorboards, triggering a blinding purple energy explosion that shatters pillars and blasts through the subterranean sanctuary. Bracing behind his massive tower shield, the red-haired Inquisitor winces as roaring shockwaves sweep across the hall. Squinting through the blowing dust clouds amazed, the Inquisitor gapes in total disbelief at the sheer destructive radius unleashed by our protagonist. Host note, the Inquisitor looks like he's watching a walking calamity instead of a fellow party member. The cult leader gasps in horror as our hero suddenly appears right before his eyes like a shadowy reaper. Crimson smog and dark magic drift around our protagonist's menacing silhouette as he stares down at his target with absolute coldness. Zooming in on our hero's glowing eye, the terrified face of the cult leader is reflected right inside his pupil. Host note, giggles. Check out that eye reflection shot. The artist went absolute cinema on this panel. Trembling uncontrollably, the cult leader collapses to his knees with blood trickling down his eyes, completely broken by sheer terror. Screaming in frantic desperation, the cult boss frantically commands his remaining skeleton minions to throw themselves at the Dark Knight. Sweeping his dark greatsword through the air, our protagonist effortlessly slices through the undead mobs like warm butter. Scrambling backward on all fours, panicked, the cult leader shrieks at top volume, begging the terrifying monster to stay away from him. Host note, from arrogant ritual leader to pathetic floor crawler in less than 2 minutes flat. Sprinting toward his own cultist followers, the leader desperately pleads for someone to spare his life and shield him from the hero. Frantically hiding behind one of his hooded cult members, panicked, the leader tries to use his minion as a human shield, but the cultist warns him to back off. Uttering a terrifyingly cold line, our Dark Knight commands the entire cultist cabal to drop into the deepest depths of hell. With one single horizontal wave of pitch-black slash magic, our hero cleanly massacres every single cultist in a blinding arc. Man literally treated high-level cultist mobs like lawn grass. The blood-stained floor circle falls silent as the cultists lay motionlessly scattered across the stone tiles. Thick crimson blood leaks into the subterranean floorboards, soaking right into the glowing ritual runes. Internally wiping away a sweat drop, our protagonist mentally gasps that he genuinely thought he was a goner after taking that heavy impact. Multiple golden system UI alerts flash across his screen, notifying him that his HP took heavy damage while unlocking a new high-level skill called Terror of Those Days. Looking at his shadowy greatsword, curious, our protagonist ponders to himself if handing out such an insanely overpowered skill this early in the game is even normal. Sweat dropping with a nervous scowl, sighs, our gamer hero worries that if the system gives out broken skills now, the upcoming dungeon bosses are going to be absolute nightmare difficulty. Host note. Classic gamer logic. When the game hands you an OP weapon out of nowhere, you know a brutal boss fight is right around the corner. Turning around to check on his companions, our protagonist glances over his shoulder to see what the rest of his raid team was up to during his solo frenzy. Flaming white and yellow holy mana surges around the red-haired Inquisitor's maze as he channels his full divine aura. Sprinting forward with his heavy shield raised, the Inquisitor zealously roars that he will fulfill his sacred duty to the absolute end. Narrowing his bright green eyes, the Inquisitor charges straight into a surviving cluster of cultists, unleashing radiant holy light. Host note, this Inquisitor has endless energy. He's literally charging into battle like a golden retriever on a mission. Smashed violently across the jaw, a cultist flies backward into the wall as the Inquisitor roars divine judgment upon him. Glancing back at the backline, the green-haired rogue desperately asks the Archmage how much longer he needs to keep offering covering fire. Smiling with cool composure, mischievously, the Lion Archmage announces that she was just about to pull her own weight on the front line. A gigantic sphere of swirling blue hydromagic manifests right over her elaborate spell circle. Raising her crystal staff high toward the ceiling, the Archmage commands everyone to immediately clear out of the blast zone. Unfurling a colossal tsunami wave across the sanctuary floor, she floods the entire hall in a dazzling blue flash. Roaring hydro flames and pressurized magic crash through the air, completely obliterating ever-remaining cultist. Host note, talk about major overkill. She wiped out the entire back room in a single spell. Shrieking in pure agony, screams, the cultists burn under the blue magic wave, crying out for help as they get completely vaporized. Standing stoically amidst the lingering blue embers, our hero casually rests his greatsword on the floor while the room clears out. Sweat dropping in silent embarrassment, our protagonist internally panics, wondering if he accidentally sounded too pushy or demanding toward his party members. Sheathing his daggers, the green-haired rogue looks over the burned sanctuary, dryly asking if that officially marks the end of all the enemies. Proudly stepping forward, the red-haired Inquisitor reports to our hero that the room is clear, suggesting they try capturing a survivor for interrogation. Our protagonist remains dead silent, looking down into the dusty floorboards with his single visible eye gleaming in the dark. Suddenly, a bloodied hand on the floor violently twitches right next to our hero's boot, revealing someone is still breathing. Host note, oh, gasp, someone actually survived that massive wave spell. Coughing up blood on the floorboards, panting, the dying cult leader painfully grabs our hero's leg, gasping that they will deeply regret this when Lord Lechen arrives. Reaching his gauntleted hand downward, our protagonist's dark aura thickens around his arm. Looming over the bleeding cult leader with a menacing glare, our protagonist cold-heartedly commands the trash mob to shut his mouth. Glaring down with a dark scowl, whispers, our hero coldly declares that trash like him doesn't even deserve to utter his name. Grabbed roughly by his collar, the bloody cult leader coughs up red spray, but suddenly twists his face into a terrifyingly sinister grin. Bursting into wild cackles, the cult leader laughs insanely right in our protagonist's face. Host note, okay, why is this guy laughing when he's literally on the brink of death? Cackling with bloodshot eyes, the cultist screams that everything is playing out exactly according to their master's grand design. Reaching his bloody, trembling arm upward toward the ceiling, screams the cult leader desperately proclaims that their sacrifice was intentional because they were all meant to be discarded anyway. His blood-stained fingers twitching in the air, the cultist gasps out his final breath, declaring that their king is still searching for him. His bloody hand loses all strength and limply crashes onto the floorboards as life leaves his eyes. Blood trickles into a dark puddle, while the red-haired Inquisitor gasps in shock as he realizes the cult leader took his own life. Host note, wait, did he just self-destruct his own soul to keep their master's identity hidden? That is terrifyingly devoted. Crimson ritual circles flare across the floor as the bloodied cult leader frantically shrieks at our hero to stay back. Look at this guy screaming like he didn't just spend 10 minutes bragging about his evil plan. Narrowing his eyes with cold composure, our protagonist senses a staggering wall of raw demonic mana surging directly from the center of the blood seal. Thunderous red lightning breaks out from the floorboards, tearing through the air, swoosh, and blasting broken debris across the chamber. Bracing against the harsh glare, panicked, our hero winces as terrifying wave after wave of dark power threatens to tear the room apart. Red-hot pressure violently detonates, sending blinding shockwaves ripping right toward our frontliners. Vaulting right in front of our protagonist, the red-haired Inquisitor plants his colossal tower shield into the floor, taking the entire blast head-on. Turning back with genuine concern, the Inquisitor checks if our hero is unharmed, only for our gamer protagonist to dryly snap back, asking if his eyes are broken. Internally weeping in pure agony, our hero clutches his back, whining that even with his pain sensitivity lowered, that impact nearly snapped his spine in half. Host note, man is out here taking emotional damage while his tankard does all the heavy lifting. Internally weeping in pure agony, our hero clutches his back, whining that even with his pain sensitivity lowered, that impact nearly snapped his spine in half. Host note, man is out here taking emotional damage while his tanker does all the heavy lifting.
Sweat dropping nervously, the green-haired rogue chuckles nervously alongside the lion archmage, both of them completely unnerved by the escalating chaos. A gigantic serpentine demon called a knocker bursts out of the magical portal, dripping with lethal venom, causing the rogue to panic if they can even survive this fight. Glancing out from behind the shield, our protagonist calmly analyzes the situation, realizing that since no stopping quest popped up, this beast's spawn is a mandatory cutscene event. Zooming in on the monster's glowing reptilian eye, the entire party is reflected right inside its golden pupil as it locks onto its prey. Opening its terrifying jaws wide, the giant serpent lets out an ear-splitting roar that rattles the stone pillars. Lurching down with blinding speed, the poisonous monster lunges straight down from the ceiling to swallow the party whole. Host note, that monster design is absolute nightmare fuel. Huge props to the artist for these details. Charging forward within a second of hesitation, the Inquisitor commands everyone to fall behind his divine barrier. Channeling a radiant wave of blessed light, the red-haired paladin calls upon his god, throwing his massive shield into position. With bright green eyes flaring with pure conviction, the Inquisitor firmly locks his feet into the cracked stone floorboards. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the Inquisitor holds the line as the monster's colossal skull slams right against his divine shield. Explosive shockwaves blast outward, blanketing the entire battleground in golden light and swirling dust clouds. Watching from behind, amazed, our gamer hero internally praises the Inquisitor's raw strength stat, completely blown away by how much damage a high-level tank can soak up. Glancing sideways with a deadpan expression, our protagonist mentally critiques the tank, wondering why on earth he didn't just sidestep the attack like a real DPS player would. Host note, typical DPS player logic. Why tank damage when you can just dodge and blame the healer? Sweat dripping down his nose, the green-haired rogue stammers to himself, doubting if standing there and tanking a gigantic demon is actually a sane combat strategy. Desperate for answers, the rogue yells at the Lion Archmage for intel, prompting her to warn him that this beast is a knocker filled with deadly venom. As the Archmage stammers out that its weak point is its head, our protagonist readies his blade mischievously, thinking that since the tank did such a stellar job, it's time for the DPS to deliver. Sprinting off the ground with explosive momentum, our hero surges forward like a shadowy missile, targeting the monster's neck. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the Archmage finishes her sentence, confirming that the head is indeed the beast's absolute fatal weak point. Soaring high above the serpent's neck, our Dark Knight pulls back his colossal greatsword, preparing a devastating air-to-ground strike. A bright purple spark flares inside his eye as dark energy crackles along the edge of his ominous black blade. Uttering a terrifying ultimate command, our protagonist cold-heartedly activates his newly unlocked skill, Breaker. Dropping a colossal vertical pillar of dark purple magic, our hero cleaves cleanly through the knocker's massive skull in a split second. Staring in total utter disbelief, the Inquisitor drops his jaw behind his tower shield as crimson blood sprays across his armor. Sweat dropping in complete comedic shock, the Lion Archmage and the Cat Rogue gape with dot eyes, rendered totally speechless by the insane display of power. Host note, look at their comedic faces. They spent all that time explaining mechanics just for him to one-shot the boss. Crimson blood rains down like a waterfall as the giant serpent's head flies cleanly off its shoulders and crashes onto the floor. Tilting his head with a completely bewildered look, our protagonist blinks in total confusion at the sight of the dead boss. Question marks literally float around his head as he stands motionless, completely unable to process how easily the fight just ended. The dead monster's massive severed head violently twitches on the stone floor, leaking dark blood across the ancient tiles. Coughing up blood in pure horror, a surviving cultist scrambles backward, shriek asking how anyone could possibly kill a high-level demon in a single swing. Screaming in sheer terror, another cult member gapes at the body, stammering that the knocker's scales were supposed to be as hard as refined steel. Clutching his head in chibi rage, our gamer hero internally screams back at the cultists, completely agreeing with them that this balance makes zero sense. Host note, man is literally furious that the developers made the boss fight too easy. Talk about high-level gamer problems. A full game UI diagram pops up in his mind, explaining how normal players enjoy breaking down part-specific HP bars, targeting individual body parts, and tackling complex boss phase gimmicks. Glaring down at the melting serpent head, our hero mentally grumbles that no player wants a raid boss to just lose its head and die instantly to a single basic skill strike. Looking at his dark greatsword sword? Curious. He questions what on earth the game developers were thinking when they programmed such broken boss hitboxes. Glancing suspiciously around the dusty chamber, our protagonist wonders if this is a trick and if a secondary boss phase is about to burst out of the corpse. Suddenly, the monster's colossal armored tail whips around from his blind spot, hurtling straight toward his head. A brilliant shower of golden sparks detonates right behind our protagonist's back as an unexpected parry occurs. Leaping in to save the day, the green-haired cat rogue deflects the heavy tail blow with his daggers, warning our hero to watch his blind spot. Sweat dropping in embarrassed realization, our protagonist mentally admits that he got completely distracted by analyzing the dead serpent's head. Secondary text note, nice assist, NPC. Landing with graceful agility right beside our protagonist, the feline rogue flicks his daggers, shwoom, striking a slick battle stance. Narrowing his single visible eye, our hero takes a closer look at the cat rogue standing beside him in the glowing torchlight. Flashback class scrolls appear behind the cat rogue as our protagonist recognizes his iconic design, realizing this guy is actually the canonical bandit character from the original game. Host note, wait, so this wasn't just a random generic party member all along? The plot thickens. Stuttering like crazy, flustered, the green-haired cat rogue sweat drops nervously, assuring our protagonist that a top-tier warrior would never get bruised by a simple tail swipe. Host note, look at him backtracking at light speed, man. Saw our hero's dark glare and instantly remembered his place in the food chain. Keeping his icy composure, our gamer protagonist mentally reminds himself that maintaining his brooding Dark Knight persona is top priority. Twitching violently on the stone tiles, the headless body of the knocker writhes in its death throes, while a glowing system notification warns our hero that the beast's truly weak point still needs to be destroyed. Analyzing the UI mechanics, curious, our protagonist notes that while average NPCs foolishly believe decapitation is enough to kill a dragon, the actual mechanics run much deeper. Host note, NPCs out here playing checkers while our gamer protagonist is operating on full speedrun game logic. Gliding across the floor, our hero readies his black greatsword, focusing all his concentration on targeting the serpent's hidden core. A vibrant red glow pulses along the underbelly scales of the thrashing demon, revealing the infamous reverse scale. Lore scrolls open up inside his gamer memory, explaining how ancient Eastern dragons and boss monsters in Legend of Heroes share this singular reverse scale as their ultimate vulnerability. Lunging forward with immense speed, our protagonist recalls that this hidden weakness only reveals itself after a boss's HP bar has been chipped down. Narrowing his eyes with cold executioner intent, our protagonist darkens his aura, declaring to the writhing demon that its desperate struggle ends right here. Dark purple electricity crackles around his blade as he prepares to deliver the final lethal blow to the beast-exposed core. Inwardly selecting his attack skill, Sirius, our hero aims to trigger Ground Crash for a dramatic finishing cutscene effect. Driving his empowered greatsword straight into the monster's chest, a massive blast of dark magical energy annihilates the demon's entire torso in an instant. Tilting his head with a blank look, surprised, our protagonist blinks in total confusion as the smoke clears. The colossal serpent carcass completely dissolves into shimmering golden light particles, leaving the Inquisitor and Archmage gasping in absolute silence. The boss didn't even get a second phase. It just exploded into shiny X particles. Deadpanning hard at his own sword, our hero stands motionless, completely dumbfounded by what just took place. Watching the last remnants of the demon fade into dust, our gamer protagonist mentally questions how a heavy thrust skill even came out when he didn't cast one. Internally scratching his head, he remembers distinctly trying to input the ground crash command instead of a thrusting attack. A full skill tree UI menu flashes in his mind, revealing that he had dumped all his remaining skill points into Ground Crasher, leaving 0 points left to unlock a thrust skill. Host note, wait, did the system literally autocorrect his move just to make him look cooler? That is top-tier plot armor. Pondering whether this input glitch was a game bug or system error, her hero's train of thought is suddenly cut short by an ear-splitting shriek echoing across the chamber. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the red-haired Inquisitor plants his boot onto a bound cultist on the floor, berating the traitor for daring to betray their divine king. Turning back toward our hero with fiery green eyes, the Inquisitor shouts, asking if the demonite wishes to execute this remaining cultist himself. Glancing over with pure apathy, Our hero mentally resolves to submit a bug report ticket to the game developers after logging out, before asking if any cultists are still alive.
Step by step, our Dark Knight turns his shadowy profile toward the bound captive, telling the cultist to keep barking. Approaching with heavy, deliberate paces, our protagonist lets his aura flare, questioning just how much of his wrath this sniveling cultist can endure. Restingly pressing the tip of his crimson-lit blade directly against the cultist's throat, the captive squeals in pure terror, sweating bullets as death looms over him.
Glowing eyes gleaming beneath his white hair, whispers, our Dark Knight coldly admits that he is deeply curious to test the cultist's pain threshold. Host note, bro is radiating main villain energy right now. The poor cultist is practically hyperventilating. Stepping in with calm authority, the Lion Archmage lightly taps our hero's shoulder, softly asking him not to interfere with temple protocol. Pouting her cheeks slightly, flustered, the Archmage politely requests that he keep the execution clean, as the temple requires intact physical evidence. Gently nudging our hero forward, she urges him to hurry up and end it since the cultist has been blabbering far too long. Smirking with deadpan indifference, our protagonist readies his sword for a clean decapitation strike. With a single, effortless flash of steel, the cultist's head flies cleanly off his shoulders in a violent crimson burst. As the pixelated head rolls across the stone floor, the Lion Archmage turns to the Inquisitor, suggesting they call in the rest of the squad to pray for the victims. Stepping forward from the shadows, the green-haired feline rogue clears his throat, interrupting their conversation. Lowering his tone, the cat rogue respectfully asks the high-ranking party members for a small favor. Locking his green eyes with intense sincerity, the rogue stands tall in front of the Holy Inquisitor and Archmage. Repressing firmly, the feline thief asks if they can take at least one surviving cultist back alive with them. Looking down at the blood-stained floorboards covered in fallen beastmen, he solemn-facedly explains that many of his fallen comrades and family members lie among these corpses. Shadows fall across his face as the cat rogue admits he wants to give his surviving people a chance to carry out vengeance and finally find peace. Host note, you can really feel the tragedy in this world's lore. The beastmen have been suffering so much. Crossing her arms with stern doctrine, the red-haired Inquisitor cold-heartedly rejects his plea, declaring that while his tragedy is sad, the holy law strictly forbids private retribution. Turning away without an ounce of sympathy, the Inquisitor coldly adds that the temple will hold an official memorial prayer service for the dead instead. Clenching his fist with sarcastic rage, the rogue scoffs back, asking if a prayer held by the very temple that slaughtered their families is supposed to bring comfort. Veins bulging on his forehead, the Holy Inquisitor screams back, calling it blasphemy and claiming those who attacked were merely rogue apostates. Crimson blood pools heavily around the scattered corpses in the dim torchlight as tension in the room reaches a boiling point. Raising her voice with passionate fury, the Inquisitor vows that higher temples will conduct a full audit and hold the memorial with utmost solemnity. Smirking sarcastically, the cat rogue mocks her promise, asking if the temple will just label them as common thieves and throw them into a mass grave alongside demon worshippers. Host note, he's calling out corrupt fantasy religion tropes left and right. You gotta love his boldness. Baring his fangs in a shouting match, the rogue accuses the temple of demanding tribute even from the wrongfully dead, while the Inquisitor screams back, accusing him of hiding behind dead souls to justify theft. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, the rogue prepares to snap back when suddenly a thunderous impact shatters the argument. Delivering a savage boot right into the bound cultist's jaw, our protagonist violently kicks the captive across the room while the cultist shrieks in agony. Tossing the beaten cultist over like a bag of trash, our Dark Knight nonchalantly tells the cat rogue to take him, leaving the Inquisitor shouting in total shock. Glaring down at the red-haired Inquisitor with absolute badass authority, our protagonist cold-heartedly reminds her that if her precious law had arrested the pickpocket first, they never would have uncovered this cult, warning her to keep that in mind. Host note, boom, mic drop moment. Our hero just completely shut down the entire temple squad with straight facts. Standing over the bound captive, the green-haired cat rogue lowers his voice to a menacing whisper, warning the prisoner that if the demon escapes, his head will roll right along with it. A bright golden system window flashes in the air, updating the main quest line for Ominous Omen with clear objectives to eliminate all remaining enemies, head to the temple, and expose the hidden traitors. Reaching back to secure his massive greatsword, our gamer protagonist mentally lets out a sigh of relief, tired, satisfied that this agonizing main quest chain is finally reaching its conclusion. Glancing sideways at the glaring Inquisitor, our hero internally begs her not to give him that terrifying death stare, flustered, reminding himself that acting cold and brooding is necessary for his Dark Knight
Knight persona and to max out affinity points with his future party member. Host note, bro is out here treating life or death political drama like a dating sim affinity speedrun. Imagining his real-life bed waiting for him, our exhausted hero desperately longs for a burning hot shower and a soft mattress, noting that even with his VR pain sensitivity turned way down, his virtual body feels utterly beaten up. Raising his hand with a confident smirk, our protagonist prepares to call it a day, clearly declaring the logout command to exit the virtual reality realm. A glowing crimson warning system box violently pops up in front of his face, coldly displaying that the logout command is currently unavailable. Panicking internally, our hero repeatedly triggers the exit prompt, only for stack after stack of red error windows to cover his vision, locking him inside the game world. Host note, oh no, the classic trapped in a VR game trope. Sword Art Online trauma just kicked in real fast. A cold sweat drips down our hero's pale face as his eye widens in absolute horror, realizing that the system has completely overridden his exit command. Standing frozen in the center of the grand chamber, our protagonist stares blankly ahead while glowing crimson air boxes float endlessly around his silhouette. Red system notifications pile up like a brick wall, spamming the exact same message over and over that the command cannot be processed. Turning his back to the party, our Dark Knight stands in total silence, internally trembling as the horrifying reality of his situation sinks into his core. Sweat drops down his forehead, whispers, as our protagonist deadpans in sheer disbelief, questioning how a multi-million-dollar VR game could suffer a catastrophic logout error. Host note, man is ready to sue the game studio for every penny they own if he ever makes it back to the real world. Question marks float around his head as our hero tries to rationalize the situation, wondering if the logout feature is simply disabled because he's still flagged in an active dungeon instance. Glancing around nervously, he tries to reassure himself that if news of a trap-in-game bug got leaked, the company's stock would plunge to zero before the Inquisitor interrupts his thoughts, calling out his name. Turning toward him with a concerned look, the red-haired Inquisitor wipes sweat from her forehead, asking the Demon Knight if he senses some unseen threat lurking in the darkness. Squinting through the hallway, she scans the stone walls nervously, admitting that she cannot spot a single sign of danger anywhere nearby. Narrowing her bright green eyes with sudden realization, her expression shifts as she remembers ancient temple texts regarding demon possession. In a quiet inner monologue, the Lion Archmage's voice echoes, explaining that while ordinary humans possessed by parasitic demons lose their minds and turn into feral zombies, this young warrior appears to be forcefully suppressing the demon soul inside him to harness its dark power. Clenching her white-gloved fist around her holy mace until her knuckles turn pale, the Inquisitor's respect for our hero reaches an all-time high. Startled by his sudden movement, the Inquisitor gasps as our protagonist abruptly turns on his heel and begins marching toward the exit. Shouting after him in utter shock, the red-haired Holy Knight demands to know where on earth he is heading in such a hurry. Shadow darkening his pale face, whispers, our protagonist darkens his tone, coldly announcing that he is going to hunt down and execute every corrupted traitor who colluded with the demons. Tapping frantically at the empty air while walking, our hero repeatedly whispers logout over and over again, completely ignoring the holy party behind him. Host note, look at him aggressive tapping invisible air buttons. To the NPCs, he looks like a brooding, unhinged anti-hero talking to ghosts. Watching him walk away, the Lion Archmage turns to the Inquisitor, asking if she senses any overflowing demonic energy from his body, to which the Inquisitor admits there is none. Staring at his towering, shadowy back, the Inquisitor gazes with deep reverence, convinced that even in this very second, the tragic Dark Knight is waging a silent, brutal battle against the demon living inside his soul. Adjusting her holy weapon, the Inquisitor's eyes spark with fiery inspiration, touched by our hero's self-sacrificing resolve. Tilting his head with genuine curiosity, the cat-eared rogue turns to the Lion Archmage, softly asking if something is wrong with their mysterious knight companion. Shaking her head gently, the Archmage notes that since they haven't traveled together long, it naturally keeps his burdens to himself, praising the cat rogue for being so observant. Puffing out his chest with a smug grin, the feline thief boasts that as a lowly street bandit, staying sharp and reading people is the only reason he survived this long. Glaring back with fierce divine wrath, the red-haired Inquisitor snaps at him to watch his tongue, causing the cat rogue to squeak and back away in terror. Host note, bro instantly regretted showing off in front of the Holy Order. Clearing her throat smoothly, the Lion Archmage changes the subject, turning back toward the bound cultist on the floor. Addressing the cat thief in a stern tone, she advises that unless he planned to use holy magic to seal the demon contractor, he ought to eliminate the traitor immediately before something goes wrong, prompting the rogue to ask if cutting their tongue and limbs off would suffice. Walking past the crimson pools of blood on the floor, the Archmage warns him the demon power operates far differently than standard magic, while the rogue reassures her he will make sure the traitor dies before dawn. Motioning toward the stone doorway, the Archmage calls for the Inquisitor, signaling that it is time to return to the surface level. Spinning around with practiced grace, the red-haired Inquisitor readies her mace and prepares to follow her senior up the stairs. Clashing footsteps echo across the tall stone staircase as the Holy Inquisitor climbs up from the dim underground chamber into the bright light above. Clenching her hand over her chest with passionate conviction, the Inquisitor vows to follow the Demon Knight's righteous path, fully determined to cleanse the temple's corruption. The scene transitions to a warm, sunlit kitchen table, where fresh carrots, garlic cloves, herbs, and dough are neatly arranged for cooking. A location banner pops up revealing that the party has finally arrived at Soman, commercial district, under a gorgeous golden sunset. Walking side by side down the paved stone market avenue, our protagonist leads the squad past vegetable stands and weapon shops. Glancing over at our hero, the green-haired cat rogue speaks up in a quiet, sincere voice, stating firmly that street bandits never forget a grudge. Locking his earnest green eyes onto our dark knight, the feline thief adds with deep gratitude that bandits never forget a favor either. Looking away with cold, deadpan apathy, our protagonist bluntly replies that he doesn't need any favors or debts repaid. Matching his stride, the cat rogue stubbornly insists that whether our hero wants it or not, he is going to find a way to repay him, while our protagonist groans inwardly in frustration. Inside his mind, a mental rage split screen erupts as our hero violently pounds his fists against a massive red system banner, screaming at the top of his lungs that he doesn't want favors, he just wants to log out. Host note, the internal mental breakdown contrast with his poker face is peak comedy. And to make matters worse, a golden main quest menu flashes back up, reminding him to eliminate enemies and track down temple traitors, causing our hero to internally snap and curse out the trash game developers. Sweat dropping as he backs off slowly, the cat rogue chuckles nervously, promising to take his leave for now, while our hero mentally reflects on how broken the system functions are compared to the hyper-realistic NPC AI. Staring ahead with dead, soul-crushed eyes, our protagonist takes a deep breath, trying to process his grim reality. Reaching out one last time with his armored glove, our hero aggressively mashes the red logout button on his floating UI screen, only to be met with an endless wall of "this command is unavailable" error messages. Cold sweat runs down our protagonist's face as horrifying reality sinks into his mind, trembling, realizing that if the logout button is completely disabled, his real body is stuck isolated in his apartment indefinitely. Panning across his quiet home office, he remembers that he lives entirely alone, working as a webtoon artist with 0 upcoming deadlines, meaning not a single coworker will realize he's missing or come looking for him anytime soon. Staring at his locked apartment door, he facepalms internally, recalling how he aggressively flexed to all his friends that he was gonna binge play this game for weeks straight, ensuring nobody will bother calling or checking in on him either. Highlighting the sleek VR gaming pod resting peacefully in his empty room, our hero realizes that he is truly on his own. Man literally engineered his own perfect trap, the introvert's worst nightmare accidentally coming true. Suddenly, a surge of hope strikes his brain as his eyes light up, remembering that physical hardware built into high-end VR pods always has manual overrides. Visualizing the big red emergency force quit button attached to the real-life capsule's exterior, whispers he remembers that all full dive devices are legally mandated to have hardware safety triggers to prevent hardware glitches. Throwing his hands in the air, our protagonist screams at the top of his lungs, shouting, loudly calling out the emergency hardware voice command to force quit the VR pod entirely. To his horror, a stack of bright red system override banners violently flashes over his sight, coldly notifying him that the command is completely unavailable, causing him to clutch his head, screaming out in pure rage. Host note, oh, come on, the system literally disabled the hardware safety features? That's straight up illegal. Someone call the police. Throwing a full-blown temper tantrum in the middle of the temple courtyard, our hero flails around screaming log out, force quit, and every variation of quit imaginable, while cursing out the trash game developers. Watching him throw invisible punches into thin air, the red-haired Inquisitor and Lion Archmage stare in utter confusion, shouting out to ask what on earth is happening to him and why he isn't responding to their calls. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the paved alleyway as armored temple guards come rushing in with axes drawn, shouting to identify who is making a scene, startling the Archmage.
Spotting the approaching guards, the Holy Inquisitor narrows her bright green eyes with dramatic urgency, convinced that our protagonist is about to lose control and unleash demonic carnage. Gritting her teeth with desperate resolve, the Inquisitor prepares herself mentally, reflecting in silence that at that exact second, she had no idea what was truly happening inside his head. Host note, the massive miscommunication gap between a guy throwing a gamer rage tantrum and an NPC assuming he's fighting a demon soul is top-tier comedy. Spinning around with unbelievable speed, the red-haired Holy Knight readies her heavy shield and charges straight toward our screaming protagonist. Golden holy mana erupts around her feet as she surges forward like a rocket, leaving a trail of sparkling light behind her path. Speeding across the stone cobblestones, her mind echoes with dramatic inner narration, questioning what dangerous secret she was still blind to at that crucial moment. Closing the distance in a split second, she slams her massive iron shield right into our hero's chest, shouting at him to pull himself together and snap out of it. Knocked backward by the heavy impact, our hero stumbles back, rubbing his bruised cheek, while the Inquisitor proudly boasts that she knew a single blow wouldn't be enough to take down a legendary warrior. Rubbing his aching jaw, our protagonist stands completely bewildered, internally freaking out over why this NPC suddenly attacked him, why his pain sensitivity settings aren't working, and if this is some crazy scripted plot twist where the Holy Knight turns out to be evil. Bro got hit so hard his actual real-life nerve endings felt it. Talk about extreme immersion. Wiping sweat off her brow, the red-haired Inquisitor suddenly flashes a warm, bright smile full of relief, completely dropping her battle stance. Waving her hand gently, she cheerfully remarks how glad she is to see that his demonic right arm has finally settled down, leaving our hero gasping in total bewilderment. Stepping closer with burning eyes, she eagerly proclaims that the demonic spirit trapped inside his arm was clearly trying to breach its seal and conquer his body just now. Question marks float endlessly above our hero's chibi head as he stands completely frozen, utterly unable to process the wild leap in logic she just made. Slamming her white-gloved fist proudly against her chest, the Holy Knight shouts at the top of her lungs, declaring that she doesn't doubt his pure heart for even a fraction of a second. Sparks of intense admiration glisten inside her green eyes, reflecting our hero's dark silhouette with fanatical devotion. Glowing divine text banners surround her voice as she proclaims her unwavering belief that he will ultimately conquer the demon soul and never yield to its corruption. Raising her silver holy weapon high into the air, she earnestly begs him to place his trust in her whenever his demonic power flares up like this again. Intense flames of righteous passion roar behind her back as she boldly vows to stand by his side, buying him precious time by fighting off any threat until he regains his sanity. She literally built an entire tragic heroic lore for him in her head just because he was throwing a log-out-air temper tantrum. Staring back with completely dead, soul-crushed eyes, our hero stands in silence, internally questioning what kind of incomprehensible nonsense is spouting out of her mouth. Glancing over at the Lion Archmage standing nearby, our protagonist dryly asks the senior mage to explain what kind of sudden mental breakdown has taken over the Inquisitor's brain. Closing her eyes with deep, solemn seriousness, the Lion Archmage remains totally silent, causing our hero's chibi face to sweat drop in sheer confusion. Taking a calm step forward, the Archmage softly asks if he's truly feeling all right, while our hero internally groans over why everyone around him is treating this like a dramatic theatrical play. Staring at them with cold detachment, our hero internally wonders if these hyper-realistic NPCs are just blindly following rigid scripted dialogue notes before asking them out loud if their eyes are just for show. Connecting the dots in his mind, our protagonist realizes that to the NPCs, his desperate attempt to mash invisible floating logout buttons looked exactly like someone struggling to suppress a cursed arm. Visualizing his character's lore, he remembers that the Demon Knight's backstory involves tragic trauma from almost losing his body to a parasitic monster in the past, making his frantic behavior match the character profile perfectly. Turning his back with an ice-cold glare, our hero remarks that ridiculous system errors completely ruin his immersion, before coldly stating that he has zero time to waste on fools who can't even read a situation properly. Host note, he's playing 4D chess with these NPCs, flipping the script to maintain his dark anti-hero aura. Stepping into his path with quiet authority, the Lion Archmage firmly states that despite his annoyance, an old elder like her requires an honest answer. Narrowing her sharp beast eyes, the Archmage gazes at him intently, her voice dripping with deep suspicion. Glancing directly down at his dark gauntlet, she pointedly asks if there is truly no issue or corruption corrupting his right arm. Hero's eye widens beneath his silver hair as he senses the intense weight of her question.
realizing she isn't as easily fooled as the Inquisitor. Taking a stern step forward, our hero darkens his tone serious, asking if his presence suddenly offends her holy hypocrisy. Raising her clawed hand diplomatically, the Lion Archmage softly clarifies that she means no offense, explaining that they are simply worried the terrifying force he suppresses might one day swallow him whole. Crimson demonic aura erupts around his dark sword as our hero lowers his head, whispers, coldly declaring that his only purpose is to hunt down and slaughter every single demon in existence. Clenching his silver-armored glove tight against his chest, he firmly adds that he couldn't care less what she thinks of him, reminding her that they only travel together because their goals align. Turning his cold profile toward the golden sunset, he deadpans that instead of wasting precious time on useless chatter, her time would be far better spent slaying another demon. Bro pulled out the ultimate edgy Chunibyo monologue and absolutely nailed it. 10 out of 10 dramatic performance. Inner thought box pops up beside the Archmage, revealing her lingering doubt as she wonders if there is any real chance this tragic Dark Knight will eventually transform into the very demon he seeks to destroy. Glowing blue eyes shine through the Archmage's lion mane, dramatic suspense, as she stares at his retreating silhouette in total silence. Startled by the lingering tension in the air, our hero turns his head back, preparing to defend himself once again. Stepping directly between them with her massive holy shield, the red-haired Inquisitor fiercely interjects, shouting on the top of her lungs that such a dark fate will never happen to the Demon Knight. Flashing a look of absolute conviction toward her senior, the Holy Knight proudly declares that her faith in our protagonist's unbreakable soul and iron willpower is absolute. Host note, the Inquisitor is officially the president of his fan club. Bro didn't even have to do anything, and he gained a lifelong loyal ally. Closing her eyes with deep solemnity, the red-haired Inquisitor rests her white-gloved hand against her chest, preaching softly that humans can never truly be complete on their own and must rely on mutual trust to press forward. Golden light glimmers around her crimson hair as her bright green eye shines with absolute conviction, promising that just like divine providence, she will patiently stand by his side through every trial. Looking down from above, golden sunlight bathes the cobblestone courtyard as she holds her silver shield high, promising to endure every ounce of dark suffering with him until his true power finally awakens. Warm sunlight reflects off our hero's dark collar as he turns his head slightly, silently taking in the sheer weight of her fanatical speech. Exhaustion completely consumes our protagonist's face as he lets out a heavy, soul-drained exhale, utterly defeated by her wild overinterpretation. Turning his back on her, our hero dryly mutters that her eyes are completely hopeless, prompting the naive Inquisitor to gasp in surprise, proudly clarifying that her vision is actually perfectly fine and thanking him for his concern. Host note, her total inability to catch sarcasm makes her the ultimate comedic foil. Bro is fighting for his life against her endless misunderstandings. Stepping forward with a deadpan stare, the Lion Archmage dryly interjects that he definitely wasn't talking about physical injuries, right as our protagonist takes off sprinting down the alleyway while the Inquisitor screams after him to wait. Dash-stepping down the paved street, our hero's mind spirals into utter chaotic disbelief, questioning how on earth an NPC he just met is giving him infinite affinity and absolute trust over a simple error. Glowing inner thought text surrounds his head as his gamer pride flares up, loudly proclaiming that a hyper-immersion otaku gamer like him has no choice but to dedicate his entire soul to this epic storyline. Surrounded by a magical shoujo background of sparkling roses and glowing heart hands, our hero sprints down the street shedding tears of otaku emotion, fully embracing his role as the legendary dark protagonist. Glancing up at the radiant sunset sky, he raises his armored fist into the air with triumphant resolve, deciding to forget about the broken logout menu for now, since it'll surely fix itself eventually. Waving her arm with boundless energy, the red-haired Inquisitor excitedly urges the Archmage to hurry up and chase after him, while the elderly Lion Mage inwardly groans that making an old elder run like this is straight-up elder abuse. Poor Archmage is paying the price for these two hyperactive youngsters. Give the elderly Lion a break. Narrowing her golden beast eyes, the Archmage gazes into the distance with a quiet, contemplative stare. Turning toward the young Holy Knight, the senior mage softly asks if she is truly confident about placing placing her trust in the Demon Knight, catching the Inquisitor totally off guard. With a solemn nod, the Lion Archmage reminds her that the terrifying dark power he unleashed in the underground dungeon far exceeded anything they had ever witnessed, warning that such force is extremely volatile. Closing her eyes tightly, the Archmage calmly reassures her that if the worst were to happen and his soul were corrupted, the two of them together would have the strength to put him down. Gazing directly into her eyes, the senior mage pointedly remarks that the Inquisitor herself clearly harbored heavy doubts and worries about his unstable dark energy earlier. Lowering her gaze with intense solemnity, the red-haired knight softly whispers that just moments ago she distinctly caught a glimpse of genuine, raw terror flashing inside the Demon Knight's eyes. Swirling purple demonic corruption visualizes behind her memory as she reflects, convincing herself that the parasitic demon trapped inside his gauntlet must have threatened to consume his conscious mind. Clenching her silver mace tight against her chest, her mind echoes with sacred holy doctrine, reminding herself that one must never let fear or self-doubt crack their inner light, lest evil seep through and swallow them whole. Bowing her head in humble self-reflection, the holy knight mournfully reflects that she lacks both the sacred power to purify his soul and the eloquent wisdom to give him comforting words in his darkest hour. Flashing her glowing green eyes with burning resolve, she passionately vows that despite her shortcomings, she will ease his fears by believing in the pure goodness he has fought so fiercely to protect. Standing tall beside her elder with her massive iron shield anchored to the ground, she proudly proclaims that she will lend him her strength to shield his righteous will at all costs. Watching the young knight's passionate declaration, the Lion Archmage lets out a gentle, approving sigh. Sunset rays illuminate the grand cobblestone avenue as both mages march side by side, with the Archmage offering her legendary magic to the cause, while the delighted Inquisitor shouts her endless gratitude. Giggles. Look at how he accidentally assembled a whole high-tier party just by throwing a gamer temper tantrum. That charisma stat must be maxed out. Standing in the shaded courtyard under a floating system interface? Our hero stares up at the main quest panel displaying the objective Ominous Omen. Move to the temple and find the traitors of the temple, dryly realizing he can't even enter without high-ranking credentials. Radiant blue skies frame the breathtaking cathedral of the Holy Order as a glowing quest window floats over the magnificent architectural towers. Sunlight streams through massive stained glass windows inside the High Sanctuary Hall, where the red-haired Inquisitor sits atop the High Judge's bench with the Archmage standing guard at her side. Murmurs echo among the gathered black-robed priests, whispers as they stare back at our hero leaning against the entry doors with crossed arms, nervously whispering why the Deputy Inquisitor brought such an ominous dark knight who radiates unchecked demonic energy into their sacred hall. Slamming her golden mace onto the wooden podium with explosive force, brilliant holy sparks detonate across the hall as her voice thunders out, demanding total silence. Sitting atop her elevated tribunal bench with an imposing aura, the red-haired Inquisitor sharply demands to know if every single member of the local order has assembled in the hall. Stepping forward with a trembling hand pressed against his chest, a senior priest in white and gold robes nervously confirms that while 7 members remain unaccounted for, the rest are present. Deep shadows cast over her face as her eyes ignite with an unnatural blazing yellow glow. Raising her voice to a resounding roar, the Inquisitor formally declares that by her supreme authority, the holy trial of the temple shall officially begin, instantly sending shockwaves of terror through the priests. Oh man, she went from cheerful fan club leader to terrifying grand judge in less than 2 seconds. Talk about 0 to 100 real quick. Visualized from behind her towering holy shield, the white cross gleams brightly against her dark judge robes as she prepares to pass divine judgment. Raising her crystalline staff high into the air, the Lion Archmage solemnly chants ancient sacred law, declaring that every soul present shall have their sins tested before God. Restlessly adjusting his sword hilt by the exit doors, our hero watches in silence as the Inquisitor ominously warns that while the innocent shall go free, any unclean traitor falsely posing as a servant of light will face immediate doom. Bare fangs gleam as her golden eyes flash with demonic intensity, bellowing that traitor shall face righteous execution right as the system quest updates with subdue or eliminate traitors. 0? Zooming in on our hero's ear, he catches the sudden shift in the air as chaos prepares to erupt. Glancing down at his dark-armored gauntlet, curious, our protagonist internally wonders what kind of crazy bloodbath trap this game system is forcing him to pull off now. Swinging her golden mace with devastating strength, a massive burst of holy mana detonates across the sanctuary, completely obliterating marble walls and wooden pews in a single strike. Shockwaves ripple through the high hall as flying stone fragments and golden electricity rain down over the terrified congregation. Holy light blasts outward from her mace like a hyper beam, instantly striking a group of fleeing priests and sending them flying into the air. Host note, she didn't even give him a polygraph test. She just went straight to orbital bombardment. That's Inquisitor justice for you. Lightning arcs violently around a bloodied priest as he clutches his face, crying, screaming out in agony as the holy magic forcefully burns away his dark disguise. Reaching his bloody hand out toward the shadowy judge, the traitor priest collapses onto the stone floor, panting, howling in sheer terror as his wicked plot is ruthlessly crushed. Splatters of blood paint the floorboards as panicked footsteps scramble toward the exit, with traitorous mages screaming that their secret conspiracy has been completely leaked. Sprinting frantically toward the back exit doors, the remaining traitors shout at everyone to fall back, relieved to see only a single mercenary blocking the way out. Red system text flashes over the air, tracking the active traitor elimination counter as the battle escalates. Unsheathing his massive dark sword with effortless lethal grace, our hero coats his steel in surging crimson aura, coldly ordering the fleeing vermin to come at him all at once. Dark cloak fluttering violently behind his heavy bootsteps, our protagonist stands like an unmovable wall at the exit doors, preparing to utterly slaughter every traitor trying to escape the sanctuary. Bro didn't even need to ask questions, he just stepped up to be the ultimate raid boss for these fleeing NPCs. Talk about an epic climax. Crimson light slashes through the air with terrifying speed as the fleeing priests are instantly cut down in a single ruthless strike. Dark crimson droplets slowly drip down our hero's face, coating his bandages and coat in a gory slick. Stepping through a sea of fallen traitors and pooled blood, the Dark Knight marches forward without breaking his stride, leaving the surviving temple members paralyzed in sheer disbelief. Trembling in complete horrified awe, the red-haired priest grips his collar while screaming out how on earth a single warrior could wipe out an entire faction in seconds. Man went full raid boss on him. He didn't even ask for their names, just click select all and hit delete. Panic shouts echo through the high sanctuary as priests scramble in desperation, desperately looking for another exit only to find every escape route blocked by shadows. Shadow falls over our hero's expression as fresh blood trickles down his cheek, giving him the ultimate intimidating protagonist appearance. Deadpanning with a flat expression, our protagonist internally groans as he realizes his mouth is filled with an awful coppery taste. Wiping his gauntlet across his lip, he internally gripes that the virtual reality developers went way too far with hyperrealism by coating sticky blood textures and metallic copper tastes. Glancing back over his shoulder with a sharp glint in his eyes, he shifts his thoughts back to the grand narrative unfolding around him. Staring at the shattered marble pillars left by the Inquisitor's mace, he internally ponders why the devs put so much budget into portraying this brutal temple purge. Host note, bro is out here giving a full gamer view in the middle of a literal war zone. You gotta love his hyper-focused gamer mindset. Watching the red-haired Inquisitor slam her weapon down while holding her holy book, our hero deadpans that he feels like an extra just watching the priest class story campaign play out. Sudden rapid knocking sounds echo against the heavy wooden exit door behind him, making our hero glance back to see who else is crashing the party. Sliding the heavy door open just a crack, the cat-eared bandit peeks inside with a goofy grin, playfully announcing that he has officially arrived. Sprinting toward our protagonist with exaggerated sparkles and dramatic flair, the Beastman wails out a loud greeting, while our hero turns around with an utterly fed-up glare. Dark shadow covers our protagonist's face as he coldly reminds the thief that their business together should have ended the moment they finished off that dungeon demon. Grinning cheekily with his cat ears twitching, the bandit jokes that surrendering for his past thefts is completely out of the question unless he magically grows a second pair of ears. Host note, this catboy really has negative survival instincts. Talking back to a guy who just painted the entire floor red takes serious nerve. Flashing a sly wolfish grin, the rogue reveals that instead of stolen loot, he brought back 7 special individuals as a token of appreciation. Throwing open the side door, he proudly points to 7 bound and gagged traitor priests squirming on the floor, boasting that bandits never forget a good favor. Leaning closer with a smooth smirk, the thief playfully asks our protagonist if he still insists on rejecting his helpful favors. Gritting his teeth in exasperation, Our hero looks at the bound traitors, utterly speech-bound by how ridiculously convenient this outcome turned out to be. A glowing system panel instantly flashes before his vision, confirming the quest objective, ominous omen, find the traitors. Subdue or eliminate traitors? 0? Night descends over the majestic cathedral towers as flocks of black crows caw into the dark sky, signaling a temporary end to the bloody purge. Inside the pristine white sanctuary, the Inquisitor and Lion Archmage stand guard over a trembling priest sitting on a stool under strict interrogation. Host note, look at that high contrast lighting shift. The artist really knows how to dial up the mystery when night falls. As the red-haired Inquisitor reviews the official trial records, the narrative reveals that while the demon worshippers who freed the beasts were summarily executed, remaining mages were forced to prove their innocence. Sacred lore explains that in this world, God instantly revokes a priest's divine magic the moment they commit a severe sin. Glowing holy crosses radiate from the palms of innocent mages, while those lacking divine affinity required intense formal inquisitions to clear their names. Leaning against the dark stone pillars outside, sighs, our hero reflects that since he lacked any holy skills, he spent the entire day bored out of his mind, waiting around. Shaded in deep blue moonlight, he stares quietly into the quiet night courtyard, his mind drifting back to his real-world dilemma. Grabbed by sudden anxiety, panicked, he clutches his hair in frustration, wondering what on earth could be causing this persistent VR logout error. Analyzing the mechanics of full dive technology, curious, he reasons that if a player falls asleep or faints in real life, their mind naturally loses perception of the game world. Diagramming a sleeping avatar labeled off, he realizes that since his conscious thoughts are still running smoothly right now, his physical body must still be wide awake in the real world. Host note. Leave it to an otaku gamer to try and solve a high-stakes sci-fi emergency with cartoon logic and internal flowcharts. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, he calculates that his capsule's nutrient fluid solution should have depleted hours ago, which normally would cause immediate physical fatigue. He clutches his bandaged neck as a sudden realization dawns on him. Staring down at his sturdy boots resting on the grass, a quiet thought echoes through his mind. Whispers. Letting out a lighthearted sigh with a cheerful grin, he wonders if he simply miscalculated the in-game time conversion. Visualized as a goofy cartoon chibi stretching his arms, he chuckles that in-game sleep schedules make time tracking tricky, and as a non-science guy, making a simple math error is totally normal. Watching the red-haired Inquisitor approach from across the courtyard, he decides to stop overthinking the logout menu since it will definitely fix itself eventually. Walking through the moonlight with her heavy mace, the Inquisitor offers a polite greeting, thanking our Dark Knight for his patient waiting. Turning his sharp glance toward her, our hero dryly asks if all the traitorous vermin in the cathedral were successfully fooled by their sting operation. Marching past him alongside the Lion Archmage, she confirms that while most were tricked, full clearance will require extended investigations by Central High Inquisitors. Host note, wait, so the main boss Inquisitor from the Central Holy City hasn't even shown up yet? The plot thickens. Suddenly popping out from behind a pillar, the green-haired thief startles the Inquisitor by asking if leaving the city guards in charge is really wise. Wrapped lazily in his white cloak atop a nearby branch, sarcastic, the cat-eared rogue mutters that he doesn't trust those corrupt city officials at all. Turning toward him with sharp determination, the red-haired knight asserts that the guard force can easily subdue ordinary informants without anything going wrong. Twirling down to the pavement, the Beastman rogue deadpans that she completely misunderstood his actual question. Bringing her finger to her chin in deep thought, the Inquisitor solemnly notes that while she wishes to oversee the local trial personally, higher duties demand her presence elsewhere. Flashing a radiant, zealot glare from her green eyes, she heroically declares that she has a supreme holy mission taking top priority. Deadpanning with a flat cat expression, the thief silently stares at her, internally groaning that she completely missed the point again. Standing behind the rogue, our hero deadpans as he reads the thief's exact thoughts, noting he can tell what the catboy is thinking just by looking at the back of his head. Turning around with a confused expression, the thief receives a shrug from our hero, who dryly advises that asking her is useless because she's just written as that type of headstrong character. Arms crossed against his chest, our protagonist gazes up at the cathedral towers, internally agreeing that given the current corruption, neither this city nor the Holy Order can truly be trusted. Staring up at the dark canopy of the courtyard trees, our hero mumbles under his breath, tired, that whoever arrives next better not be another batch of cultist creeps.
Stepping forward with absolute conviction, the red-haired Inquisitor reassures our hero that the High Holy Order will launch a full-scale investigation to purge every last traitor from their ranks. Shrugging his shoulders with a cheeky grin, the cat rogue taunts that the High Order might just sweep everything under the rug, prompting the Inquisitor to furiously bark back that she won't tolerate his insults. Host note, the Lion Archmage really stepped in like a tired parent stopping two chaotic toddlers from fighting. Before things boil over, the Archmage gently places his hand on her shoulder to cool down her temper. Turning his sharp, perceptive gaze toward the Beastman rogue, curious, the Archmage notes that something about the thief's story doesn't quite add up. The Archmage calmly points out that the rogue somehow recognized their group from the start and miraculously ambushed every fleeing traitor before the official trial even began. Taking a slow step closer into the blue moonlight, the Archmage admits that given all these wild coincidences, he has no choice but to suspect the rogue. Pausing dramatically under the glowing night sky, the old sage lets a heavy silence hang in the air as tension builds. Staring straight into the catboy's eyes, the Archmage dryly asks if they need to drag him into an interrogation room as well. Host note, ooh, the tension just spiked through the roof. You can literally feel the rogue's playful smirk evaporating into thin air. Shifting uncomfortably under the intense pressure, the thief lets out a quiet murmur, realizing his usual playful antics won't slide this time. Shrugging his cloak aside, the rogue admits it makes complete sense for them to be paranoid, even if having his loyalty questioned is a total headache. He explains that after hearing rumors about a temple mole, he correctly deduced that their group was returning to root out the rats. A brief flashback shows his bandit crew posted up across rooftops and branches, staking out every back alley surrounding the cathedral perimeter. Sure enough, the moment panic broke out, traitorous priests ran right into his trap, leaving him to scoop him up like free quest loot. Host note, man literally set up a human butterfly net outside the back door. Talk about elite gamer positioning. Finishing his explanation with a casual gesture, the thief notes he wouldn't blame them for doubting him, but the Inquisitor softens up and thanks him for his help. Closing her eyes respectfully, the red-haired knight confirms that while he's a known criminal, she never once mistook him for a filthy demon worshiper. She gives him full credit, stating that his clever ambush allowed them to cleanse the order without letting a single traitor escape. Scratching his neck awkwardly, the rogue mutters that her sincere gratitude doesn't suit her, claiming he only captured them to pay back a favor. Instantly flipping back into full zealot mode, gasp, the Inquisitor shouts that personal thanks and turning a blind eye to his past crimes are two totally different matters. As she begins lecturing him about harboring a demon contractor, the catboy playfully waves his hand, laughing that he totally saw this lecture coming. With a swift snap of his fingers, the rogue signals into the surrounding darkness. Out of nowhere, a masked subordinate emerges from the shadows, bowing low and addressing our hero as the legendary Deathbringer. While the rogue orders his minion to retrieve the captured traitors, curious? A giant light bulb metaphorically flashes in our protagonist's mind as he recognizes that edgy title. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, our hero internally recalls that while thief class trees are confusing, Deathbringer is a world-famous high-tier class. He chuckles internally, remembering how hardcore roleplay edgelords back in the MMO days loved playing Deathbringer just so they could copy-paste edgy lines in global chat. Host note, bro's having full MMO nostalgia while literal dark ops are happening right in front of him. Classic gamer moment. Meanwhile, the cat rogue continues teasing the Inquisitor, making her face turn red as she furiously screams that her thanks was completely genuine. Mimicking her tone with the smuggiest expression imaginable, mocking tone, the thief playfully repeats her words back to her face. Seeing the Inquisitor's eyes literally glowing with murder intent, the Archmage quickly steps between them, warning her not to crush the catboy. Observing the chaotic argument with a flat grin, our hero deadpans that despite her terrifying temper, she's still keeping her mace holstered like a proper holy priest should. Turning on his heel, he realizes his main questline in the zone is officially complete, pondering which map region he should head to next. Remembering how a defeated cultist previously mentioned the Mabel Merchant Guild and someone named Gretchen, he wonders if that name drop was a narrative breadcrumb leading to the next campaign chapter. Reasoning that entering a new map zone might force a system refresh and fix his logout glitch, he begins walking off, only for the Inquisitor to call out, asking where he's going. Glancing over his shoulder with an icy cold glare, our protagonist dryly mutters that he shouldn't have to spell it out every time. He's off to hunt down the rest of those cultist rats. Her eyes widen in complete shock as she gasps out whether he actually knows the secret hideout location of the remaining demon worshippers. Before our hero can take another step, the Lion Archmage firmly interjects, declaring that he cannot leave just yet. The old sage gently points out that our Dark Knight has been sprinting and fighting non-stop for days straight, advising him to care for his exhausted body the same way he maintains his weapon. Warning that fatigue creates deadly openings that demons love to exploit, the Archmage asks if he's wrong, prompting our hero to nod along internally. While his internal gamer mind chuckles that hardcore role players laugh in the face of logic, he keeps up his dramatic, edgy persona on the outside. Serious, asking if the Archmage is trying to buy time for those plotting cultists. Narrowing his eyes menacingly, whispers, our hero asserts that if the demons try to exploit his fatigue, it will only make them fall into his trap, warning the sage not to project his own weakness onto him. Instead of taking offense, the Archmage chuckles warmly, admitting that as an old man low on HP, he's definitely weak, but his long life has given him wisdom worth listening to. The Archmage asks a profound question, wondering if driving oneself into complete physical collapse just to help others can really be called true diligence. His piercing blue eye gleams with magical insight, cutting right through our protagonist's dark facade. Raising his crystal staff into the moonlight, the Archmage softly lectures that the world only exists as long as you exist, meaning you must care for yourself before you can ever support anyone else. Completely fed up with the emotional speech, our edgy protagonist brutally tells the sage to cut the preaching and back off. Stomping forward with dark determination, he growls that he doesn't give a damn about virtue or preaching. He just refuses to let demon scum draw breath for another second. Watching the Dark Knight march into the darkness, the Archmage softly whispers, urging him to walk the path he has chosen with pride. Heroically glancing over his shoulder with a sharp glint in his eye, our hero declares that he will continue walking his unrelenting path until the very end. Internally, our hero is practically blushing with joy, gushing over how top-tier the game's writing is for giving him a wise mentor figure to contrast his brooding anti-hero persona. Host note, man is literally giving the narrative team a 10 out of 10 rating in his head after acting like a total bad boy. But as soon as he steps outside the courtyard, his cool act instantly crumbles as he internally groans about having to manually walk all the way to Tatara without a fast travel point. Scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, the cat rogue lets out an exasperated sigh as he tries to brush off the intense scrutiny. Gritting his teeth with an annoyed groan, the cat thief mutters under his breath, realizing he can't escape being dragged deeper into their mess. Turning toward our Dark Knight, the rogue casually asks if his next destination is indeed the infamous Tatara trading post. Offering a sly smirk, the thief offers to hunt down the fastest mounts in the entire city for our hero, showing he's surprisingly resourceful despite his shady background. He promises that these elite steeds beat any slow temple horse hands down, cutting down an entire day's journey into a mere 2 or 3 hours. Look at this cat boy casually trying to negotiate business right after being held at gunpoint by a terrifying inquisitor. Man has zero fear. Before taking off, he turns back toward the holy group to ask one last nagging question. Looking over with a puzzled expression, the Inquisitor proudly confirms that despite her own unworthiness, she truly received a divine revelation verifying the hero's identity. Hearing her overly serious, self-righteous response, the cat rogue looks completely disgusted, staring at her with utter disbelief. Host note, the catboy's face is literally saying, "Please stop talking, you holy zealot." You gotta love the clash between an outlaw and a devout fanatic. Shrugging his shoulders casually, sarcastically, the rogue snarks that he certainly doesn't go around helping out random strangers. Listening silently with a stern glare, the Inquisitor stands her ground while the thief admits that while he thoroughly despises snobbish temple priests, he hates demonic monsters and the scumbags who serve them even more. With a swift toss, the catboy flicks a heavy wooden object straight through the night air toward our protagonist. Catching it effortlessly in midair, our hero stares down at the object in total astonishment, realizing it's a very specific guild token. Yo, check out the fine detail on that snake crest. The artist went all out crafting a high-tier item design. It's an official information guild pass that unlocks secret intel in any major tavern. Internally, our gamer protagonist is completely mind-blown, recalling that in the original MMO, earning this pass required a brutal high-level questline. He dryly asks the rogue what kind of outrageous favor he expects in return. Waving his hand dismissively, the rogue turns his back, claiming he was already paid for the job and telling our hero to just keep slaughtering cultists. Dashing off into the moonlit night, the cat thief casually reminds them that since the horses are being paid for with official temple funds, he won't be offering a single coin's discount.
Watching him disappear into the shadows, our hero contemplates his situation, realizing that having to wait for mounts buys him enough time to handle his rising fatigue stat without risking a force-system logout. Turning back with a welcoming smile, the Inquisitor enthusiastically invites our protagonist to rest inside the confines of the temple's private dormitory. Man is internally panicking because resting at a holy temple completely breaks his dark anti-hero roleplay lore. The agony of a dedicated MMO roleplayer is real. He lets out a quiet sigh, rationalizing that since they're shelling out top gold for speed mounts to help him rest, he might as well take advantage of the free downtime without complaining. Taking a firm step forward into the courtyard, our hero officially heads toward the dormitory doors. High above, the Grand Holy Cathedral towers over the group as the Inquisitor, Archmage, and Dark Knight walk into the magnificent entrance hall. But as he walks, our protagonist narrows his eyes in deep thought, pondering the mystery behind his strange system logout glitch. Walking through the opulent hallway with his dark cloak swaying, he ponders whether the game engine itself is trying to tell him something deeper. Host note, bro is having a full existential crisis about his cringy, edgy dialogue lines. Imagine cringing at your own past roleplay in real time. Stepping across the threshold, flustered, embarrassed, he internally groans that he's been acting like such a toxic edgelord that he might die of secondhand embarrassment. Leading him to a private chamber, the Inquisitor announces that he can occupy this guest room while she and the Archmage retire to the female dormitory. Gently pulling the door shut, our hero resolves to tone down his aggressive roleplay persona whenever the time is right. The heavy wooden door latches shut, sealing the Dark Knight inside his peaceful chamber. As night fades, a breathtaking crimson dawn bathes the sky, with birds soaring freely through the warm golden morning light. Standing by the sunlit window profile, the wise Archmage gazes out into the morning rays, softly declaring that the Demon Knight has finally pushed past his absolute physical limit.